Sync with the fast track. All eyes are searching to the black. Jump back and get back a little more.
Today's matchup. SKTelecom T1. KT Rolster. 2016 Coca-Cola Zero League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Playoff Round 2.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome here. It's the final round before finals, the semifinal of the LCK Summer right here. It's going to be KT Rolster facing off yet again against SKTelecom. The Telecom War will forever carry on. I'm Achilles. With me is Monte Cristo and Papa Smithy. We'll be bringing you the action tonight. And man, to take a leaf out of Rivington's book, it's going to be a barn burner today.
It is definitely going to be a barn burner. Very exciting. KT looking to make their 4th consecutive summer final. SKTelecom trying to keep their streak of victories alive ever since we went into the league format. They have yet to lose a season first place every single time.
But you always look at the past, Monty, but if you listen to the analysts today, speaking to the Korean analysts, there's a change around, because it's usually always SKTelecom, but there's been some rustles that it could be a KT day today.
Yeah, it's looking that way. And KT, they've definitely been putting up a show in their recent matches, very handily taking down Samsung just 2 days ago in a 3-0. So Samsung, unfortunately for them, now 0-19 on the record against KT Rolster, but they'll have next season to try to break that. But here you can see the format so far. Starting off with the wild card, just on Monday, Samsung was able to take down a Freak of Freaks in a 2-0. Then KT, just 2 days ago, beating Samsung again in a 3-0. So we have a bit of a trend moving forward. We'll see if that breaks today with SKTelecom versus KT. Last time that these two teams faced off, KT took game 1 and kind of threw away the other two at Baron, but have looked promising. And SKTelecom have looked considerably weaker, especially out of the jungle with Black.
Yeah, especially since SKTelecom did finish their season in their last 5 matches with a pretty paltry 6-6 game score, winning 3 of those, dropping 2. But KT Rolster now 7 consecutive best-of-series wins heading into this match.
Yeah, the specifics of those losses are interesting too. 0-2 against Afrika, 0-2 against Longju, drop games against CJ and Jinair. They beat a lot of the best teams, but struggled against the rest of the field.
Well, we'll go ahead and move into the booths and take a look at SKTelecom to start us off. It will be, we get a little bit of a video here, a little video package.
Yeah, and just the players coming into this studio right now. No subtitles because this was literally just recorded, so no time to do that. But SKTelecom, I mean, we haven't seen them yet on patch 615. This is going to be a real test for them. But you have to say that with SKT relying on strong lanes, this is probably a good patch for them.
Yeah, especially in mid lane and top lane. Faker and Duke, among the best laners in the world. And then you look on KT's side, Fly. He has his games, especially recently. The champion pool, his playstyle has been very impressive, but a lot of players have been impressive and then fallen at the knees of Faker. Will it be Fly raising his level of performance today?
Yeah, Fly too, just looking really impressive versus Samsung, and both Fly and Arrow stepping up in the playoffs, while someday he faltered a bit a couple days ago, dying in lane a couple of times in solo kills to Cube and really struggling, so the nerves seem to be getting to him a little bit, but what was encouraging about KT is that the rest of the team really stepped up to the plate.
We'll see if SKTelecom can return to their former glory from the start of this split. Will be blank starting in the jungle over Bengi. Whether or not we will see the jungle himself later on today is yet to be seen. But you can see all of those championship wins coming in for SKTelecom. They're going to be looking to go on to the finals and add another trophy to the bottom of that graphic.
I just wish I could have been watching their scrims, watching them decide between Blank and Bengi, because from what we've seen, the video we've seen, both of them have been pretty poor. So they've gone with Blank, who they've relied on. Blank, well, the one thing you can say about him, has stepped up when he's needed to. You think back to LCK final, you think back to MSI final. He was good in those series, and he's going to need to be good today because it's against the master of the first blood in score.
Yeah, and of course, Blank, the peasant of the first blood, we'll call him at 22% only compared to Score's 57%. So Blank been really struggling in the early game. Now he has shown life at least in some of the mid and late game team fights, but he is pretty one-dimensional right now as a player. But let's take a look at KT.
Just gonna get a look at these guys coming into the studio today. Seems like they've been pretty confident as they come through. Have to keep clear heads though, not get too complacent, and not underestimate their opponents at SKTelecom.
Well, I think we have to, especially after the Samsung games, talk about Arrow, who was amazing versus Samsung. His Jin game,
The new
especially
Korean
in Game 3, was pretty unreal. And he's powering up at the right time. He didn't even die in an entire best of 5.
21-0 and 31 in 3 games is insane scoring. Remember, Arrow in the regular season was also the highest kill getter as well, so he got the most kills. He's got the most kills in playoff as well. There's a lot of reasons to be confident if you're both KT Rolster and the KT Rolster fan.
And Fly, too, picking up some MVPs in that series. And he came away with a 14-3 and 29 scoreline, but was very impressive. Again, we've seen his Aurelion Sol, we've seen his Talia, his Vladimir, a champion that Faker really struggles to play well this season. So we have all of these picks that really, I think Fly is better than Faker, and he's a better Talia player from what we've seen of Faker. He's a better Aurelion Sol player, better Vladimir player.
Someone's going to go back and re-edit that particular Fly is better than Faker.
On 3 champions.
You didn't say that the first time, so there's a sick edit there somewhere.
Damn it.
Well, that'll go up there with Pilot being your favorite AD carry that we can just kind of harken back to those.
You and Quickshot can have a commiseration committee about one-line statements about Faker.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
ripped out of context brutally. But no, Faker, obviously the better mid laner, but Fly has such a bizarre champion pool that it's not been picks that Faker has shown the most comfort on. He was a good Talia, but Fly is the best Talia in this league.
But Faker was a good Zilean, and then he became a great Zilean, while Fly was the preeminent Zilean. So what has Faker been practicing is the question, because Aurelion Sol, Zilean, these edge picks that Fly has played well, who's to say that Faker hasn't caught up Fly's lead on some of those picks?
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. You know, are we going to see him pull out the Aurelion Sol and say, you know what, Fly, you're not the only one that can, really dominate with this champion. We saw him do that, as you mentioned, with the Zilean last in the spring playoff when he pulled that one out and he just brushed Fly in the mid lane.
If KT prioritizes Vlad early, I could definitely see an Aurelion Sol potentially from Faker. It depends, of course, what's picked and banned, but there is a world where that happens. The simple fact, though, is that in terms of form, KT Rolster come into this on a huge head of steam, just dropping a single game in their last 7 sets.
Yeah, and the only loss before that against the Rocks Tigers, who have just predominantly been the best team in Korea for quite some time now.
Yeah, and we do have to go back to the last matchup between these two teams, because KT probably should have gotten a 2-0 in that series after winning Game 1, but they managed to throw 2 games back-to-back at the Baron. Maybe they have those nerves against SKTelecom, though we have not seen really that behavior from KT ever since then, but something that we start to see those 20, 25-minute Barons again. KT has been more conservative recently, but I think they get jitters, and if they have a lead, and they're playing against SKT, they think they have to close faster than they do.
Well, you can see right here the matchup. SKTelecom going to be looking to add another win over KT Rolster here today and go on. We'll get potentially a repeat finals like we saw in spring with Rocks Tigers versus SKTelecom. But KT, they want to put a stop to that. They want to go in for this summer final yet again.
No man more than that man on your screen, Score, who has felt the losses at the hands of SKT, more than many players in Korea have ever had the chance to, and we wonder how Blank will react because the pressure is on Blank. The fans, both in Korea and globally, have been on his case. Has a lot of wins on some champions, but his KDAs have been woeful recently. Maybe it's time for him to set up.
Yeah, I mean, Score coming in, highest KDA in the league. It's going to be crushing Blank in that regard. And Blank, just, you have to say, probably just the poorest jungler for a top shelf team right here in LCK.
Yeah. Yeah, statistically, he has been a nightmare this season. There's no doubt about that, especially when you consider that SKTelecom managed to pick up so many wins. To look bad in that situation when your team is constantly winning is a feat, one must say. So it will be the Trundle band first against Duke, and the Vladimir taken out of the pool. Of course, that is one of Fly's best champions, and Faker not so hot on it this season.
Well, it's going to be Gangplank taken off the table as well. Both Duke and Someday going to be more than capable of piloting that champion in the top lane, so just going to be a blanket ban.
Well, it was Sumday's first GP game. Now, it was a very good GP game that he had against Samsung. After the laning phase, I see you Papa making faces over there. Wasn't great in the laning phase, but everything after that turned out pretty well.
And let's talk about the jungle pool, because Gragas has been the best performing jungler for both 10-1 for Blank, 8-1 for Score. Irrespective of some mechanics from Blank, they've been winning on that pick, and I'm intrigued to see if it will last to first pick, because you have to think KT will take it if it's up.
Yeah, almost certainly. And Blank, I mean, gets that pick, wins in the end, but the beginning of the game, all the way through the mid game, is just really rough times for him on that champion. So if Score can get his hands on it, you can be damn sure he's going to be pretty happy. Karma will be the final ban away by KT. So, bit of an interesting one to see that taken off the board. I mean, Faker does use it a lot in mid, but still a bit of an oddball.
Faker's only 4-3 on that champion, though, so that's what confuses me a little bit, is that it hasn't been SKTelecom's most successful mid lane pick. But probably going to be the Gragas, you got to take that one away. But the Aurelion Sol is still available, so an attack at Fly's champion pool, but not really too much that he can't go with right now, and he's comfortable in many, many matchups with Aurelion Sol.
The Karma ban did lead to the surrender of Gragas, so maybe it's just a strategy from KT to maybe try and deny something like a Juggernaut-esque comp to the side of SKT, and Karma a fairly stock standard pick for Faker, and they get the Gragas out of it. So at least in terms of junglers, they have one of the most potent. Now we're looking at what SKT want to draft, and this will be a high priority on Sivir. And if we do see Malzahar, a pick that was completely skipped out on KT's last series, that's actually SKT holding a lot higher priority on the Malzahar than KT have recently.
Yeah, they'll go ahead and they'll lock that one in. So just one of those other champions we didn't really think about that makes it through the draft. And Sivir will be picked up for Bang, so going to be perfectly comfortable with that champion in the bottom lane. The question is going to be, what do we see from Arrow? Will we see something like the Ashe, or will he go back to that Jhin that he had such a crushing performance against Samsung with just 2 days ago?
Oh, it's good. And also, when we talk about Arrow, we also always have to just keep Kog'Maw in the back of our mind, too. He's long been a player who focuses heavily on playing Kog'Maw, and one of his most comfortable champions in the scope of his career. But the Echo is not taken, so that's going to be a great pickup for Someday.
Someday, Korea undefeated on Echo, 8-0, the longest win streak out of an LCK player is that win streak from Someday on Echo. They're going to take the Braum early. Coming back to the 80 carry pick you were muting about, Achilles, I really like the Jhin here because Malzahar is a champion that's always fishing for picks in short to medium range. Get caught by one of those shots from the curtain call and potentially get picked. So I feel like Jhin can actually punish Malzahar, and he outranges him so far that he's never really in Nethergrass range himself.
Yeah, and having the Braum taken away as well, you're going to deny that potential unbreakable on the side of SKT should Wolf want to pilot it so he can't block those curtain call shots. So overall, could be a very strong pickup here for Arrow. We'll see what they want to do when we get back over to their side of the draft. For now, it's going to be a long hover over this Rec side potentially for Blank. We saw this in the first round. They're coming back to it now. Looks like this might be the pickup for SKT.
And we really haven't seen any of the surprising range support pickups that we may have expected, and Maokai actually locked in. Now that we've seen a couple Maokai games, but this is a surprise.
Now Duke, I remember him a year ago being known for his laning phase, not great at teleports, and played a lot of Maokai to get the teleport training wheels on because that's kind of the skill cap with this champion. What it does do is it's a bit of a blocker pick to Jhin in particular. Very good champion at flanking in front of a Jhin. Twisted Advance will of course interrupt the curtain call, and I think as a blocker pick to Jhin, and it's just a safe laner, it's not actually a bad idea by Duke.
Well, the hover over the Draven, you see sometimes from KT. Don't think we're going to have that one locked in, but
I guess my concern here is that since we know we're getting standard lanes with Maokai's nerfs to his MR and going against an Echo, that might be a bit of an issue. We'll see if it ends up presenting. And let's see if the Jhin is going to be locked in anyway. As you say, with the Sivir and the Maokai, it is a risk.
I mean, coming back to something like a Kalista could work really well with the Sivir, but it's actually going to be Kog'Maw. So you mentioned that being a big comfort for him, but they're going to run this one despite not not being able to run any sort of Juggermaw style composition.
I mean, he does have 4 tanky DPS characters in front of him, and of course the Braum purely for peel, so he does have a lot of beef in front, but I take your point. It's not a Karma, it's not a Lulu, it's not necessarily a Kog'Maw focused comp, but this is going to be Kog'Maw in the back hitting rather than a Juggermaw, where Kog'Maw's going to be mostly positioned at the front of the fight.
And I love the Aurelion Sol pick coming out again. Fly has really shown what an expert he is on this pickup, consistently dealing the most damage to champions in the games he plays. He's very good at playing with the ranges on the stars. And moreover, I think that you're giving the KT the comfort pick to play the style they like, which is that great manipulation of minion waves, constant pressure, and when Fly can just hover between the 2 lanes, usually bottom and mid, and clear out minion waves while the rest of his team dives, it creates a lot of opportunities.
I gotta say, I look at a draft like this from SKT, and I'm reminded of the SKT of the T1K days, when the first game of a best of 5, they're like, here, have all your picks, and if we beat you, you'll be so demoralized that you won't be able to get through and win a best of 5, because there's so much comfort and so much strength on the side of KT. It's not necessarily a bad draft from SKT, but they're giving KT, the team in form, so much comfort.
Yeah.
SKTelecom still going to have to play this really as a pick composition. And we've also seen KT, when they are faced with the Malzahar, we've seen them buy 5 QSSs before. So KT knows how to deal with this. They've trained against Malzahar very extensively, and they react usually with second, third item QSSs on every single player on the team. I think the real surprise for me, Papa, is no Tahm Kench from SKTelecom here. That has been such an important pick, and they've been prioritizing it in the first round of the draft on blue and red side. So the Taric, bit of a mystery to me this time.
Especially if you have a Malzahar that could really do with getting the Devour after he unloads his first combo and then get his cooldowns back and come out during a fight. So I completely agree. I was going to bring it up during the draft. They've gone for the Taric, more team fight power.
All right, well, let's go ahead and get right onto the rift here for Game 1. The Telecom War continues. SKT versus KT Rolster. All right, what better way to kick off a playoff best of 5 than with an Infernal Drake?
Finally, no more oceans like the other day. That was terrible.
You can hear the audience. KT fans definitely here today. Whole packed studio as well, so nice to see the old E Stadium filled up.
The oldest rivalries in Korean esports renewed. And we see one of the old meta picks coming through in that Maokai that has clearly been picked to try and tussle up with an immobile AD carry. It was a blocker pick in the end to Jhin. I think Jhin here would have been massively powerful with a less threatening top laner. And you're against Echo, a champion with a very strong laning phase, and Maokai, traditionally, at least he doesn't die, and he does facilitate turret dives and other aggro.
Yeah, I totally agree, too, that the Braum pick was in setup for that Jhin, because even KT here, against Malzahar and Maokai, would much rather have the Tahm Kench alongside that Kog'Maw in the bottom lane. And what do we see here? Someday is in a bottom brush.
Oh, boy.
Are they lane swapping on 6:15?
Looks like it.
You say lane swap, I say invade.
They're moving up through the jungle, waiting for.
Well, they're certainly not going to expect this.
Oh boy, here comes the Johnny. He's gonna throw out the winner's bite, finds Blank. He's gonna get exhausted, flashes away, flash forward from Arrow, will get the stun coming through, and that's gonna be first blood. Goes over to score. He does it yet again. He's continually getting those first bloods for his team, and that is gonna start KT off quite nicely and it should tilt the hell out of Blank.
Well, this now comes down to what is going to happen in the first 5 minutes of this game while the turrets in top and mid are still fortified. So Echo will be able to clear out the waves early with the Time Winder, and Wolf going on a little bit of a roam into the mid lane. Not going to be too effective, though.
Yeah, trying to find a gank of his own, but Fly playing up into that river. Going to keep himself safe away from that Dazzle, so he will be quite safe in mid. Meanwhile, Someday and Bang going to be duking it out in the bottom lane. Take a little bit of damage there. The Sivir, of course, going to be doing quite nicely with that added range that she has over top of Someday. He has to jump in if he wants to try to get that kill. Now Score coming up to the top lane. Duke is in a pretty rough spot, but KT not really able to go for a dive. They're still level 2.
Now, KT will get a lot of punishment onto this turret, as Monty mentioned. We're on patch 6.15, so the turret reinforcements, which are very powerful in the first 5 minutes, don't apply to bot.
It's going to be the recalls coming through here.
Yep, they're not going to give any time, so actually KT going to get away with this one, actually. Push the wave up. It is going to give Duke a little bit more farm. Someday going to have to use his teleport, but I have to say, guys, I love this game plan that came out from KT, because who has been the underperforming member of SKTelecom? It's Blink. So what do? You design a cheesy invade on this patch that no one's going to be expecting, and maybe that tilts Blink. Maybe it gets him in a really bad situation.
Blank's in the jungle here. Hichani's going for the kill. Almost has the concussive blows. Will be able to lock him up. And arrows wrapping around from the side. He does not have the flash available, but he's got enough range. The exhaust from Wolf not going to be enough. Kill goes over to Hichani, and they will take down Blank yet again. 0-2 in less than 4 minutes.
And that is a straight-up mistake from Blank. He just saw the Echo TP into the top lane, and he should have known, even though we saw Wolf get some wards down in the jungle to prepare that, that there was going to be Arrow and Hichani coming back into his lane. And he still goes for the red buff, gets locked down, and Hichani so far is just beating Blank up.
This is a strategy that KT obviously didn't show in their last series against Samsung. We saw 3 games of standard lanes, and in our 6th game on patch 6.15, KT's thrown what we thought was going to be a very passive early meta on its head, swapped back and punished now for the red, and Score's not even done.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to get anything here. The Raptors will fall to Blank, so he's able to at least hold on to that. But Score just going to continue showing face inside SKTelecom's jungle and just try to really upset Blank and tilt them as much as they possibly can.
I mean, this is the perfect start of your KT. We've heard about Blank before, sometimes having issues with nerves, and we've seen it. His performance is not very consistent, to say the least, but he's shown up in the big games. But here, getting off to a start like this is absolutely brutal, and he's going to have some really strong mental fortitude to recover from this.
Yeah, I mean, we saw at the end of the spring finals that he got scared by those fireworks. I can only imagine how bad he jumped when he saw Hichani, Arrow, and Score coming around the side of the jungle.
And the biggest benefactor of this is the Aurelion Soul in mid lane. You take a lot of harass from Malzahar. You're going to probably take the E bouncing on top of you, and just very easy to hit those skills. You get in close to melee range when you're farming with your Celestial Expansion, and then flash Rek'Sai and suddenly you're dead, especially around level 6. With the flash that's been down for Blank for a long time, he's under-leveled, can't actually afford to visit mid lane. It's been more farm than Fly could get to, even if he's 10 CS behind in a different game.
Yeah. He's at least level 4, still keeping pace with Score in that regard, so he's not falling too terribly behind, you know, compared to the enemy jungler.
Surprisingly, still
CS
going
be
the
nice.
longsword into the Tiamat build, at least ostensibly, and that's usually a nice snowball build from behind. Can definitely be punished.
It's going to be a bit risky here for SKT. But for now, they're doing all right, just collecting up as much CS as they possibly can. Bang has a little bit of a lead, as does Duke in that top lane against Someday. So that is helping bring the gold back. You can see we're just a couple hundred apart at this point, despite those 2 kills, and that, of course, that first blood gold coming through in favor of KT.
Yeah, well, Bang especially did have some extra time in the lane because of the swap back from KT, and he's gone for the cull, so that's got to be the hope right now, is that maybe they can catch up when it comes to farming. But as we see, the recalls were not exactly synced there from the top laner, so Duke will be falling basically back to even as Someday recalls himself. Probably just going to ult back into that top side. Nope, he's going to walk it.
This laning phase between Kog'Maw and Sivir in a 2v2, and they both have melee support, so that's kind of a wash. As always, over with more levels gone to the advantage of Kog'Maw. You outrange the Sivir so much that outside of, say, burst trades, or Sivir pops the ultimate and looks for a kill, Kog'Maw will just win out because he has such an immense range advantage when his W is up.
Yeah. Just going to be starting off, going to be looking for that Wit's End first. Then he can move into all of those fun items such as the Runaan's Hurricane. Going to be a ways out on that. Blank will be able to get a little bit of an invasive play down as he takes away these Raptors, but Score's waiting. Comes over the wall and says, oh, they're gone. So Blank will successfully get away with that little invade, but overall, SKTelecom not able to find much ground anywhere else on the map. Pearl Drake going to be standing for quite some time. What with these duos in the bottom lane.
2-item power spike for the Kog'Maw is going to be so immense this game. Because, of course, on-hit Kog'Maw has been all the rage ever since Sangyun brought it out for Afrika. But consider Wit's End into Hurricane, the magic resist Shred that's going to be amplifying the damage of all three of the Echo, Gragas, and Aurelion. So it's going to do a lot of work.
Oh boy, yeah, the Nethergrass coming in on the fly is going to take a hell of a lot of damage. Pops the heal to get himself out to safety. So he'll stay alive, but Summoner Spell down. Ghost used by Faker, so it'll be a bit of a one-for-one trade, but of course that short cooldown on the Ghost Faker is going to be able to throw that out willy-nilly.
Yeah, just got a Score here to help push out the lane to give Fly an opportunity
He's
to
level 6, but
get back.
want to go for anything. Faker showing that he's still quite practiced on this Malzahar lane down as much grass as he possibly can. Of course, Fly not having very many items at this point is going to be looking for that catalyst to the Aeons. Looks like he doesn't have enough gold just yet to be able to buy it, so let's come back in with the Ruby Crystal.
It's one of the unique things about the Aurelion Soul is that with Swiftness, Boots Rush, and of course his E ability is able to get back to lane very fast.
Wolf's going to take a bit of damage. They slow him up. Gonna get that heal coming through, but he gets knocked really low. Still has the flash and the exhaust up, but some brutal punishments coming through from Arrow and Johnny in this bottom lane. Now with the ulti up, this could actually be very scary. Wolf try to walk this out. It's not level 6 yet, but looks like Arrow running low on mana. Doesn't really want to overcommit for this.
Knows that Wolf's Summoner's up, so no reason to trade your flash for Tarek's flash if you're a Kog'Maw.
Also, Duke was not in lane and had his TP, so real danger if you overcommit there past the minion wave. That
Score says thank you
up.
for that. Goes in with a body slam.
Aurelion Soul's
He'll get
coming.
popped up, but yeah, Fly pinching down. Blank gonna try to get over the wall, but Score says get the hell away from there. Pops him back with the cast, and Blank is just gonna have to flash out. So goes in for the steal, can't get the big Raptor, and now has his flash down yet again.
And he was outsmote on 2 separate occasions. We saw Score steal away the Scuttle Crab in the top river and then take his Raptors back. So Blank actually has wasted a lot of time, and Score has been there to get the camps and to get the pressure. So flash down now too. Limit Blank's abilities to actually affect these lanes.
Fly going in, looking for the stun, not able to find it. The Malefic Visions, they're going to start doing some pretty decent damage to this Aurelion Soul that doesn't have that Rod of Ages stacking up yet, so not going to be too tanky. And Faker, of course, going to have that damage coming through earlier with the Fiendish Codex and the Lost Chapter, so he'll be doing quite a bit of grassing in that mid for a while.
His only loss on the Aurelion Soul is 6-1, was against Faker. Much earlier in the season, it was Aurelion Soul versus Azir that day. Azir out of the meta, but Malzahar is similarly really punishing matchup for the Aurelion Soul. He just takes so much incidental damage in the laning phase.
Worth noting, though, that the Aurelion Soul was the only win KT got in their last best of 3, too. So it's not like he hasn't had victories over Faker with it. And a free Drake here for SKTelecom. They'll take that.
Yeah, they're able to move in for that, but Johnny didn't have any vision down in the river. Comes in just too late, scores on the top side of the jungle.
I mean, Fly really wanted to go back to pick up his Catalyst, and
Wit's End as well for Kog'Maw.
Yep, so they took advantage of the fact that KT basically abandoned the mid and bot lanes, and that'll be a great early pickup.
Void Rush coming through, Score. He's going to take a bit of damage. Faker still pushing after him, but doesn't want to commit with another grass. Flame just not able to arrive in time. Wolf flashing away will get locked up. Ultimate's not going to come through in time. That's going to be a quick kill coming through for the Kog'Maw. Nicely done in the bottom lane for KT. They'll put the 3rd kill on the board. Oh, meanwhile, Duke up in top. Going to be going low. There's no way he's going to get out of here. Trying to trade back a kill on a Score. Works him low, but it's just going to be another kill for the Gragas. So losing battles for SKTelecom across the map.
I mean, that when you get killed cross map like that, there is something that has gone seriously wrong.
Oh, well, it's not done yet. Johnny is going to be taking this up. The heal comes through. He's going to try to jump away. One more shot. Might have been able to do it, but they're able to get him. An arrow, the last shot. Will it kill him? No! Able to walk away with about 36 HP in the end, and that'll be a 2nd picked up for Kog'Maw. My God.
And we were
KT.
talking about standard lanes, guys, and Wolf and Bang have been so long a duo, and in standard lanes they're getting rocked by the KT duo. Hachani's level up this season has gone under-discussed in my opinion. This guy, you know, a former champion of the LCK 2 years ago, has really leveled up. So we start the fight. The moment that the Winter's Bite hits, Wolf's in a lot of trouble. He dies, didn't trigger his ult early enough. But the question is, how does this gank work when he has a pink and a red ward down? He has perfect vision here, Duke, and he just dies.
And he could have flashed out of the parallel convergence too. He had his flash, didn't actually have to get stunned at all. So that was simply poor play, poor awareness from Duke in the top lane.
Yeah, we all know how that turned out for Bang in the end of the play. It's going to be a second Infernal Drake coming up in about 4 minutes or so. KT going to have to put that one on for themselves, because if they give the second Infernal Drake over to SKTelecom, that's when things can start getting a little bit shaky despite the lead that they've grown for themselves.
Okay, some more action
now,
coming. Blank and Faker.
Bang. Still not going to pop that on the hunt. Hold on to it, get a little bit of damage in, but nothing really going to come of that.
Let's talk about Hachani Pop, because that's actually a very interesting conversation this season. Because you didn't get to your point.
And that's the thing, is his level up is the big story. Is Fly and Faker tussle in the mid lane.
You might not get to your point. The Nether Grass is going to come out, Fly, work down to about half. The minions are going to chip away at him. Hachani not arriving in time to really make a difference. He's going to walk past that one pink ward, but he finds a second one, so it's all right.
I mean, Hachani's a former champion. He won with the KT Rolster Arrows, the last team that, other than SKTelecom, to win an LCK, but he was very much the 5th member of the team. There was 4 stars and there was Hachani. And look, he didn't look great in 2015, then was pushed out by Peekaboo. Was coach of Anarchy now. Of course.
Flash body slam on the Bang. They pop him back.
All
Has a
kills.
spell shield, but that's not going to matter at all. Score just sets up another play, and they take out Bang.
Bang not fast enough on the spell shield there. Surprised by Score, and with no summoners. That was all she wrote, and KT will take the turret too. And this is looking like it is going to be a very one-sided game in favor of KT Rolster.
If SKT can snipe out that second Infernal Drake, though, it could help them inch back in.
They need it.
I mean, Blank is getting a takeaway on the blue buff. He's going to hand that over to Faker. But the tower's getting ready to go down in bot, and that should be that nice little burst of gold. The first brick, as Doa has deemed it, from the bottom lane in favor of KT. Somebody now going to get benched on in top. Duke is going to be more than happy to take this up. Also have Faker in the wings to help finalize this kill. He's going to snap back and a little bit of damage. It flashes away, but the Malefic Visions are there. A little bit of a... that was close. A little bit of a steal by Blank with the Prey Seeker. Could have given that one over to Faker, but really wanted to make sure that that kill came through. So SKTelecom, they finally put one on the board, but they're just getting punished around the map. Bottom lane tower goes down. Now they're looking for the tier 1 in mid.
They don't even get that first brick with the 3-man aggression into the top Achilles. They're going to lose mid lane as well, and they're trading down again, SKT.
Yeah, they are. Looks like they might be able to get the turret in top, but still it's going to be a 2-for-1 in favor of KT in that regard. Finally, we're able to pick up a kill. That's going to help Blank out just a little bit, but to 3 members to lock down someday up top.
Hachani has always been a smart player whose mechanics let him down, but this season's mechanics have been a lot better. His decision-making in-game has always seemed to be outweighed by his strategic intelligence out of game. That's why he was coach of Anarchy a year ago, but he's kind of putting everything together, minimizing the downsides of, you know, his mechanical ability, and his performance this season, he's probably been the best performing support in the league.
Yeah, well, I think he does have the highest percentage of deaths for his team.
Someone has to die, Monty. Someone has to die. If you're playing the melee supports, you're going to die.
I mean, everybody was playing the melee supports, and Hachani still managed to die more than any other player in comparison to the total deaths of his team. But it is true, the way Hachani plays is he often flashes in to engage fights. Like, that's just the way he is as a support player. So he does sort of take one for the team quite a few times. And it's not so much the Hachani face checking that we like to joke about. It's actually been toned down pretty significantly.
He's done it a couple times here and there in recent memory.
He's still Hachani sometimes, but it's not as much as he used to.
You can't lose that bit of your identity as hard as you try.
With this lead, KT again, 2-item power spike on the Kog'Maw is going to be just unbelievably strong with the Wits End Hurricane synergy. So SKT, it's only late game when Civ is really going to get going, and late game's looking a long damn time away.
Well, you can see this Infernal Drake now spawning. All of KT are set and prepped to take this one out. Looks like SKTelecom might just have to hand this over. Oh, KT, they're not going to start this up.
No, they don't want
Or
to
does
start
it
it now
depend?
till they can push out the lanes. Like, they just want to make sure that SKT doesn't have position. SKT going to try and get some damage on the mid tower instead, but it's like Kog'Maw's got the lane where they want it, so they may go ahead and make that attempt.
Already uses W though, so that's going to be a cooldown. They want to start the Drake without. Good pressure from Duke in the top lane. Looking in terms of flank wards, there's almost none there for SKT. There's no wards around the Drake at all, so
Yeah, now that
just
they
the
got cleared
couple
out,
here.
they'll be able to sweep through those. Now Baker getting pinched on from the bottom side. Score coming forward, throws out the barrel. It's not going to be looking for that explosive cast yet. Wants to save that for this fight that is just looming ever nearer around this Infernal Drake.
KT can start the Drake, then kite downwards. There are no flank wards for the Maokai, only on one side of the choke, so that's pretty good stuff for KT.
Someday trying to trade some damage back in the top lane. Has that Trinity Force completed, so opted in for that rather than the Iceborne Gauntlet. So just going to be trying to output as much as he can against the tree, but Duke is still going to be pretty healthy with that Spirit Visage and that Corrupting Potion that he has in the inventory.
SKT taking a fight without an Aegis sounds really painful to me, guys.
This is pretty risky. Duke and Someday both in that top lane, but that's going to be the recall actually coming through from Fly. It's pretty low. They'll pull out the cask, but it's too late. That will be a second Infernal Drake going over to SKTelecom.
Wow. SKT has had the best Drake control in the league, hands down. They get 64% of the dragons that spawn in their games, but KT is just really not applying the pressure that they needed to, not getting the waves in the right place, and giving over 2 Infernal Drakes really does give SKTelecom a way to get back into this game.
KT have, conversely to SKT, really deprioritized Drake in general, especially the early ones, but that's usually in service of getting Someday a big lead. Someday has been the one member that, once again, has been targeted out by SKT, doing fine. Very comparable in CS to a Maokai, but no actual lead there for that investment. So KT, maybe the Drake just being an oversight, and in a series 2 days ago, it would have been an Ocean Drake, so you're kind of like, well, sucks, but what can you do? 2 Infernals does give SKT something big in the late game.
Yeah, especially as the items are getting ready to come through for Bang. Has the Essence Reaver completed. It's going to be looking for, looks like his Seal item coming through. So he's really going to start firing off damage. So it's something that has to be concerned about. But you can see a very early QSS already coming through for Arrow, completing that before the Rudan's Hurricane.
I mean, you have to, because the combo of Twisted Advance, I think, going into another Grasp is something that they can't have for their main source of damage in this game. So maybe a little bit conservative, but he is going to go ahead and pick it up early, and that's what we've seen from KT. When they play against Malzahar, they tend to get early QSS.
I just think on Arrow in particular, ahead of a Hurricane, it's a bit questionable to me because they've had map control for the majority, maybe not around the Drake, but everywhere else. They have a very strong front line. Theoretically, Arrow should never be in range of Faker until much later in the game, and there hasn't been that many flank wards for the Maokai, so it seems a bit too much safety first for my liking.
I think that because it's too early for SKT to force Baron, and because Drake isn't coming up for another few minutes, one of the ways this game could spiral out of control and you could lose turrets is if Arrow gets picked off. He doesn't need, they don't need more wave clear than they've got right now, so why not just get the QSS safely and get the Hurricane by the time the next Drake spawns, and you're going to have it for the next team fight anyway.
I think that it's fine because he's also 2-0 and 3 and has a bit of a CS lead over top of Bang. So it's not like he's starving for gold. He has that coming through from those assists, from those 2 kills that he was able to pick up in the bottom lane. So it's not like he's, zeros across the board, even in CS, and still investing money into the QSS. So that's going to help even him out a little bit. In any other context, I agree with you, but I think for here, it is okay and probably really smart of Arrow to have that already.
But what's the next objective for KT? They've taken the 2 easier turrets. They've opened up the map to some degree, taking mid lane for now. The top lane turret has gone fairly undamaged for Maokai, and they've given away the Drake, so they haven't taken the maximum to really snowball their lead, and for now, they're kind of just meandering around the mid lane and their own jump.
Yeah, 21 minutes in, Baron not going to be able to be taken by any of these teams. You can see the Rudan's Hurricane has been completed now for Arrow, so it wasn't that big of a setback. The 2-item power spike does come through from that Cogball, so this will help KT get into more of a position where they can pick these fights. Speaking of which, it's going to be Fly potentially getting caught out in the top lane. Exhaust coming through. Duke's here as well, locks him down with the Twisted Advance. The Poison Flight will push him away, but Fly's still falling pretty low. Flashes and heals to get himself out. Looks like he will live through that. So a couple investments coming out of SKTelecom, and they can't lock down the kill.
3 summoners used by SKT. They do get 2 away from Fly. They can't quite convert it. This Aurelion Soul really does get tanky. You get that Rod of Ages, you get the Rylai's, and he becomes a pretty reliable frontliner.
Yeah. And he has to be, so he can just sit up there, use that Celestial Expansion, chip away at you. Someday, shoving forward in the bottom lane. Knows that Blank's in the area, so he's just going to wrap around, spot out that Grump. But Fertile Drake getting ready to spawn in 2 minutes. 3 in a row. Who would have thought?
I mean, if SKT gets this one, it may just be game over for KT. Like, 3 Infernal Drakes is such an enormous advantage in League of Legends, and they have that high damage on Sivir.
But again, it's kind of only Sivir. Malzahar does do good late game team damage, but it's going to be very hard for him to actually output damage with how much CC and tanky DPS will be trying to shut him down. So it is a 2-threat comp. So certainly if it's a top lane character, if there was a Gangplank, then certainly this game is pretty much in the books. But it's not great to be fighting against 3 Infernal Drakes, but I think KT could still do it.
Well, KT now going to be looking for this last Tier 1 tower up in the top lane. It's just going to be Wolf and Bang in the area. Blank is kind of meandering his way over, but Turret took a bit of damage earlier on when KT had that lane swap, so they're able to work it down very quickly with that Cogmaw. So that will be the last Tier 1 going down. SKTelecom going to be looking for their second tower now in the bottom lane as Duke keeps working the wave up. A couple more hits coming through will do the job, so should be able to take this away before anyone from KT can arrive.
KT's been so smart all season. It was on display against Samsung, picking up CS when rotating. And although they've fallen behind in a couple of lanes, specifically the mid lane, they first had Cogmaw in mid with Hurricane, and they rotated over their Echo. And just when Echo wants to back, Cogmaw will be back there. So keeping this final mid outer lane turret up for KT is so important for their map control and denying something like the big Maokai teleport flank.
Yep, well, Score finds Blank in the river. Just smack him around a couple times. But that Infernal Drake now spawning in 10 seconds. KT might just be looking to make a pick, send somebody back to base, and then start up that Infernal Drake. Because, as mentioned, if they're not able to take this away from SKTelecom, they almost certainly will be able to swing right back into a lead with that 24% increase to their 80 and AP.
Duke's decided he never wants to take magic damage. He has both a Spirit Visage and a Banshee Veil against on-hit Cogmaw. So he's got that going for him.
Yeah, we'll be going for a Frozen Heart too, presumably, which helps cut down, considering Cogmaw is basically the on-hit build is an attack speed build.
I mean, if you can zone a Hurricane away from a fight, if Maokai can tussle with Cogmaw out of range of his allies, then he's doing his job. All he has to do is trivialize the Cogmaw, and with a build like this, he's certainly within a shot of doing.
Well, we can see the Dragon started up here by KT. It's going to be well-timed because Duke doesn't have the teleport, so wouldn't be able to answer a fight in any way, shape, or form. So KT will be able to put 8% stats on the board for them. SKTelecom just going to have that 8% advantage. But Cloud Drake will be our next one coming through. So our fourth and final Dragon before we hit the Elder.
Game stalled out a lot. So one-sided to KT around the 12-minute mark. Last 12 minutes have been kinder to SKT.
Like in the pit, he'll be able to tunnel out of there though. Not going to find a pick. They were looking for Faker. Didn't notice the Rek'Sai sitting there idly by. Prey Seeker won't kill the Scuttle, so KT will just maintain dominant vision in the lane. They're playing this one out nice and patient. They're not looking to throw like they did last time these two teams faced off.
Yeah, that's the big difference, is the patience from KT. They don't look very nervous here. They don't look like they're trying to jump the gun or afraid that if the game goes long that they will lose, and taking unnecessary risks to close early, just waiting back. One objective being picked up at a time.
Silence comes through on the Score. Faker not looking for him as his target for the Nethergrass, but the Dazzle comes through. Score's going to get locked up, and he should go down. The Malefic Vision's there ticking away on him. The shield will save his life for the time being. Duke now arriving with the TP. And Fly getting locked down, but the Nethergrass on the other side of the fight. He's going to go low. He's going to go down. That's going to be a kill. Picked up for SKTelecom as Blank finds the killing blow. Johnny going low, going to have to try to get out of here, as does Score. Arrow's still pretty healthy, as is Someday. They're not going to be able to stick around and really push this fight further.
Faker did a great job of baiting out Score's flash. He flashed before Score did.
Here.
Looking for more, goes in on a Someday, gets a bit of damage down onto the Echo, but the Baron has been started up by SKTelecom. Score's coming around the backside, sitting on top of that pink ward. So They will see him. This is still very risky for SKT. Duke is tanky, but he will be able to take the brunt of the damage. The score's going to be looking for the steal. They throw the boomerang over the wall. Blank's going to come out and try to just zone him off as the rest of SKTelecom finishes off this objective. They should be able to do it. The Dazzle not going to connect on the Hajani, but now someday comes in. Can he find it? No, not going to be able to find it. SKTelecom will claim the Baron, but Faker is going to pay for it with his life. Wolf trying to recall out in the back of the pit's not going to be able to do so. He's going to have to flash the wall, and Hajani with Arrow in tow are able to find another kill onto Duke, so they will get rid of 2 of those buffs. But SKT, they get the Baron on 3 members, plus that gold.
SKTelecom, they're a very punishing team if you make a mistake. They are decisive. How many times in their history have we seen a play made like this? And Blank does take a bit of a risk. He's the one who exits the Baron pit, actually, which is very unusual to try and keep score back.
I mean, they didn't have any other options. It wasn't in range of the Maokai. I guess Score didn't have time to kill the pink or didn't see it. Not clear on that one. They almost take down Blank, which would have removed the ability to smite, but gets back into the pit. Does get the smite. There's always going to be exit kills here. Faker, obviously, well overextended trying to zone early. Worth noting that Duke, nice turnaround on Hajani, does make it only a 2-for-1 for KT as he picks up the Braum, but you take the Baron and get a nice load of gold from that. Makes the game just 2,000, so still very, very close at 28 minutes.
Yeah, and having those extra bits of stats coming through is going to be helping out SKTelecom. We'll see how much more gold they can pick up now that they have this Baron buff in tow. We can see Arrow coming through, has the Blade of the Ruin King completed as his 3rd item. Bang, opting into the rapid fire cannon. Thought maybe we would see that Phantom Dancer coming out, but wanted that additional attack range.
So while Blade Cog has always been a staple, obviously, extra current health damage to complement his max health, the reason why we're seeing it here is he sees 2 magic resist item Maokai, and he's like, well, I need to build this because otherwise I'm going to take incidental magic damage from the Maokai and get hurt, and it's just physical damage to deal with the magic resist stacking. So I don't mind it as an adaptation.
He also needs the active to keep Maokai away from him, too. So usually we would see against his Rage Blade on the current on-hit build as a 3rd item on Cog, but I do agree it's the better item in this scenario.
Do you think that that's going to be coming through as the 4th item?
Yes.
For him? So
it's probably going to be Mercurial Scimitar and the Rage Blade. The Rage Blade complements every on-hit, and Blade of the Ruin King still an on-hit. And at the end of the day, you get 3rd item Rage Blade, and you have like 150 on-hit magic damage. Maokai does not give a crap about your on-hit magic damage with 2 magic resist items. So the burst of healing, the slow, they will help him out as Faker's overextended.
Yeah, Score's coming in here, has the Drunken Rage up. Spot him out, but Body Slam comes through, and Faker, he's pretty much just dead. No rides, jump forward from Hajani. They're just going to try to get on him. No flash available, as you said, and he goes down. That's another kill picked up here for Fly on the Aurelian Soul. His first, actually. But this will open up that mid-tier 1 for SKTelecom to take.
I'm not going to push it too far. They don't have eyes on the members of KT right now, so don't want to overcommit and get cut off from behind. Someday also showing up for a little bit of wave clear, and here come the rest of KT. Just prompt SKTelecom to back off, but you know, even though they got the Baron, the needle on the gold lead, it really hasn't moved at all. KT still, they've been 2 to 3K ahead this entire game, so keeping it close.
Which is pretty much the best thing you could hope for SKTelecom watching this so far, given how the game started off for them.
I mean,
Blue buff going to be handed over.
Getting the Baron was so big for SKT, because you look at KT's comp, and when you're talking about initiation, it's Gragas only, and Gragas is much better when he has a Lissandros, another CC, to get that guaranteed ultimate on. You know, if you can poke out the Malzahar, he has no flash, sure, you can catch the Malzahar, but if KT is kiting back around objectives and SKT has to fight them, KT has a wonderfully powerful teamfight comp. But if SKT can just opt out of fights, which they've done ever since we were 6-1 very early in the game, they can at least equalize the gold. What we've seen so far is Blank.
Oh my.
Yeah, he's just going to get shredded down below half.
That's before the Rage Blade comes through and starts doubling those on-hit effects.
Yeah, that very well could have been a dead Rek'Sai if that were the case. You can see Bang, though, has the Infinity Edge completed, so he's really going to start firing off the damage to those Ricochet crits in these team fights.
The crazy thing, too, about this Kog'Maw is Braum walks around a team fight and just starts hitting everybody with concussive blows. That combined with the attack speed and the Hurricane from Kog'Maw means that you can get multiple stuns very quickly.
The Penta stun, well, that's going to be on the hunt popped, and Arrow goes pretty low. Score going to try to gatekeep Blank away from the Kog'Maw as he's running out. The Bluff Vision still ticking him down pretty low. KT looks like they're just going to try to back off down this river. The Cloud Drake does get engaged somewhere in the mix. But neither team really going to be able to commit for this one. Something still pushing forward, just trying to zone SKTelecom back. Losing the Cloud Drake wouldn't be the most awful thing to happen for KT. Well, it looks like they might want to put up a fight against
SKT used 2 ults right there, and KT used none, so there's a real possibility KT can wrap back around. Arrow was life-stealing off of the Krugs.
See him moving back into Johnny sitting up in the front lines, taking a bunch of damage. So if Dragon's going to go low, will be confirmed by Blank. Now KT, can they make something happen with the rest of this fight? Arrow low on mana and HP, trying to push up and utilize that play of the Rune King, but someday gets locked up and he's going to go down. Has the Guardian Angel available to try to bring him back up, but Johnny dies. Malzahar is going to come up with a kill on Arrow as he falls. Can he get anything with a passive? It doesn't look like it. A double stun on the parallel convergence from Someday should be able to let him exit safely with his life. But KT, they get rocked a little bit in that fight, only are able to find a kill on that Bang, and they lose the bottom lane.
Well, nobody was peeling for Arrow. We saw basically Someday get chunked out right at the beginning of the fight. He couldn't get on to Bang quickly. And then Fly ended up next to Bang as he comes in. So a little bit overly aggressive here. Someday does get his GA popped eventually as he has whittled down by the Malefic Visions.
A really nice engage and a really nice explosive cast, but Sivir can fight with her tanks much better than Kog'Maw. Kog'Maw at the end of the day didn't have the Braum peel after the initial, started the fight at 50% health, died incidentally to a Malefic Visions on the backhand, so it's going to be going for some armor penetration as well, so maybe the Rage Bait will have to be skipped over in this game.
Yeah, it might have to be. The Executioner's calling is very important in these team fights against the Maokai, who will be using that passive to consistently heal up.
So he's going to go off the beaten path with this build. We've seen some differentiation with the builds here in Korea. Jin, especially, going to be very prevalent, but this time going to be changing things up a little bit with the Kog'Maw. We'll see how it's going to work out for KT, because that last fight, not very encouraging as they move forward. That double Infernal Drake SKTelecom definitely doing some work in these fights, and Faker starting to really rack up the damage with those Malefic Visions.
This comp just doesn't make things happen particularly well. Okay, in the laning phase where they got the good ganks, KT was super proactive, but unless they're starting a Baron and SKT's forced to funnel in, it's hard to both occupy Bang and have Arrow do damage in a fight. They can do one, but doing both is very, very tricky.
Duke looking for something, comes in from below. Gonna throw out the sapling, so they know exactly where he's at, but Baron has since respawned, and SKTelecom have a good amount of vision around that top side of the river. There's one ward, I believe, sitting in the pit for KT, so they'll know whether or not that objective gets started up, but they're just, of course, not in a position to really go for that after that last fight. Looks like now just going to keep this wave moving up in mid, try to have as much forward vision as they possibly can.
They've got to start doing something like threatening this Baron KT if they want to take this game. And they're starting to work away at the vision just a little bit, but there's quite a bit to go.
A Void Staff short of big damage on Fly, for example, who is working towards the Liandry's first, just for more burn. A lot of people are going to be opting into those Celestial Expansion stars during a fight, but no magic penetration like the Void Staff that Faker has already.
You know, opted into that Banshee's Veil as well for his third item. So he's going to be a ways out. Should have that Liandry soon, but the Void Staff is not going to be coming through for him for a little while here. Faker with Liandry's of his own on the way is just going to really start ticking down people. We already saw how much damage he did Someday after snatching it with that Nether Grab. It's going to be exacerbated even more for the members of KT once that comes through.
Is there an item threshold where Kog'Maw can actually shred through Maokai? That needs to happen at some point. Even if one person is helping him, they need to be able to DPS and move on to the next target. And I don't know if there's items that'll do that with this build.
Well, I do think that once the Mortal Reminder gets done and the Liandry's, at least they may have enough damage to get through. But yeah, certainly.
I mean, meanwhile,
big problem.
A Ricochet crit is going to be hitting people for 500 damage in the backline without even fully committing. So just the amount of time it takes to chop down a tree. Talking about woodchuckers here, I guess, but cutting down that tree is so hard for this Kog'Maw, and that's why he's had to modify the build.
Yeah, Duke is just absolutely massive at this point. That Guardian Angel is going to be doing some work, because now Arrow has to kill him twice in these fights, so that's going to be a pretty tall order for him. But, I mean, if he can get into a position lock down with the W and really fire off, he will be able to shred that Maokai fairly quickly, but even so, the likelihood of that without getting snatched up by something like the Unburrow, the Nether Grasp, is pretty unlikely for KT.
SKT have really steadied the ship this game. It was almost a basket case in the first 10 minutes. Blank was out of the game almost in the first 5.
Yeah.
But KT took that mid and outer bot lane turret. SKT picking up those 2 Infernal Drakes. Think of this game if KT had taken the first 2 Infernal Drakes, it would have been completely different. That tankiness wouldn't have been enough from Duke, but stealing away the Drakes against the run of play and KT not having the initiation to get more than the minimum has stalled it out to a point where SKT could win this game.
Yeah, 2-2-2 across the board for Blank, so definitely put in some work to make sure that that stat didn't drop any more than it already had. So hasn't died since the first 10 minutes of this game, really. So he's been in a much better spot. Hasn't been able to really create any picks, but was able to confirm that Baron, and that's probably going to be the most important thing that he's accomplished so far in this game. He's going to be looking for a second one soon. Score moving forward. We'll get unburrowed on the Dazzle. Not going to connect from Wolf. Blank still going really far forward, trying to get onto Arrow. He's going to flash on Burrow. The rest of SKT trying to collapse in time to get here. Arrow kiting back, and it's going to be Faker starting to fire off with a Malefic Vision, really ticking down score on this Gragas. Arrow getting locked down by the Twisted Advance, trying to kite back as best as he can, blows the Blade of the Root King, but it's just not doing enough. Duke is just sticking to him like glue. Meanwhile, on the backside of the fight, Someday is trying to find a kill on the Faker. I just don't know if he's going to be able to accomplish that. Actually, might come up with a double kill. He's going to get the Guardian Angel pop. So will come back in time. Faker looks like he might be out of range, so Silent going to be missed time. Jumps on the bang, but it doesn't matter. He's not able to find the kill. And Fly is still running away from Blank, gets the stun and should be able to outrun this Rek'Sai as the Praise Seeker does connect, but that is going to be 3 kills picked up for KT.
And it all
against KT.
All started out with Score getting caught out. He was trying to just be cute behind the Baron pit, but then he had to use his body slam to get out of the way. But the Sivir ult had already been popped, gave Blank enough time to get that flash on Burrow. Great engage by Blank, because that means Arrow took a bunch of damage from the Rek'Sai, then flashed, and then Duke was all over him. There were no more disengage tools available for the Kog'Maw, and Arrow was really a sitting duck.
The Cosmic Radiance was actually at just the right time as well, because when the Kog'Maw turned around after flashing, popped his W, the Cosmic Radiance was applying, actually did no damage. We're going to see a replay. Smart of Blank, it looks like an over-engage, but actually super smart, because as the Cosmic Radiance comes in, Arrow's finally at a safe distance. That's where Kog'Maw wants to fight. He's doing no damage, and then KT are caught between actually doing damage to the damage dealers and peeling for Arrow. They realize they can't peel for Arrow, and because they half commit between 2 objectives, they don't actually take down anyone on the side of SKT, and Duke solos down the Kog'Maw.
Yeah, and it was also at the start of that fight a 4v5 for a really long time before Someday was able to make it in. And without that Echo to punish the backline of SKTelecom, there's not really anything stopping Duke from just sitting on top of Arrow.
Yeah, we see that spirals SKTelecom into a lead here pretty firmly for the first time in the game. 72,000 to the 69,000 that KT has. They're going to pop on the hunt. Someday getting jumped on, taking so much damage. He is pretty much dead to right. Snaps back with the ultimate, but too little, too late. Faker comes up with a kill now. Hachani having to exit over the wall, but it doesn't matter. He's going to fall in the end. 2 more on the board for SKT. That should be the Elder Dragon going over to them. And you know what? It didn't look like it was going to happen at the start of that game, but they have just dragged the team back into a leading position. It looks like they're going to be able to close out game 1.
Yeah, smart macro from SKT. Really good decision making, especially surrounding those Barons. They have a very clear concept of how they want to fight, and they look like they're ready to deal with Arrow's Jhin, to deal with Arrow's Kog'Maw. So we got to hope that KT has another plan here, whether it's going back to Lucian or taking away the Sivir.
All this incidental AoE is just doing no damage with the damage reduction from the Maokai, and the first Maokai pick of the season I can really get behind has basically won SKT this game.
Yeah, they're going to go in, knock down the last remaining Nexus tower. KT doing what they can, but the Nether Grasp comes through from Faker. They'll lock him down, they'll take him out. Arrow just gets exploded, as does the remaining members of KT Rolster squad. And that's going to be SKT coming back from the dead in this game, finding a win. And that is going to be a nice start to them in this best-of-5 set.
Yeah, and I wonder what this means really for KT, because they had such a big advantage. And they showed a strategy. They tried to get Blank off of his game early. They were up heavily in terms of kills, but they couldn't actually close it out. SKTelecom was the better team when it came to coordination and team fighting.
And then you talk about the SKT draft. The Maokai pick denied the Jin the arrow, so desperately wanted to play this game. They pivoted onto Kog'Maw, even though it wasn't necessarily a protect the Kog'Maw comp. It was Kog'Maw incidentally as an AD carry, and Kog'Maw has the same disadvantage as Jin against the Maokai flank, and I think it was on full display that a mobile AD carries against Maokai has always been happy hunting grounds for the tree.
And we're going to have to think about how this is going to impact KT, because you guys mentioned it in the beginning of the broadcast. You know, very big strategy that you could have. Give all of these comfort picks over to KT Rolster and then stomp them out with it and potentially tilt the team. If that was the gambit that SKT was trying to run, it paid off for them.
Yeah, well, there's lots of games left in this best of 5.
I hope so.
Yeah, hopefully. I hope
find
so
out.
too. But yeah, not a lot of damage there as a result of the way that SKTelecom was playing the map and the way they itemized. No real chance for the Kog'Maw, which we have seen do absurd late game damage. Couldn't get online. So Maokai ban coming up next game.
Yeah.
We could certainly see that. That was usually a Marin exclusive ban, but maybe it's time to ban it against Duke as well.
I think you ban it. If you're KT, you need to be able to run the Jin. You need to be able to run the Kog'Maw. SKTelecom has shown that they're willing to play the Maokai themselves. Now, does Sunday take it? It's his most played champion of all time. He's a really good Maokai player. Another option on the table for KT, but I think that with the way Arrow has been playing, you need to make sure that he is not going to get absolutely destroyed.
Well, certainly a possibility. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, we'll have Game 2 of SKTelecom versus KT Rolster.
Got a feeling that I'm going under, but I know that I'll make it out alive if I quit calling you my lover. Move on. You watch me beat it till I can't breathe, shaking, falling onto my knees, and now that I'm with
right, welcome back. Your MVP from game 1 was Faker. 2, 2, and 10 on the Malzahar. Got a good amount of assists coming in there with an 86% kill contribution. That'll be his first MVP here in playoffs. Going to be trying to catch up to Fly, who currently has that first place spot.
I'm a bit confused as to why Faker was the MVP of this game. Certainly,
he hits that R so good, Monty.
yeah, I mean, he was fine, but in my opinion, like, we had Duke doing a lot more to actually shut down the members of, especially Arrow, and the damage from KT.
And I think a lot of the advantages that SKT got this game, you have to come back to the drafting phase. I think Koma with the Maokai pick late in the rotation. While it was Maokai doing a lot of work, obviously wasn't flashing mechanics out of the Maokai. He did exactly the role he was drafted to do. And SKT looked at what KT liked to play, the Aurelion Soul, the immobile AD carries. They drafted a comp to beat it, and they did so.
So you're saying you want to give Koma the MVP?
Yeah, I'm going full EULCS in this one, Achilles.
Oh, you never go full EULCS, Papa Smithy.
I'm rolling dice. Let's see what happens.
Well, KT, they went full, I'm thinking of a team that I could say. They went like full TL versus CLG. We'll go with that one.
I mean, KT controlled this game until they got the first 2 objectives. The Infernal Drakes were kind of the big factor we don't consider. That was an oversight from KT, and otherwise immaculate early game. It's just the early game never transitioned to the mid, never transitioned to the late, and SKT ran away with it.
And this is just one of those times, like, what would have happened if those were Ocean Drakes instead of Infernal Drakes for the first 2? The Drake RNG can have a big effect on these games, and KT coming out on the worst side of it. They will be blue side yet again for game number 2, so SKTelecom did pick red side in the first game of this series, so same sides.
Of course, not going to be seeing any roster swaps coming through. KT definitely don't want to take score out of the jungle. And it looks like Blank, despite having that really rough start to the game, was able to collect himself and play with the rest of the team as a pretty cohesive unit. I mean, that engagement in the mid lane, that looked really aggressive. You know, the flash, getting the double knock up on the Unburrow, that was really good play coming through by Blank. So he got to redeem that early play.
That has been his strength. He's been good at engaging, and he's been good in mid to late game team fights. It's just getting there sometimes means that SKTelecom has to overcome giant deficits.
I mean, considering where the game was, Blank got a farming phase that perhaps he should never have been granted from reprieve from KT, kind of taking their foot off the accelerator. So KT, great start to game 1. They need to actually drag that out though, and will we see something different? Because again, that was comfort for KT, and SKT had an answer.
I think the Karma ban that we saw is a throwaway. Now is where the Maokai should be banned, and there it is.
Yeah, so going to keep things pretty tight-knit, as we saw in game 1, except for the Maokai going to be an adaptation coming through from KT Rolster, which makes perfect sense. But so far, the Trundle, the Gangplank, now the Maokai, final ban coming through for SKT. We'll see what they want. It was Talia in the last game, and it's going to be Talia yet again. So they don't have to change too much.
I guess the only worry here for KT is that from the change in the bans, something like SKT taking a Juggernaut-esque comp is possible. So Karma, maybe you just take it for Chani, who's undefeated on the pick. We think of him more as a melee support, but if you take first pick Karma, it may deny some strategies, but they're going to take the Sivir that obviously SKT highly prioritized in game 1.
Yeah, trying to mess with SKT right now. Are we going to see a Tahm Kench? This game was a bit of a mysteriously not present, put it that way. Mysterious absence in the first game of this series. And especially if that Malzahar comes through again, having the Tahm Kench is going to be very useful for KT. But as you say, maybe KT also goes for a Karma Sivir lane. Extraordinarily powerful, great early game presence, and movement speed in the later phases of the game, rounding it out.
But KT can probably draft pretty similar to game 1, with Sivir as a plug and play for the Kog'Maw, and they don't have to worry about a champion like Maokai, who kind of outscales damage in a lot of cases if he gets enough tank items and then has the value from his ultimate. So there's not really a replacement for Maokai. That's why the ban, I think, is going to be really powerful. Now, they had a 2-man front line. One part of that front line was the Rek'Sai, and SKT will take it again.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and snatch that up despite the Gragas being available for them to get on their first rotation. So looks like Blank said, you know what? I did get on Rek'Sai. Let's go ahead and run it again. And Faker is going to be saying the same thing with Malzahar in mid.
What will KT want to do? How much change will there be on the other 4 picks on the side of KT compared to what they drafted in Game 1? Will we see the return of the Aurelion Sol and Echo? The Echo is quite likely, worth knowing that Game 1 was, of course, Sunday's first competitive loss on Echo. He is now 8-1 on that champion lifetime.
Still got a pretty good score line to go off of, but definitely besmirched after that loss in Game 1. So it looks like they are going to be revisiting this pick. They have the long hover over it. It looks like it could just be Gragas yet again. So far, Civ are going to be the only plug-and-play tool coming in. KT, they're just going to keep it going.
Interesting that they would grab the Gragas early here when the jungler already been taken by SKT, and we could have seen that Karma with the Echo instead. It's going to be waiting it out, and we have seen, of course, Someday struggle in that Gnar versus Echo lane matchup. He died twice to Cuvee in solo kills against Samsung with his flash and ultimate up both times. Hopefully that will not be happening again.
Yeah, I mean, comparing Cuvee to Duke, some differences there as far as the players go, so you can be damn sure that Duke would be able to take a hold of that matchup in the 1v1 with this Gnar. Looks like SKT may very well just be going for this, so there'll be another engage tool coming through as well as the Ashe for Bang if they want to lock that one up. But looks like they're tooling around with the idea of the Kog'Maw themselves, and with the clock ticking down, it's going to be locked in.
I had a feeling that the Kog'Maw will be coming through from SKT. I thought it would be a bit more Juggermore-esque, because of course Faker has been on utility mages for the better part of the LCK history since the start of the 2015 season, but could just draft the likes of the Tahm Kench or the Braum as a last pick to give that Kog'Maw a bit of protection, and could have gone for the Ashe for engage, but they're definitely now peeling back with part of this comp.
Looks like from mid now, thinking about the Varus for Faker in mid.
So Varus has been the answer to Juggermore comps and a lot of the Kog'Maw comps, just because his range is so sheer, and if you go for a poke comp, the enemy has to initiate. Now there is Gnar already on the side of SKT, but Kog'Maw does so much damage kiting back that's kind of lost going forward, especially against a poke comp that has the ability to disengage. And you know, you think of the Gragas ultimate as an engage tool. Well, guess what? It's even more reliable as a disengage tool.
They lock it up with a Taric, so Hachani, the first one to bring that out since the rework into LCK, goes back to that, and now Wolf getting his last pick. See the Tahm Kench right there. Wouldn't be surprised whatsoever if that gets picked up.
It's either Karma in my mind, or it's going to be the Tahm Kench here for Wolf, just because you need something that's going to provide a little bit more mobility and or protection for the Kog'Maw, because basically Malzahar, Rek'Sai, and Gnar are all going in onto the enemy team. So your peel options are not the best unless you have a little bit more movement speed. And Karma, because of the changes on 615, you have to get more points into your shield to actually give that 60% movement speed boost. And in a support role, you're not going to get the levels as fast to be able to do that. So it's just not, I think, as good as it was as a support pick any longer.
But with the need to engage for SKT, is Tahm Kench actually going to be devouring the Kog'Maw, or is he just going to be Abyssal Voyaging into the backline with a Rek'Sai? Because at the end of the day, Kog'Maw is going to be outranged by the ability of Sivir to pop the ultimate, everyone to disengage backwards, cast comes down. Kog'Maw is going to be just not be able to track into fights with range, so really intriguing to see. The Alistar would have been the true engage tool, but they've kind of straddled the line with the Tahm Kench.
See Blank in a bit of a pep talk there from Coma. Definitely giving him some encouraging words after a shaky start to game one. We're able to bring that one back, but still need to clear his head, make sure that he comes into this game nice and focused so that he doesn't give up those early advantages over to KT yet again. But now with his side, KT coming in with the Varus, with the Sivir. The Echo Gragas not going to be doing a whole lot of AP damage, so it's going to be lacking on the side of KT Rolster.
I think they got okay. They're going to be doing okay AP damage. We'll see. Someday does tend to build, you know, the Trinity Force, so some more physical damage at least right there too coming through. But in any case, we'll see what Fly can do on the Varus. He's only had 3 games this season on Varus, so it's not like this has been a major pickup for KT prior to this point in time.
We have a good amount of lockdown with that, with the Dazzle from Taric. We'll see if they can make it work as we go into game 2. KT gonna look to fire back and take a game off of SKTelecom. All right, here we go yet again. It's going to be an Infernal Drake starting us off. And the SKT fans woke up for sure. SKT still present, but you can tell that there's a bit of a bolstering that went in for the SKTelecom fans since the start of that game 1. So going to be feeling a lot more confident after seeing that turnaround performance.
Well, the KT fans have felt this feeling before. Against SKTelecom, they are now SKT are now 21-5 against KT since the start of LCK Spring 2015.
Got a lot to overcome, that's for sure. What a great picture of
Look at
SKT.
Wolf.
Yeah, Wolf.
Pro tier.
That does remind me a lot of how Wolf takes pictures.
The nails aren't really there, though.
Very accurate likeness.
You need those longer nails coming out to really seal the deal, so I give it an 8 out of 10.
Okay.
KT, much more defensive start. Remember, they did go for that deep invade onto the Krugs of SKT. That was the same. We are once again with KT on both sides of Chani.
Yeah, Chani walking in is going to find Wolf and Bang. Says, okay, you know what? I just got turned around. Wrong area. Didn't want to be here, guys. I'll be able to walk back out. They are able to trade a little bit of damage on the Bang with that boomerang, so KT actually not going to be pained as they come into that 2v2 matchup with bottom.
Well, I'm going to have to be really careful this game against the Malzahar Rek'Sai combination. Opting for the heal. It's going to be a very careful game of distances as Faker is going to try and flash on top of him, post 6. See how that goes for Fly, but if they can set up the siege, the wave clear very good for KT here between the Sivir and the Varus. And if they can set up some nice sieges, they may be able just to win off of turret gold.
I mean, team fight wise, they have damage, but certainly they don't have a lot of lockdown outside of the Dazzle. We have seen Hachani and Someday link up very well with this Echo Taric and the Bastion Dazzle link that comes through, but team fighting a lot harder for KT to actually get the win with. They really need to snowball in the mid game with the turret gold, as you were suggesting.
It was actually clever by Hachani. He matched Wolf's roam right there just to take out his ward, anticipating that he was going to be walking around, trying to get some vision into the river.
Get that.
To eliminate that.
Scuttle Crab over to Blank. And Score is just going to be working through the jungle, so not going to be seeing any invasive plays coming out yet. Faker is going to be handed over that blue buff, where Blank's going to take it for himself. Looks like it. Maybe the latter is Faker still hovering around in mid, so he'll be able to go claim that blue for himself, which I'm sure he would love to have early on, but either way, he's going to be all right. He's just trying to stay up in CS as much as he can, as Fly is inching above him with the 6 CS lead.
Both teams would surely love an Infernal Drake, which is the first spawn of this game.
Yeah, KT probably wanted to get that this time around after what happened in game 1, so be pretty sure that they're going to really take the preventative measures to make sure SKTelecom can't get it there and sneak it away from them yet again.
A lot on Score to set up the defensive vision for Fly. They can keep pink wards down on both the left and right side of mid lane. Then the closer and closer Fly gets to level 9, the happier he'll be when he's able to actually push waves without having to invest in auto attacks. Level 6 against Ghost Flash Malzahar, there'll be a lot of pressure as Blank meets Score.
Hello, yeah, he's going to get a hell of a lot of damage down too. Score's going to go back in, has the body slam in the barrel there. Fire back piercing arrow. Fly's not going to connect. Blank's able to tunnel out of there, will hold on to the flash, but it's definitely going to be a bit brutal for the Rek'Sai. Faker, he knows where Score is. He's just going to play back, keep himself safe. Not going to be falling for these little tricks. Blank. Oh, boy. Okay.
Okay.
Should be able to do it. Oh, never mind. Has to let it reset, but he stays alive.
Well,
So
that could have been
that's
very
the
embarrassing.
Yeah. That probably would have tilted him more than getting killed twice in the first 10 minutes of game 1.
That all happened because Faker was very low on mana. He just used his last bit on the screen as we speak, so wasn't able to react to the pressure coming through from the Gragas and Varus. So good situational awareness from Score.
Yeah, actually, in this matchup so far, Fly really getting the better end of it. He's done a great job of zoning Faker off a lot of CS. Big lead in the early part of the laning phase.
Also, one of the key things for Malzahar is to get a very early lost chapter to get the 20% mana regen upon level up. When you don't have that, you know, if you don't get the Malefic Visions getting the maximum amount of mana back, you can really lose out. And you don't want to opt into auto attack trades against a Varus, so that's been good laning phase for Fly so far. He was about 30 CS behind consistently in game 1.
Yeah, we see the roam up here from Wolf is catching the wave to make sure that Faker will be able to farm this, but Scorehead and Chani are just going to push in, but not going to be able to get too much accomplished.
You can see just how good these teams are at minion wave control because they are preempting it. Faker calling his teammate up while Arrow was out of lane, so Wolf for freeze. But at the same time, Score and Hachani also called into the mid lane to prevent that from happening. So every little thing taken into account by KT and SKT here.
What separates these two teams from Samsung, who have a lot of high-level League of Legends down, but that was one thing that was really conspicuous in the best of 5 between KT and Samsung 2 days ago, was that Samsung were just losing that extra 50 CS over the first 20 minutes that KT were always able to rotate and pick up.
There's a couple things that Samsung did significantly worse than KT in that series. Bang, gonna move forward, gets a bit of damage in, started with the recurve bow.
Take a 6.
So to be able to fire off, yeah, that pink ward will spot them out. It looks like Hachani and Arrow are able to back off in time, but this could be a big opening on that tower here for SKTelecom. And getting that first brick gold is quite nice for them.
It's also the wave denial. That was a huge wave that they just pushed into the turret and zoned them off, so nice opportunity there for SKTelecom to play around the minion waves a little bit further. Faker going to be blocking that piercing arrow with his passive.
That time, Blank's pathing was just superior to that of Score. Score was sitting in the river brush at top lane, not zoning, not ganking, not really achieving much, whereas Blank lost about a wave and a half of KT's minions to them, so that was much more successful a roam for the side of SKT.
Yeah, that's going to be extra punishing onto Arrow because he has that coal. Wants to stack that up as fast as he possibly can to get that payout. So getting denied that pretty significant amount of CS, now 8 behind Bang. It's going to be hurting him in more ways than one. He get really good damage in onto the tower. Not able to find the kill yet, but SKTelecom still going to be in a better spot to get that first brick gold.
Guess what? Someday hasn't died in laning phase to the Gnar yet, so that's an improvement.
He's even winning in terms of CS.
Achievement unlocked.
Duke opting for the double Doran's Blade for just that extra amount of punishment in the early game. Someday going to forego the Dark Seal this game and pick up.
Going for this yet again.
Trinity
Arrow
at
going to get
first.
exhausted out. The dazzle comes through from Achani. Will lock up Wolf. Nice spell shield to block the artillery there. But Blank and Faker, they're coming around the backside. Achani and Arrow just now going to spot him. Praise Seeker's going to get blocked by the minion. Arrow flashes away, trying to create some distance with the flash forward from Blank. He's taking up the tower. The Devour is there from Wolf to keep him safe. And now the Nether Grasp onto Achani. They'll find it. Faker's going to flash away. Just gets out of range of the tower in time. The piercing arrow not going to connect. They find the corrupting arrow on to Bang.
There it is.
They take him down. You spoke too soon, guys. You cursed him. Someday get solo killed out by Duke at the top. Overall, that's going to be 3 kills picked up globally for SKTelecom. Just the one answering onto the Cogmaw for KT.
Yeah, they are going to have to go back right now. Score and Fly still very healthy. They're going to be tricky. Score walking around. They do see him with the tremor sense, even as the wards are taken out. So SKT actually wastes a little bit of time right there. Baker going to be a bit delayed when it comes to getting back into lane. But, I mean, right here, actually, this is misplayed because Hachani flashes next to Arrow behind the turret. So it's a really easy knock up there to start things off. And then what happened in the top side was just Duke flashing. Something actually had his ult on cooldown and used the flash first, so Duke with a nice all-in.
How eerily similar is this to game 1, but actually with the teams reversed. It was KT getting a couple of kills in bot lane and getting a cross-map solo kill. That was actually from a gang, but still a cross-map kill on the top lane that really opened up their lead, and now it's SKT, conversely in game 2, taking the wins in both lanes.
Poor Someday. You guys just had to bring it up.
So
And
I was complimenting him. I was like, we
within
haven't died yet.
2 minutes, he was like, he heard you, and he was just like, oh, okay. And he just like walked up towards the tower.
To his credit, he used his summon as an ult, so he's got that going
That's
for
true.
him.
He tried to avoid it, but
And it's only once so far this game that he's died
all right.
in a solo kill.
There's still time.
We'll start a tally. So that's 1.
All right, well, Fly has gone. I was wondering how he was going to play this matchup. He has gone tier QSS. Well, that answers my question of what happens post 6 when he's really scared of Faker flashing on top of him.
Well, he's not going to have
Now,
damage for quite some time.
he's still going to be very brittle, so there's still a world where he
Oh,
dies.
a missile voyage coming through into the mid lane, trying to get on top of Fly. Silence comes through. It's not actually going to connect. He does juke that out very slightly. He'll take a bit of damage. The Score pushing in, does have that explosive cast available. He looks like he wants to go for it. Duke, he's going for the second kill, though. The parallel convergence will clip him. He gets locked up. Meanwhile, back in mid, The Valor coming through, Nethergrass on the score, working him down the left. Vision's ticking away, looks like he will be safe. But not gonna fall. Something almost gets solo killed in the end. But several members of KT narrowly avoiding death. As SKTelecom just keeps turning on the pressure.
And KT having to have Sivir in lane against Wits and Kog'Maw at 10 minutes is disaster. Every time Kog'Maw can push up, activate W, trying to CS under turret and taking significant trade damage. It's really hurting the CS of Arrow. He's 13 behind, and that lead will only grow for Bang.
Yeah, the Cole too. I mean, pretty much no useful items for Arrow at the moment. And it's one on Kog'Maw. Basically nothing you can do as Arrow awkwardly sort of runs around underneath his turret, tries to wave through where he can. So everything looking good for SKT here. Game number 2 of this series.
Now I gotta find Blank, so he won't be able to take away those Raptors. The score is coming down, but Colonel Drake still untouched by either side. SKT definitely in the more advantageous position to try to make that play happen. Score's gonna walk in. Gonna take a hell of a lot of damage. Goes back in with the body slam. They might try to collapse down. Fly is on the way, but score's just too damn low, and Wolf is on the roam, so he has to back off.
Blank's been excellent this game.
Yep.
He was good in game 1 after the massive hiccups early. But he's been excellent in game 2. His pathing has been so much superior to Score, who has been the best performing jungler this season next to Peanut.
I mean, SKT as a whole in this game are looking a lot better compared to the start of last. I mean, the wraparounds consistently pushing Arrow and Hajani out of this bottom lane have been really good. They will finally be able to get that first tower. You can see big burst of gold comes through. They're going to be 2K up, and they're going to be looking for an Infernal Drake as well.
Every map movement from Blank has done something. It's denied waves, gotten ganks, it's punished the enemy jungler, where Score has been camping brushes and just failing to make things happen apart from the one kill involvement. And that Infernal Drake is going to go to SKTelecom.
Yeah, and even that kill involvement was coming from the fact that he was late to the bottom side of the map. He was responding to something rather than making a proactive play.
Everyone's mid.
Looking for a play on the Faker. Does have the flash that goes available. The Dazzle, of course, going to be cleansed off by the passive. They are able to knock him into the wall, but they can't get him back towards the Gragas. So Faker, they'll be able to make it out alive. Doesn't even have to pop the flash.
Yeah, I'm surprised Score didn't commit with a flash right there. Just a little bit harder, but without knowing where the Kog'Maw was on the map, can be a bit dangerous. So does at least just get a summoner out in exchange for an explosive cast. Not going to be a good trade there for SKT, but they're still quite happy with the way this game is playing out. Starting to move lanes around a little bit. Bang now reassigned into mid and easily clears that. And KT, the Drake control is really hurting him in this series so far.
Oh boy, a Vissel Voyage coming through from Wolf and Bang. Exhaust straight in onto the Sivir. They will get the Dazzle, but he's taking so much damage. As that spell shield coming through from the Terran to try to keep him alive, but Blank is here yet again. TP going to be coming down from Someday, matched by Duke. Might just have to cancel this one out now. Hachani going to be on the run. They will cancel both of those teleports from the top lane. Blank still pushing forward. Not going to be able to find any other kills, but yet again, SKTelecom just keep gaining ground.
Yeah, their coordination is spectacular on these ganks, using that Abyssal Voyage properly and then Blank covering the other angle. So they just waited for that flash to be used, and it was inflicting maximum punishment because they got all the summoners out and got the kill just because they were able to control the angle of escape that Arrow had.
Guys, I think we've misunderstood the nerves issue that Blank goes through. It's actually the normal games that seem to make him nervous because he's getting closer and closer to being someone you describe as a clutch player. Because when you think of the finals, when you think of the elimination matches, Blank has consistently performed.
Yeah, and it's always the question, too. When he gets into one of these big matches, of course, he's had to go against Pina, who we thought last season was a significantly better jungler, and he outperformed Peanut in that finals. We saw the MSI playoff run where Blank really stepped up his game, and Score, who has been the picture of jungle consistency this season, is having a lot of problems, at least in game number 2.
Maybe it's like he needs like a minimum amount of people in the audience watching him to be able to perform. Otherwise, he just can't do it.
I guess so. It's a weird performance anxiety, but Blank has kind of been an anachronism in that way, and that every time you think he's going to be a problem, he's not as Arrow.
Yeah, Bang coming in, Spell Shield will absorb that ultimate. Hachani zips his way down here, but not going to be able to get in range to try to capitalize on Bang and turn that one around. So Arrow just going to take some damage, has to pop the ultimate.
Well, KT have to work some magic in this one. Down in gold, down in the Infernal Drake, and They just didn't have the items to even fight that Infernal Drake early. It was tier QSS on the mid, and then Cole and Cadrill's Warhammer coming through from Arrow, or Caulfield's Warhammer, excuse me.
Cadrill's. I mean, you just made up a new item.
Yeah, nice.
All right, well, patent it, copyright it. Doesn't get taken away. Be a bit of a scuffle there. Blink makes it out. We'll have the better of that. SKTelecom with this lead. Mountain Drake going to be the second one coming up. So no, 3 Infernals in a row, but a Mountain will be still just as nice for SKTelecom to pick up. They'll be in a good position to go ahead and net that for themselves. SKT just haven't been able to move to that side of the river. You can see Blankets has a smattering of tunnel systems worked up in that lower side of the river, so he can just zip his way around constantly.
At some point, we have to go back to the regular season for KT Rolster, go back to the big run for KT Rolster and be like, okay, so what worked for this team? And what worked was getting Someday ahead. They did it mostly in lane swaps. They did it mostly by allowing other objectives like Drake's to go down to really allow Someday to get a lead. And sometimes that's just because it's Someday versus Cuban. It's just an out-skill matchup. Duke is a fantastic laner, one of the best in the world. It's standard lane, so it's so much harder to snowball a big lead without the cost being another lane falling way behind. And now we're going to have a second game where Someday and Duke are even, and KT doesn't really seem to know how to actually take the game from here.
I mean, we haven't seen Score come to this top side at all.
This is what happened last year when Someday won the regular season MVP in summer, despite the fact that Score almost never visited his lane. And I kind of wondered, I was like, okay, you know this guy's your MVP, you know this guy's your carry, game for his lane, and Score kind of refused to do so. The standard lanes meta being reinforced seems to have just reinforced that point, and Someday's doing fine, he's doing equitable, but that's not when KT wins, when Someday is going even with his opponent.
I mean, hasn't gotten solo killed yet again, but that Frozen Mallet from Duke is still going to do some work as far as harassing out the Echo and keeping him at bay. See, Someday does have that Trinity Force completed, so didn't opt to go for something like the Iceborne Gauntlet, but he needs to start getting tanky for these fights.
SKT are not predicting a fight here.
Yeah, they do find the wards now, but Arrow's still really far away. Looks like they might just peel off of this. It's too high risk, low reward. So they'll let that Rift Herald stand. It's going to give Fly a little bit of an opening onto this mid-tier 1. Likely won't be able to take the tower, but actually can get damn well close. Yeah, now Arrow and Johnny arriving. They're going to be able to force up for this.
It was a clever play by SKT as they fell back into the top side, because that meant that Someday couldn't get close to that turret, which had already been chipped out by Duke, but they do trade it for the mid as a result.
It'll be a nice opening up on the map here for KT as this Dragon's getting ready to spawn in the next couple seconds here.
Bemoaned the window in game 1 when QSS delay meant that 2-item Coldmore wasn't online for past the 20-minute mark. It's certainly online here. The Malefic Vision's bouncing around. It's going to be doing insane damage with no magic resist completed.
Yeah, oh, that's
They're
going
going
to
for a kill.
Coming through, flash forward in for the Dazzle onto Faker. Scores here as well to try to follow up, and now Wolf arriving in time will get the Devour onto Faker to save his life. For the time being, spits it back in. Faker not really in range to get much done. And then the other Grass Master coming on to Hachani. They get the pop-up from Blank as well, and they're going to find a kill, so KT trying to get a pick on the Faker, but the arrival from Wolf is just too much.
Just not enough damage to kill him in the chain CC window that they had. Then they got caught out. Abyssal Voyage, or Wolf able to get up there and get into the fight in conjunction with Duke having to use the teleport, and Someday was already chunked out, low, couldn't commit to a TP, and KT looking a little bit desperate when it comes to making these plays because the communication wasn't there. Someday, if he was not in a place where he could TP effectively, they should never have started that play in the first place.
It seemed like, I mean, if Score had arrived in time, they probably would have been able to have that kill, but he just wasn't in range for the explosive cast. Speaking of which, he uses that right there. Gets some damage down onto Duke, but Faker is waiting in the wings as well. Not going to be able to find a whole lot of anything as KT and a Mountain Drake goes over to SKTelecom.
To Monty's first point, you have to play to the items you have built. If you've gone for safety first, don't look for a pick. You don't have the damage to do so. Now, KT at least used the tools they had smartly. Before they face checked to follow the flashing Faker, they popped the Cosmic Radiance early to at least make the face check that much safer. but the item discrepancy is what really cost them. This is the perfect setup for a pick. They layer everything correctly. They actually wait out the CC duration. If they had an extra Hex Drinker, if they had any more damage, Faker would have been low enough that sure, you face check and get the kill. But Tahm Kench is in position, the Cosmic Radiance runs out, and so does KT's luck.
Yeah, Blank also with another good follow-up engage as they turn that fight on its head. Johnny just didn't have any tools left to effectively escape that because he had to use his flash offensively to chain the Chain of Corruption into the Dazzle. So no luck there for KT. They weren't set up. Duke with the faster teleport, and Someday has a chance now to maybe make a play, but how is it going to turn into an objective? The Mountain Drake is already gone.
One of the most fascinating things about this series is that SKT have chosen to play on red side. It's not something we would have expected. Blue side was prioritized by KT, both in their last series and in this one. SKT have just gotten information.
Score getting pinched on. Jump forward from Duke is enough for Score to go ahead and hold the flash, so he will keep himself safe, but no flash body slams. Going to be coming through. Blank waiting in the Raptor pit, maybe looking for a dive under that tower. Going to think better of it. He'll zip his way in, but now SKTelecom moving back up this river. Have an immense amount of pressure, so they can get some nice priority vision in around this Baron pit.
And what red side allows you to do is to scope out what the enemy wants to do and respond to it. And just like we've always typified SKT as a team to wait for a patch to settle, watch VODs of other teams, and perfect strategies other teams innovated, being on the red side multiple games in a row, wait for KT to tip their hand, and then make your adaptations. And speaking of adaptations,
yeah, that is just going to be the tunnel in. Missile Voyage coming through.
They can't even get close to it.
Wolf.
No, they can't. Duke and his Darbar's in the perfect place.
Yeah, he's going to get jumped on. Takes a hell of a lot of damage, but a three-man stun coming through on the wall. Fly now arriving. The Baron going low down to 1,500. Can they find it? It's going to be confirmed by Blank, so no steal. Coming through from KT Rolster to devour in on a Score. Spits him out into the middle of SKTelecom. He tries to get a kill on a Faker, but can't do it. That's 2 kills picked up already for SKT.
I mean, Someday goes in, but he gets just destroyed. All he has is a Trinity Force and a QSS right now as he tries to get into the pit to do something, but just popped instantly. Didn't even have a chance to use the Chrono Break, and KT just getting desperate, seeing how low that Baron was. But what a great play from SKTelecom, using the Tahm Kench to get the Kog'Maw over the back wall. Kog'Maw just stands there while the Rek'Sai tanks it, and Duke, Narbar, perfect place to make the, just to run interference, gets the great Gnar off. And now SKTelecom running away with this game.
I mean, could the setup have been any more immaculate? Used every tool they had efficiently. Duke gets a 3-man now, then in a different game just wins you and gets you a wombo engage. But it's a wombo denial, as Someday is the only man to get in to try and contest the Baron. Dies instantly, like you mentioned. His item build's not for team fighting.
Yeah.
And KT, they were punished a moment ago for looking for an aggressive pick without the damage. Unfortunately, team fighting, the safety first item build doesn't help you there either.
Yeah, Bang and Faker just blowing him up. And Blank not missing the smite on the Baron. And now we have pretty much the biggest lead that we've had in the series so far. It's going to be about 8,000 gold for SKTelecom.
Should we be surprised, guys? Should we be surprised? I mean, all of us sat down. If we had it longer on camera, we had some KT flags to show. Every analyst I spoke to around today said KT would win, and with the evidence that you had, how could you not bet on KT?
I mean, those games that SKTelecom played a week ago against Longzhu were terrible.
Yeah.
They looked awful
that was
in
some of the
those
worst
games.
Legends I've seen
But we
in Korea.
keep having the recency effect of their recent form's not great, and we keep ignoring the fact that they have just persisted. They have always stuck to their guns. They have always come back when they needed to, and it's the SKTelecom class coming through again.
I mean, this team is remarkable in that way, right? That even when they've had their lows, when it really mattered, when push came to shove, they have always, always, always come through. Ever since, hey, that's it, really.
One time, MSI fine.
Okay, that was first off, that was a 5th game scenario. It wasn't, it was still very, very close.
But that's literally the only blemish on otherwise immaculate history for SKTelecom. And 3-1 KT was kind of the prevailing sentiment, but there was always that little voice in my head that said 3-0 SKT without any real reason to think so.
Here comes Duke, gets the pushback, will have the Johnny into the wall, and Fly's going low, throws out the Chain of Corruption the wrong way. Looks like he might live in the end, but the Malefic Visions could very well take him down. Someday goes in deep, has to use the snapback to keep himself alive. Looks like he will make it out with his life, but the tier 2 goes down in favor of SKTelecom. And they can just keep pushing forward and look for more. Still have that Baron buff on them, and that turret is is going to go down very quickly with that Infernal and Mountain Drake.
This is huge for SKT because
It's overcommitting. The barrel conversion's not going to connect. Score already taking a hell of a lot of damage. Blank goes for it, gets the unfurrow, knocks him up and takes him down. A swift 3 kills. Make that 4. Let's make it 5. Screw it. Let's go the distance, says SKT. They will find an ace. They're going to find an inhibitor, and they're going to find probably the end of the game. It's only 25 minutes in, but they got Baron Barrett minions, several healthy members, including Bang, and that's going to be it. 2-0 up for SKT in this best of 5.
How many times have we seen this in a best of series from SKTelecom? The first game is close, and every game after that gets less close and less close and less close for their opponents. And it looks like they're doing again 25-minute win. Unbelievable that they were able to bounce back this quickly.
And I think that really does show up to scrutiny that the first game draft was very much the old SKTK special. Give them all their comfort, beat them with it, and then just take down what is a decimated team, both in confidence as you look at someday on your screen. They look full on, and how can you blame them? The series has been all SKT after the first 15 minutes or so of game 1.
Incredibly impressive. Well, we thought this patch would be good for SKT on paper. They've got such strong laners, and they've been able to take it now. Bounce back after that first game, early game deficit, and it's been convincing ever since then.
Well, Coma now just one more win away for a victory. We're going to go to a break in a little bit here, but SKTelecom really poised to just take this series in a 3-0. Again, not what we expected whatsoever.
Well, and it's so hard, I think, for Arrow, in particular in this matchup. Like, KT needs somebody else to carry on this team. And Arrow, they tried to take away the Sivir this game. They took away the Sivir Taric that SKT had last game. But that is not a good laning matchup against the Kog'Maw. Like, there's not really any way you can stop the poke from coming through. And the recall timings really exacerbated that. Cole into Caulfield's Warhammer, just not a great place if you want to keep your turret up and prevent SKT from snowballing.
They need to get Fly out of lane. They need to get him playmaking like he has in recent series, because if he just halves lane against Faker, Duke, and someday half lane, I think SKT just take it 3-0.
Yeah, have to see if Score can actually pay some visits and attention up to that top lane, try to get someday rolling, because that's been their win condition in the past, and we just didn't see that at all here in this second game. And now SKTelecom are poised to go to yet another final, again, against Rock Tigers.
Well, not only that, but their power, their fate is in their hand. They can get to Worlds by winning here today. They will guarantee their spot at least as the number 2 seed from Korea at the World Championship. So it goes well beyond what we're seeing this season and goes into the rest of the year as well.
That's a very good point.
Got a feeling that I'm going under, but I know that I'll make it out alive. If I quit calling you my lover, move on. You watch me bleed till I can't breathe, shaking, falling onto my knees. And now that I'm without your kisses, I'll be needing stitches, tripping over myself, aching, begging you to come
Welcome back. Your MVP from Game 2 was Wolf on the Deathless Tom. Kent right there, 83% kill contribution, and he'll put another MVP on the board for himself.
All right, I don't understand today's MVP voting. I'm just going to say it. Like, Blank deserves MVP of that last game straight up for all of the engages that he managed to execute. And you can see right there, did get the nice double knock up underneath the turret to help set up the play.
Well, let's just follow Blank then. Blank's actually the MVP. We've decided.
He really is.
Look at him distracting in the front line.
Yep.
It's devoured by Wolf. Comes back in. He hits that sweet racing.
And they just didn't have the items to make the picks they were looking for here, KT. They went for the insurance first of the QSS next to the tier, and then, of course, no damage to actually get any picks.
And Blank just helps turn yet again. Another kill in for SKTelecom. This was a really smart play by them. Wolf's going to Abyssal Voyage.
The setup for this Baron was extraordinary. Coordination just there from every member of the team, and even he grabs Faker and then Abyssal Voyages Faker into the pit. Beautiful. But
That
Duke
was-
with the perfect Gnar bar.
All 5 members were exactly on script to make a Baron that should have been so risky at 21.5 minutes academic.
And that was one of the best Baron setups I think I've ever seen, Papa Smithy. Just like, you couldn't ask for more.
He even had the rage bar full.
I know. It was so good.
Well, 25-minute win there in Game 2 for SKTelecom. Now coming in, one game away from taking out KT Rolster, and it's all beginning to just feel like spring again, guys.
I don't understand SKTelecom. I don't understand how the team that ended this season and looked like a disaster, a hot mess, uncoordinated. The games against Jin Air were...
You say a dumpster fire.
It was. I mean, they were. I called the Kesha... I called the SKT Jin Air match the Kesha of League of Legends professional games because it was such a hot mess. It was entertaining, but it was gross. It was sloppy.
And then they got monstered by Longzhu in the next series.
Yeah, they just got wrecked. I mean, those games were not even close, and no one seemed to be working well together on SKT, but for whatever reason, this team, when push comes to shove, is clutch. And that's the reason why they're 5-time champions of this league. It's the reason why they're 2-time world champions. But it is still mighty amazing to see it every single time.
For sure. Well, coming back in here for Game 3, SKTelecom going to remain on the red side of the map. So they're going to be pretty happy with that after the results of these last 2 games that have come through. And it's going to be the Malzahar taken off the table first and foremost by KT Rolster. So changing things up yet again. We'll see if the Maokai makes it through for Game 3 or if that's going to be banned away by KT. But so far, just the Shen from SKTelecom. Now Vladimir.
Why is KT banning Vladimir?
I don't know. That's interesting.
Faker is 1-5 on
1-5,
that
yeah.
champion this season, and Fly, it's been one of his best picks.
All right, well, Talia still coming through from SKTelecom. Don't want that in for Fly either. But
KT just need a hell of a first, but they need a game breaker. They need a playmaker from the mid lane especially. So I'm going to look to Fly, who's been capable this series but not actually been the game breaker that he has been so recently. And it was Fly. You think about Fly versus Faker in spring, and it made sense this was a 3-0 to SKT. SKT were in a great run of form, and Fly was a very defensive mid lane player. Fly has been aggressive. Fly has been playmaking up to this series, and I guess it's another one of those stories where a lot of mid laners look great until they meet SKT, and let's see if Fly can break out of that trend.
KT's going to first pick Gangplank, is what's going to happen here.
Yeah, Karma gets banned away, so the GP is available for them if they want to first pick that. Of course, we could
That's
just see...
why they banned the Karma, is because they're expecting a first pick GP,
we
SKTelecom.
could just see the Gnar yet again for Duke if that's going to be the case. He will dominate in that 1v1 matchup in the top lane, much like he did in the last game versus the Echo. So it's still going to be really risky if somebody wants to pick that up first and foremost.
I mean,
here.
it's either an R for a GP first pick here. KT is either going to try and punish that matchup in the 1v1 with Duke.
Take Rek'Sai?
No. Yeah, Gragas is still available. It's not the champions that have been the problem. I really don't agree with this. I think the Rek'Sai is not... We've seen great... What Blake is like 9-1 on Gragas.
Oh, they lock
But
it
he's
in.
been desperately poor on Gragas, and there are far more mechanics on it. So I think they're trying to get Blank off his comfort zone because you can play both sides of the Gnar versus GP matchup, and Someday has been excellent on Gnar. I agree that it's a risk, but that's the risk KT chooses.
I think this is very odd from KT.
Oh, they're going to go for it. I mean, like Papa and Smithy was saying, like, even with that massive win rate for Blank on the Gragas, it's kind of in spite of his own performance. SKTelecom really bringing those games back around, despite how poorly he's playing in the early games. Going to be a nice early snatch up on the Tom Kench here for SKTelecom, though. They'll get the Sivir for Bang yet again, so going back to that pick from game 1.
Now we're looking for KT to show us an identity. The Rek'Sai, obviously the all-rounder from the jungle. Sivir Tom Kench, so not necessarily a powerful 2v2, but we know how that lane will act in the late game. Also, the Tom Kench can be insurance for a more risky mid lane pick for Faker, which may be possible with the last pick. Could also be insurance for a Gangplank if we don't see Gangplank taken in this rotation by KT.
I think they're going to go for the Gnar maybe and try and punish Duke in the 1v1 if he is going to take the Gangplank in response.
But we've already seen it so many times this season. Duke get triple solo killed in lane by even the likes of ADD and then come back as Gangplank. We know how strong 2-item Gangplank is, and that was always the story, but the 2 items are much cheaper, so even if you die in lane, you'll pick up the farm eventually and you'll power through.
Well, looks like it will be Gnar, so no Gangplank coming through for someday. He's going to try his hand at this, and then it will be Jin for Arrow, something that we thought we were going to see from the get-go, now coming in here at Game 3.
So they're taking the Jin even without the Maokai ban because of the Gnar-Maokai matchup. So at least they can win in that matchup in the lane, which became increasingly punishing for the Gnar, in favor of the Gnar against the Maokai.
And Gangplank will very swiftly be picked up alongside the Gragas for Blank.
And of course you take the Gragas, because Gragas has one of the most reliable interrupts to the curtain call. It's been Jin Gragas so often for KT. Now they actually have that extra tool, and it's not that much fun channeling the curtain call on top of the Gangplank ult either. And now the question is KT. We're looking for the mid lane. We're looking for support.
You get the flash over the Yasuo here. Be pretty bold of Fly to go ahead and lock that one in. It looks like they might be exploring a couple different options.
I think it has to be Victor. It's the safest blind pick mid laner they could take.
Yeah, I agree. I think you have to grab the Victor here. It also provides even more zone control to protect the Jin. Aurelion Sol is actually okay here too. If he wants to go for it, it does help protect the Jin, and they're going to play mid lane Echo.
Okay. We haven't seen a mid lane Echo in quite some time.
It's not a denial pick away from the top lane because Gangplank's already drafted on the side of SKT. Really intriguing to see. Of course, the AP ratios have been consistently buffed for a very long time, but it's still a melee mid laner that needs ability power to start getting the wave clear down because the base value is quite low on the Q. And speaking of punishing mid laners, guess what? Cassiopeia is pretty good at punishing melee mid lane.
It's also Faker's most undefeated champion. He's 6-0 on that.
That's fun that he can have that stat, that title.
Most undefeated, yes. He has quite a few of them, but now that his Zed was taken out recently, it's Cassiopeia's 6-0. That's the most wins he has on an undefeated champ.
And look, you already are going to just put down the poison and punish, considering changing to the buffed Kassadin.
This is something that we talked about on Monday with 6:15 first coming in, was that Kassadin very well could make a return. It looks like it's going to be locked in, so we're going to get to see Faker on Kassadin.
I actually think this is a great pick. I'm surprised we haven't seen Kassadin sooner, but against especially the Bard and the Jin. Like, if this Kassadin gets fed, he's going to one-shot the Bard before Bard can do anything. And Arrow will just be a sitting duck in the back lines as well. Now, SKTelecom, not the tankiest team composition, but if you want late-game damage, this is going to be it in spades. So Fly and Score are going to have to work together early to shut down Faker. And we'll see if they can actually accomplish that goal.
I mean, the magic damage shield is going to make you so safe in the mid lane against the Echo in particular. I just can't see the assassinations coming through. Now they have a Rek'Sai, so pre-6, maybe you can get some work done.
It honestly depends what this build is going to be from this Echo. I don't know if, do we know for sure that this is going to be a pure AP build? It could be a Sheen build, and in that case, actually, it could be punishing with the Tiamat from the Rek'Sai.
When we saw mid lane Echo last season, it was Sarsen, and he did go Iceborne Gauntlet, which was the tank build at the time. Trinity Force also would do decent damage to Kassadin, but then why Echo mid as a blind pick? Kind of has to be
it does overload you in physical damage, but we'll have to see. Maybe this will be an adaptation as a result of the Kassadin pickup. Possible.
Well, Fly's definitely going to have to do something differently because that Varus pick from game 2 just didn't work out. So now going to be coming in with Echo, something back in the mid lane that we haven't seen for a long time, and Faker on Kassadin running the Ignite. So has that mobility off the R, so he's going to go full aggressive. We'll see if he can come up with some nice flashy kills in the mid lane. Let's go ahead and get right into potentially our last game of this set, KT versus SKTelecom. All right, and Mountain Drake will be the starting dragon here. SKTelecom fans certainly excited as they are potentially about to witness SKTelecom earning their way to yet another final in LCK.
And the World Championship, too. Doesn't stop there. This is a very important game for SKT. Get that guarantee of spending their...
Do you feel the victory, Monty?
I am not feeling KT's victory today at this stage of the game. And as we take a look and listen to Sunday, well, Faker is 8-2 all-time on Kassadin.
And Kassadin, this patch had the couple of buffs. Now, maybe level 1 on the Q has been nerfed, but does quickly get to a higher value just on the damage on Q, and then less mana cost on the E. Mana cost synergizes with damage because you can potentially get those extra ults in on the Kassadin. So multiple different ways Kassadin, even more of a late game terror on 6-15, and was seeing play in other regions already.
Looking for a possible disruption there. No prompt kill going to be coming through for SKTelecom. Sunday looking like he's going to try and get, looks like he was attempting to just get a little bit of an XP advantage from a...
Get some Narbar at least, I guess.
Yeah, not gonna
looks like
get a whole lot.
Building up the bar there. Didn't actually kill either of the blue Sentinels.
Score starting down on this strong side of the map, so he'll be all right. Go over to the Krugs, then work his way up through the red buff by the look of it. Not sure if he'll want to go for any invasive plays on this Rek'Sai, but we'll see how Blank is going to fare now back onto this Gragas. He hasn't been able to get his hands on for these first 2 games. Has been going on the Rek'Sai. Game 1 a bit rough, but game 2 he brought it back in a very big way, and as you mentioned, Monty, pretty much deserved the MVP. Kind of got robbed out on that one.
Yeah, the question here is what's going to happen, because KT should theoretically win all 3 of these lanes. They've got very good early lane matchups. They switched into a super powerful 2v2 lane in the Jhin and the Bard together for early damage to try and...
Oh boy, Johnny. You spotted out Wolf coming in from behind. To be able to get those Dax ends and Devour off, probably. He's level 1, so I guess he doesn't have it. Just noticed that. So Hachani will be safe, but had Wolf been level 2, that probably would have been a very dead Bard.
I don't think he would have got in there if Tom gets his level 2. But, yep, taking advantage of having that extra ability onto the Bard early on. Fly actually taking a good chunk of harassment here early.
Go back in. Faker will take a little bit because of those minions.
The wave's actually in a really good spot for Faker. Managed to freeze it mostly outside his turret. So even though there's a lot of threat from Rek'Sai, pre the Rift Walk coming through from Kassadin, Blank's there to relieve that pressure and just allow Faker to get through to level 6.
So like score, he'll be able to get the sole position of that Scuttle Crab, so Blank's not going to go into the fight, but yeah, Fly taking a beating so far in that mid lane. Figure the Corrupting Potion's going to be quite all right. We'll see where he wants to go with the build. I would guess that it's probably just a Catalyst of Aeons into that Rod of Ages standard.
Yeah, I think it'll certainly be a Rod.
Oh, Bang gonna get locked down, slowed up by that Cosmic Binding. Takes a hell of a lot of damage. The Ignite taking, not gonna be able to finish him off. Arrow will get stunned up, but just one more hit from that Jhin would have done it, but they're not able to get in and find that first blood.
The Maokai pick in game 1 really denied Arrow from taking Jhin. Finally, 3 games in, he gets the Jhin that he looked outstanding on against Samsung. He was immaculate on the use of his full rotation, Deadly Flourish included. The Curtain Call was outstanding as well, so he finally finds a spot for it. We know that in the late game there are the interrupts. The Kassadin has a lot of kill pressure, but the laning phase already going a lot better for KT as they're going to try onto Duke as well.
Score looking for it. Flash away from Duke, but the flash onto him with the Unboro is there for Score, and that will be first blood coming through for KT, making some moves happening, or getting some moves to happen there, and that's going to be first blood for them. So already changing things up from game 2. Didn't pay any visits to that top lane. Score comes in, and wouldn't you know it, they get first blood.
Yeah, this is what they need. They need to turn these side lanes, these winning side lanes, into advantages early, into turrets, into gold. And Fly, he's going to be able to be there because as soon as he hits 6, he'll be able to use his Chrono Break just to get back into lane, and his TP should be up to make plays, while Faker is going to have to follow from pretty far behind without a teleport of his own. So KT needs to just play away from Faker this entire game. That has to be the way that they win.
But I think SKT, given that they've chosen 3 losing lanes, the one that you're most okay with falling behind is top lane, because it doesn't allow KT to get as much pressure around the early Drakes that SKT have been picking up. Now, they're still trying to make an aggressive move into the enemy jungle to get a wolf steal away, at least.
We'll get that. Faker now coming out from above. They'll take the magical journey out. Get a little bit of damage off of that even. Now Wolf arriving. They might be looking for the play. The body slam coming through from Blank. They're trying to get on to score. He takes a hell of a lot of damage. The ignite coming through from Faker. Is it enough to take him down? Looks like he will live just barely with any HP left. Tachani going low. Gets slowed up by the Cassid in the Q. The Null Sphere, not enough to finish him off. He makes it over the wall, and he will stay alive for the time being. So no kills coming through for SKTelecom. KT going to be in sole possession of that. Someday trying to get on the Duke.
Did he miss skill? He doesn't have the Gnar ultimate available. He missed skill.
Oh, wow.
Wow, that's a big mistake.
That's really uncharacteristic.
That could have been a kill there for Someday, especially since he has his flash advantage.
Took a second point in W when he went for the pounce, and instead didn't have ult skill.
Oh, that is...
You don't have the space to do that in a game like this, Monty.
Outplayed. Duke clearly the better laner.
I mean, look, Someday certainly has been a bit haphazard this week, and that's just a mistake. And no one has to sugarcoat it. Big mistake that costs him a kill.
Yeah.
Definitely could have been a kill there.
There was nothing else to gain. The teleport was already down. The flash was already down.
Yep.
So he literally gains nothing out from that other than just losing out. Cannon Barrage will be used by Duke. Clear out this wave. Someday going to stick around to pick up these minions and then back off himself. And both of these guys will be running back into lane. So far, KT in a bit of a better spot with that first blood. Going to be up by 800 gold, but still nothing too crazy. Cole start coming through from Bang. And he's been keeping up pretty nicely with Arrow. Not a whole lot of action happening in the bottom side of the map, so he should be relatively okay to go ahead and just stack that up.
Now, one thing KT has to do this game is at least control the early Drakes. They've been falling down in that regard throughout this entire series so far, but when they've got these winning matchups and they have more globals, that's something that they absolutely have to get done. Duke didn't feel bad about dropping his Cannon Barrage because Fly had to use his TP because he was forced out of lane before level 6 on that last skirmish. So it was okay to just drop that a little bit early. He wasn't going to need it to answer any kind of ganks that Fly would have elsewhere on the map.
We need to stress that that's the minimum, Monty, because we talk about how KT have the pressure in all lanes. The converse is that SKT kind of outscale in all 3 lanes as well. So it's more about getting the turrets, getting the Drakes. The minimum is to get 1. Honestly, given how much they'll be outscaled, the minims, they kind of have to monopolize every objective in the early game. And losing out on a kill top that could have been a 2-0 Gnar, or at least a 1-0-1 Gnar, is a heavy price given just how much SKT's scaling advantage is.
Faker not getting that blue buff, actually.
Arrow.
Mowed away by Blank. That's going to be the good call opening up here for Arrow. Gets the shots through. Wolf to block that. The 4th one comes in. He's going to be all right. Still has a little bit of shield available as well.
Yeah, this has to turn into a Drake, though.
Yeah, that's the flashes down there. The bottom lane. Members of SKTelecom and Fly pushing in. Going to try to get some vision. Score comes into the back through the magical journey. They're going to be looking for it. Blank goes for it. He's going to get locked down. The W coming in. He knocks him away with the explosive cast. But Wolf already falls. Blank goes down as well. 2 kills picked up for KT. And that very well could be that dragon. Several members low. Faker roaming down. He's spotted out by that ward. They take the magical journey out. So not going to be able to get onto the dragon yet, as they just take too much damage, but still nice kills picked up by KT. They're going to stretch that lead to 1.7 thousand.
I actually think you don't go for the kills there. I think you go for the Drake. Get the early Mountain Drake so that you can transform these winning lanes into faster towers and get your gold that way instead. The dive is fine, but at the end of the day, they don't actually get objectives out of it. Healthy gold lead for KT, but I think the Drake is just worth it because you want to, bear with me, the Mountain Drake helps you take the towers quicker. And if you can get those towers quicker with the relative lack of wave clear coming through from SKTelecom, at least in the mid lane. You can go ahead, move those towers down, and then you can snowball Drakes, because there are only so many Drakes that KT is going to have access to in the early game, and taking one at 9 minutes, I think, and accelerating that process before this GP comes online is very valuable.
I agree with you. I don't know if it would have been safe to take the Drake. To some degree, you would have had a numbers advantage, but Ricochet, Cassidy with Ignite, there's some risk to it, so they went for the guaranteed kill. One other thing I want to notice is that we're going to see a spicy build coming through from Flyers. I think this is going to be...
Proto Belt.
Yeah, Proto Belt coming through on the Echo. That's a new one.
All of the dashes, so he'll have that phase dive and the Proto Belt to create some distance or reduce the amount of distance between him and somebody else on the enemy team. It's going to help him chase down Faker a bit more, who has that rip walk, speaking of which. Has to get out underneath that tower, takes a little bit of damage, but overall he's going to be quite all right. So the charge of the Corrupting Potion Bank getting jumped on, slowed up by that Cosmic Binding. The Devourer comes through from Wolf, but the Curtain Call opens up. They're looking for Bang. Score wrapping around the backside. Should be dead either way. Bard ultimate will catch him. Arrow just waiting for that last shot. Oh my god! Bends the bullet around Wolf. Comes up with the kill, and now Wolf, that is one dead catfish. Fly finds the killing blow. That should be the first tower as well, going over to KT Rolster off the backside of that play. Man, what a shot. The Korean sniper is back in town.
Man, that was perfect on the timing coming out of the stasis. Right on the edge of the hitbox.
Flank getting locked up. W not going to connect as he flashes away, so he'll stay alive for the time being. But man, KT, they are just putting their foot down on the accelerator of this game.
Well, that said, though, again, the scaling from SKT cannot be denied. Yes, it's a huge lead, but this can vanish very quickly if SKTelecom is given enough time to get into the late game.
And if you notice the one objective they continue to not pick up, they get the first brick, they take that first tower, but they still don't pick up a Drake. KT have been so immaculate on the early game in games 1 and now game 3, but continue to look past the Drake. That again has kind of been their story, is wait for this last shot.
It's such a small window.
That was, it could not have been more perfect.
It was about 1/10 of a Teemo to get past that Tom Kench, and he did it.
That was a beautiful shot coming in from Arrow. I mean, he got to show off these Jhin skills 2 days ago. He's going to do it again here in this third game. And right now, KT, a pretty substantial lead for 12 minutes, looking pretty strong. Haven't been able to pick up that Mountain Drake yet, but did get that first turn of the game. If they can keep the ball rolling, we very well could have an actual series on our hands instead of a 3-0 shutout by SKTelecom.
And getting Duke away from the tanks that can really deny picks like Kog'Maw and the Jhin, I think has been really helpful, because Gangplank is potential fodder for a fed Jhin in teamfights.
5-0 would be a really nice way to kick things off.
Proto Belt Echo, here we go.
All right, yep, hasn't completed. It's going to go in for a bit of a trade onto Faker, who's just going to jump back. Still working on that Rod of Ages for him. Has the Dark Seal as well, but hasn't been able to get any stacks on that, as he hasn't been able to participate in any kills. As SKTelecom has none.
Well, this is the most frustrating lane a jungle could ever gank. Proto Belt Echo and a Cassidy. You're just like,
Yeah.
oh, you can handle it. I'm all right. I'm not going to gank
You guys are in it for the 1v1. Score roaming up top. He's going to find Blank in the brush. Someday looking for that transformation. So likely would have had a dive on our hands there, but seeing the Gragas is all right. Report the admission. We'll back off.
It's just, what is the par here for KT? How far ahead do they need to be? I can't even think of a number where you're feeling comfortable as KT. Is it 10,000 gold in 20 minutes?
I think with the state that Gangplank is in currently and the amount of damage in the late game his armor penetration build can do, that there isn't a number big enough. I mean, we've seen games with Gangplanks that are winning team fights with like underneath their Nexus turrets at 20,000 gold down. So for me, that number can't be large enough. You can never underestimate what Gangplank's going to do to you at 40 minutes into the game.
If there's a world where Arrow continues to outscale his opponent or get multiple armor penetration items early, doesn't really matter if Cassidy is able to one burst him if you just start the fight getting 2, getting 3, and Jhin just dying incidentally afterwards. So there's something to be said about going for that armor penetration build, really applying pressure. Again, game 1 and game 3 have gone pretty much the same at the start. It's just, can KT get the more difficult objectives after picking up the first? Because it seems like Drake is just not something they even consider.
Yeah, already 14.5 minutes in here. The Mountain Drake's still going to be standing. So neither team has been able to make any moves early on to that. KT still going to have that innate advantage. You can see some wards coming through from Wolf as he wraps through the river, but overall the vision is going to be severely lacking in that bottom side of the map. With Shawnee roaming into mid with Score, so going to create a little bit of pressure here. Overall, they're just letting Arrow farm up this CS in mid, while Fly keeps splitting in the bot lane.
But this is the problem. What you see on the screen, Gangplank, he's got his ultimate available to help out if there's a play, and he's also picking up minion waves. If you're pushing minion waves into Cassidy and Gangplank, it doesn't matter what your 5 champions are, you're losing the game.
Yeah. Got to keep the ball rolling on those advantages, and
That's Trinity Force.
even though they push out the bottom lane and get Cassidy in a favorable situation, they don't have anybody in place to take this Drake. I mean, they just sent their 80 carry support and mid laner all back, so Score's going to try and solo this, but looks like he'll be able to get it. I'm a bit confused about the whole KT Drake control situation in this series because it's been lackluster.
Any other top team would be a minute away from taking their second Drake, or actually taking their second Drake. And the value of a Drake late game, if it was to be an Infernal spawn, if it was to be the Cloud Drake, which can actually be pretty important at opening distance or catching a target with the likes of Echo, can really catch up.
Well, it's just been
There it is.
bloodthirsty
Infernal.
set, and it will be an Infernal coming in. So really just going to cater to that playstyle. Score getting jumped on by Faker. Gets slowed up so he can't go in for a knock-up, trying to set something up for Fly. But now the roam up the top here from Hachani, getting onto Duke, building up that Narbar, going to be taking it up already. The Abyssal Voyage is there from Wolf to save his Gangplank's life, so he will be quite all right to throw out that cannon block, however.
So it's looking like Lichbane's second coming through from Fly, so will be a strong split push build. Going to be tricky to lock down. A new build, absolutely, but a cool one to track.
Yeah, for sure. Coming into the bottom lanes, just going to be splitting across against Faker here, who has garnered a bit of a significant lead, as he's slightly over 30 CS above. This Echo in mid, Score coming over the wall, get the flash out of Wolf. They throw out the Bard ultimate.
Really deep.
Yeah, pretty risky. The W not going to connect. They open up with a curtain call, but I think you kind of just cancel this one out. And Arrow will after firing off one shot, so he'll get the refund coming through. And Bang shows up in mid, so they'll just go ahead and peel back.
KT really trying to get deep into the enemy jungle and force this GP off the turret so they can take it right now.
Still pretty healthy.
Yeah, it is still pretty healthy. Sunday transforming at a not very ideal time if he wants to continue to put damage down onto the tower.
Score with a nice takeaway there on the Krug. Snipe that one away from Blank, and they can't get the top tower, but they'll get this one in the mid. Arrow, as that Youmuu's completed, has that extra damage onto the structure with that fourth shot. They'll be able to knock it down, so can't make the proactive play that they want to in the top, but they make up for it in mid. Now Blank getting jumped on. He just absolutely vanishes. The crit coming through from Arrow just pops him down, and this is looking a little bit more like game one.
I gotta say that the Rek'Sai takeaway is looking better and better because the map sense that Blank had with the Rek'Sai Tremor Sense seems to be trumped with the map sense. Even if you're Gragas with all that mobility, he's certainly not been the same Blank this game that he was in game 1 and 2.
Yeah,
Well,
now curtain call opening up. They're going to try to get on the Wolf. Fire off, get a little bit of damage in, but can't really find a kill.
Also worth noting, though, it's not just about the champion. I'm less convinced than you are, Papa Smithy, because it is hard to jungle when you have so much pressure on
fair.
your lanes.
That's
And that is the composition that SKTelecom has intentionally opted into. So part of it may be that, but part of it is definitely the fact that KT made an adaptation from Sivir Taric, which is just bad at laning, into Bard Jhin, which presents so much pressure in a 2v2.
But consider this same draft with Rek'Sai. You're still going to have the same mind of defensively covering bad lanes, and you're going to have more information to do it safely. So I think the Rek'Sai fits the draft of SKT better. Is it the actual game breaker? It's obviously hard to say conclusively, but I think it's contributed to KT because even Score looks more comfortable on the Rek'Sai.
Certainly is a impacting factor here for KT's success. 6-0, and now going to be up pretty heftily. See the very aggressive build coming out from Score as he's just going to be looking to complete that Hydra here.
Everyone's squishy on the side of SKT, so kill them now before all the items come in, and that's a much more difficult proposition.
Yeah. Speaking of killing them now, it's going to be Rift Herald going over to KT as they start this one up. Sunday joining with his team. Yeah, he's got the Frozen Mallet completed. He can really work through Duke. See where he wants to start moving with the build path after this. Probably going to be opting in for the team fights, where Ultimate Use will catch Blank and Wolf. Don't really want to follow up on that.
So this is the maximum value you can get from the Glimpse of the Void. Taking it 1930 means that buff will be persisting till 39:30. The last game ended at 25 minutes.
Oh boy, Bang way too far forward, gonna get caught out. The bullets coming through from the curtain call. Now Score getting knocked in with the explosive cast. They should be able to finish off the right side. He flashes the wall, the Ignite ticking. Faker goes over with a Rift Walk and is able to take him out. So SKTelecom finally put a kill on the board. Now Johnny in a bad spot, taking a bit of damage. Faker's gonna go in deep, gets rooted down, but no, the Devourer is there from Wolf to save his life. But now SKTelecom can't really go for that tower, so they'll find the pick, nothing more, but they are able to save Bang's life in the end.
I don't know if Fly has the ward coverage to actually push aggressively into an inner turret, so he'll back away. SKT will match the mid lane turret, take it down. Killing a turret, there's a TP.
That's going to be the double TP coming through. Fly and Someday both arriving. No bar built up as Someday gets onto Wolf, but he should be able to work him down very quickly. Devourer will come through, but one more hit will do it. There it is. Pretty much the solo kill coming in for the Gnar now. That's going to be the Void Rush coming through from Score as they look for Faker. He's wrapping around the backside. Tunnel system comes through. Faker, no flash available.
So
Trying to rift walk as
KT.
best as he can. Yeah, they're really committed for this. Fly coming in. Don't think you're going to catch him, guys. Just back off and take something else like that top tier 1.
Yeah, actually the top tier, or the bottom tier 2 had already vanished, so Fly split pushing had been successful at adding more gold.
They're going to trade
Duke,
1 for 1 on this.
Yeah, Duke is going to back off. See if they get another tier 1, so it would be 2 tier 1s here for SKTelecom and only 1 for KT, plus they committed 2 TPs to only kill Wolf.
So overall, pretty much the best case scenario there for SKT.
Yeah, definitely. It actually ended up really good for SKT.
So KT just going a bit too ham, trying to catch that very elusive Kassadin. You can see Baker's going to match with the Lich Bane in his inventory as well.
And there was no way they could do a Baron off of that either. Just absolutely no way. Not in 20 minutes, KT making the right call. They tried to get Faker. They at least got a tier 1 off of that. Unfortunately, Duke already in the split push is able to answer back, but they don't have a tank. With the way the score has built, with the fact that they have Hachani here on a Bard and Someday with a Frozen Mallet, like the threat of Kassadin coming over and just deleting your entire team is too high.
Well, look at tankiness when you have damage. That's going to be Score looking to solo out the Dragon yet again. It'd be a Mountain and Infernal on for KT. Rolster now Someday arriving. There's no way for SKT to get in here. That will go over to them, so that 8% stat coming through. The call opening up here for Johnny, looking for some damage in onto Blank and Wolf.
Watch this damage.
It's going to be on the hunt popped here for Bang, so they're able to trade ult for ult between the 80 carries.
To clarify, Arrow is massive. He has 2 damage items. There's no one with any semblance of armor on the side of SKT. Everyone is fodder to the curtain call. So SKT, they need Faker. He's the one who is the least accountable in terms of position. He's the one that needs to be able to stop that channel of the curtain call. Otherwise, Arrow's going to have a field day in these fights.
Oh, Blank going forward, gets a pop in on the Score. They bounce him back. Bard ultimate comes through. It's only going to catch the Rek'Sai, who's now in a bit of a rough spot. Takes a hell of a lot of damage. Cannon Barrage thrown down. He's going to go back in, knocks up Blank. Is able to find the kill before he dies. That will be the 1 for 1. But it puts a kill on to Bang, which is going to be a bit worrisome if you're KT.
But you don't get that 1 for 1, and Baron is a realistic objective for SKT. Now, it didn't have teleport. That's the absolute best case scenario for KT Rolster after the start. Someday we'll just apply pressure them back.
Let's see, Bang now has enough to complete that rapid fire cannon, so the items are starting to come into the Sivir. Should be seeing the Infinity Edge next. So giving them that kill, definitely not what would be desired there by KT, but as you mentioned, being able to prevent the possibility of that Baron by killing Blank was definitely good for them. Someday, going to continue this split push at the bottom side. No tier 2 to really work with, so he's going to be wildly overextended. Ops to just go ahead and clear out some wards and the jungle of SKTelecom, and then he'll back off.
Someday actually interrupting his Black Cleaver build here to start picking up some armor. I'm very curious where Fly is going to go next with this build after the Lich Bane. Is he going to go for his Zhonya's Hourglass, perhaps, and try and get some additional survivability so he can really get in the back with his Proto
Faker.
Faker?
Going to get locked down. Score coming around the side. That's going to be the Devourer in from Wolf as they try to get out in the last couple shots of the curtain call. Not going to be able to connect as they get out of that cone. But Faker and Wolf go pretty low. They'll make it out alive, but that's the flash down at the top catch.
Now, Zhonya's is to go back to the build, Zhonya's is such a good item on Echo because it allows your Shadow to catch back up so you can actually deal damage with Chrono Break. So I hope that's what we're going to be seeing as possible next item from Fly.
Right now he's got that split push going on, so he'll be able to stick around. One more hit will do it. There it is. So another tier 2 going down. Just the one in mid still standing for SKTelecom. Outside of that, it's all just inhibitors. So their base has definitely been getting steadily cracked over and over again. 5-2 in the turret count. Those dragons are really starting to help out for KT.
And even though the item build and the approach of the Kassadin and Echo are quite similar, the big difference is the teleport. Faker took Ignite for lane control, extra kill pressure, a bit of oomph early to get him snowballing, but Fly has played the map and taken 2 inner turrets for free, and then was also there for the teleport collapse. So similar playstyle, but Fly's winning out him. We were looking for Fly to step up and make moves around the map. I was thinking more in the gank sense, but in the map pressure sense, he's definitely dictating game 3.
Well, I think that's been Fly's biggest strength all season, has been Fly's ability to put down pressure with these kind of champions that do have a lot of global presence. And we're seeing it in a new form here. It's certainly something KT's been working with, because this is the surprise pick for KT. They've been pushed to the limit. They have to show everything that they've got. And they pull out the Echo.
It was slowing down on damage. If you noticed though, Monty, we wondered about the next item. He has been a Banshee Veil 3rd Aurelian Soul for the longest time.
On to Arrow. Faker's going to go in deep. Boomerang Blade not going to connect. They throw out the board ultimate. It's not going to find anybody though. Great call coming through. Faker going low. There it is. Fly jumps forward, finishes him off with that Proto Belt. Wolf is going to go down as well. Arrow able to snipe out for the kill. Someday gets popped back in by Blank, but just not close enough. No one on SKTelecom can finalize that kill. And now KT starting to cheat up towards the Baron. Still way too low and too early for them to find that objective, but another 2 kills picked up.
But that's part of the problem with KT's composition here, is that, yes, they're doing so well. They've managed to open up a 5,000 gold lead, but at the end of the day, SKTelecom, they just get more time because KT can never actually go for a Baron. So even if SKT is losing, even if they are behind 5K, they still have scaling, and KT doesn't have enough ways to punish them.
Faker just getting way too aggressive. We've seen this from time and time again. Just can't really taper it off. Fly with a good jump through, using the Proto Belt into the face dodge to find that kill.
Look, we really don't know the damage ranges of full AP Echo. It's not going to be full AP. There'll be some tankiness, as you can tell by the completed Banshee Veil, but this Echo is doing a lot of work so far, as Monty says, until we see some armor items from both the Gnar and the Rex side. Baron is, for now, an objective too far for KT, and they already had a game 1 where they got to a point but couldn't actually kill the game. Difference here is they do have 2 Drakes.
Well, they're working on it. It's going to be the Guardian Angel coming in for Someday. You can see he has that. Oh, wow, big chase.
Well,
Off
Faker
of that
has
one.
to run.
Yeah, Faker definitely has to get out of dodge here. Still has those rip walks coming through, but now Johnny's arriving. They lock down Wolf into the root. He has to pop the shield already. Devour is going to spit out Faker, who's going to keep trying to run. Looks like he might be able to make it out. Fly going to dash forward, finds the kill. Curtain call opened up, will be canceled immediately. Wolf's going to go down, and KT now off of that play very damn well can make a play on Baron.
Worth noting that the Gangplank is level 16 with ultimate, so there will be an answer here from SKT. Do have Smite available as well.
They're going to suck this one up. They spot out Duke moving in from below. Hachani on the other side of the wall. He's looking to run interrupt on Blank. The pressure's down. Cannon Barrage comes through. KT looking for the turn. They catch Bang with the port ultimate. He's got no flash, no way to get out. He gets locked down and he will fall. Arrow puts another one on the board. Now 13-2 for KT. They go right back over to Baron.
Only Blank can go for the heroics. Is spotted out. There should be some goalkeeping from KT. Will be Someday.
Someday and Hachani both moving over the wall, looking for that stun if necessary. Blank's just trying to juke him out, find a way back in. Duke's arriving. Fly and score. Pretty damn low. They will be able to finalize the Baron. Blank goes in, can't get the smite. He's going to fall for it. Now Duke, Faker, and Wolf, they're back. Several members of KT are low, but they just can't find the fight. KT are just going to keep profiting now with an almost 10,000 gold lead.
That was a sloppy Baron, though, from KT.
Oh,
Blank
yes.
actually got the smite off in that little engagement. Score didn't smite at all, and Fly was the one who picked it up. That could have easily gone south for KT Rolster, but they get away with it.
I mean, they had a one-man investment to try and stop Gragas, but then the second man peeled away, and Gragas still had flash up, so many different ways to close the different distance onto the Baron. So the goalkeeping I spoke about, brittle, but it was just enough. They get the Baron, but it could have gone oh so wrong. The Baron there to SKT, that's enough time to really force the scaling and probably win the game.
Yeah, KT now going to be shoving down this mid lane. You can see just how quickly the towers get taken with the help of that Mountain Drake. So last tier 2, the last outer tower gets knocked down. And they are just still advancing on towards that 10,000 plus gold lead over top of SKTelecom. KT looking much more cohesive. We weren't sure how they were going to be playing coming into Game 3 after getting smashed out in Games 1 and 2. And they're turning it around in a big way.
That's what's so great about best of fives, right? You could really see the adaptation. KT taking a very different approach, not banning the GP, early picking the Gnar.
All right, let's open up with a curtain call. Ben going to eat one of those bullets with a spell shield, but that's going to give KT the in onto this tower, and it is just melting under the pressure. Arrow just holding onto those last couple shots so he can throw it off. Juke takes a really big burst of damage from that fourth and final bullet, and that will be the inhibitor going down. KT, the wave's not really prepped, so they can't just rotate up easily and try to get these remaining inhibitor towers, but looks like they're going to be moving over to this top side of the map and try to get something done. Recall going to be interrupted by Score. He's just going to stick around for the time being. But
KT have played to their win conditions really well. We thought maybe they weren't doing it fast enough, but so far it made me a believer of the Jhin and mid lane Echo duo, because both are doing exactly what they need to. Fly's played the map really efficiently. One inhibitor down, and they're looking for another inhibitor turret.
Yep. SKTelecom going to be holding on to this as best as they can. The minion wave in mid. Still about halfway there, so the pressure on the Nexus towers isn't going to be present for a little bit more time.
They need a curtain call to shoot through it. Basically, it's curtain call into structure take has been the play style from KT Rolster.
Can't tell exactly how long is left on that. Faker, ooh,
Wow.
barely inches out away from that Bard ultimate, so not going to get caught.
It was optimistic from the Bard. I think you hold on to the ult there. I don't think they had the damage around to actually kill the Castan anyway, and now Bard ultimate's down.
He had flash up, he could have just jumped over the wall there. So yeah, definitely a bit too optimistic by Hachani. It's already a quarter off cooldown, so he'll have it fairly soon. Arrow still can't tell how far out he is on that. As that SE spectator bug, there it is.
Lichbane.
Curtain call comes back up, and yeah, Lichbane is doing some work. Tower will go down under the pressure from these minions. So Fly just dashes forward, gets onto this in him, and that's just going to be KT bleeding out SKTelecom.
The super minions were actually dragged into the bottom lane there. That was a little bit weird.
Yeah, oh, Johnny. He's going to get engaged on, gets over the wall with that magical journey, but this tower has suffered heavily. A couple more hits here from Arrow will be able to finish it off. Fly throws up the parallel convergence, just trying to push back SKTelecom as much as he possibly can.
Let there be no ambiguity. They're way ahead here, KT, but one ace for SKT. The ability to team fight can't be denied.
Oh, while they go in onto Someday, Score jumps into the back line looking
Killed
for
him.
Faker, and he's going to be able to kill him. Indeed, Someday goes in, ults back flank. They finish him off. Arrow finds the kill. Hachani hanging on by a thread, makes it out of the cannon barrage, so he will live to fight another day, and that's going to be all three inhibitors going down. 40 seconds on Faker, 30 on flank. This is going to be KT ending the game at 32.5 minutes. Fly dashing forward, pop up on the Duke, flashes away, tries to get into the fountain, will get clipped by the Bard ultimate. It's just buying time for KT Rolster to finish off these structures. And the dream's alive. We have a series on our hands, gentlemen. SKTelecom, they're going to go down in Game 3, and KT put one on the board.
Yeah, it's going to be now. Watch the Nexus health. Remember, KT's very low.
That's true. Arrow's actually really chunked out. Wolf's going to be looking for it. They might not be able to. Now, yeah, they got it. Okay.
Lichbane,
Hey.
Mountain Drake. Yeah, that's going to chunk it out. So, wow, KT, smooth play in that game. They just one lane, one game, basically. They played around the pressure well, invaded to take down additional turrets, and especially props to Fly for getting 2 inner turrets in both of the side lanes.
He blind picked mid lane Echo. No ambiguity about it. Blind picked mid lane Echo and just dumpstered SKT.
Yeah, and that it's interesting because they knew they were going to blind pick the Echo because they banned the Vladimir on the blue side. So KT came in, they had that game plan set. It was their last shot. Now we got to see how SKT, are they going to go back to trying to play lane dominant champions to prevent the snowball that we saw from KT in game number 3?
Well, I think we can agree. Blank coming in on the Gragas in this game, not really able to be impactful whatsoever. Not a lot of gank pressure there, not a lot of ultimates leading to picks.
I mean,
SKTelecom, they barely got any kills.
Again, what was he supposed to do? He was in a situation where all of his lanes were constantly pushed up and he was getting invaded. There wasn't a chance for his allies to even help him. So any jungle you pick, that's going to be a rough situation.
Cassidon not really working out. You can see the Gragas almost doing more damage than that pick in the mid lane. So it's going to be back to the drawing board for SKTelecom. we suffer a loss here in the series. So KT Rolster got to be feeling pretty good about that, but definitely not the time to get complacent, get overconfident. They still need to approach this with a level head and try to continue this as they work towards the reverse sweep. We're going to get ready to go to a break, though. See you guys in a few. Welcome back. Your MVP from Game 3 was Arrow. Deathless game on the Jin 607. So he does it again. That'll be his second MVP nomination. The 72% kill contribution. And man, he had some damn good shots.
I mean, Arrow's last 2 Jin games, Game 3 against Samsung and this one, have just been extraordinary. No doubt about it. Started here with the initial dive and a couple of kills picked up by KT, but this was the real gem. Achani and Arrow combining for one of the best Jin shots I have ever seen. It could not have been more perfect coming out of the States.
That's as close as you can get it. Just absolutely mind-boggling that he was able to pull off that shot.
And I mean, the new lease on life that Score had on Rek'Sai was good to see. In general, KT played their comp perfectly. SKT definitely had a window late game where they had all the answers, but the late game didn't come. They had a proactive top lane from Someday. Looked great on the Echo this season, and another good performance from him.
The other unsung person, as we see this highlight reel though for Arrow, of course, is Fly. Split push game on the mid lane Echo, bringing that pick back. Not something that we see typically at all, but brings that back and has an immense amount of success, knocking down those tier 2 towers in the top and bottom sides of the map and just wreaking havoc for SKT, who just continuously slipped further and further behind.
The last 2 best of 5s between these 2 teams have gone 3-0 SKT, so already that narrative has to shift a bit. A 5th game between KT and SKT, a 5th game in the Telecom Wars would be an unbelievable level of hype, and with KT once again on blue side, maybe they can make that a reality.
Yeah, KT saying, you know what, we can't be to SKTelecom what Samsung are to us. We have to come out with a win, and they're able to do so there in Game 3. But now the big question is, again, can they continue? Can they get to that Game 5 here in the Telecom War? We're going to find out as we move into the pick and ban for Game 4. Again, as you mentioned, KT Rolster back on the blue side. They're going to start things off with this Malzahar ban yet again.
Yeah. Malzahar, Vlad, Tarek were their 3 bans in Game 3. Let's see how SKT are going to rewrite the script, because Gnar and Jin are both viable bans for SKT.
Yeah, Shen off the board again.
Interesting that they're really prioritizing that Terra, considering if KT goes for a lane dominant strategy again, they don't really have to worry about the Terra.
Just want to ban that one away. We'll see what SKT wants to go for here. So Leah, Karma, the bans from Game 3. It will be Vladimir coming back out. We saw and kind of questioned that initially that KT had banned the Vladimir in the last game. But going back over to SKTelecom, they'll pick up the reins on taking that one off the board.
Interesting, because it does free up a ban for KT, more or less. They could go back to a Trundle or a Maokai ban here if they want to.
Let's see, so far Gangplank still available. Nar's on the board. It will be the Trundle. So good call on that. We'll see what the final ban from SKTelecom is going to be. Kind of have to think it's going to be that Talia.
Now the question is, how far has Gnar increased in priority in this draft? Is the Gnar first pick worthy, or is it going to be the Rek'Sai again?
The Rek'Sai looks so clean. Whether it was the lanes or it was blank on the Gragas, lanes certainly seem like the most likely, but regardless, I think Score's increased level of performance and the dives they could make compared to the more reactionary Gragas we've had so far. It's been 3 wins with Rek'Sai between KT and SKT, so they will go with the Rek'Sai first.
SKTelecom, they're not going to make this mistake again. They go for the Gnar, lock that one down, make sure they keep it into the hands of Someday. So if he wants to go for the Gangplank, he'll be working in that uphill battle.
Yeah, that's the question for Someday. Does he want to play the reverse matchup? Is he confident? Is KT willing to take their foot off the pedal and try and go for a late game here? It would be a very different way to win than the way they won in the last game, and they are going to go for the Jin one more time, and it looks like it may be Jin GP.
I think they're going to need some lane dominance out of mid lane. A Karma, for example, that has made it through picks and bans to facilitate the more risky top lane.
Well, the Karma ban was done by SKT because it is the easiest way to team fight with GP in the late game. You give him some extra survivability and speed. So, especially with Jin GP, I expect to see a mid lane Karma if it isn't taken away by SKTelecom. Problem is, if you're SKT and you take the Karma here, you're dealing with a very low damage composition. You already don't have a carry top or jungler.
Karma Sivir, I guess, could be.
It'd have to be.
It'd have to be. Sivir is the late game AD carry for damage. I think you have to deny the Karma.
Yes.
I mean, this was their staple back at the beginning of the split that
Sure.
they would run, and then, you know, when teams finally started taking down SKTelecom, it was by banning away both of these champions. So they are comfortable with running both of these.
Also, Bang is the highest DPM player in the league. He is capable of solo carrying SKTelecom, as we've seen on multiple occasions, but again, it is a huge burden on the Sivir to do a lot of damage in the late game.
Now, when you see Karma Sivir, I think Achani has to have pause considering a champion like Bard, almost impossible to hit the Bard ultimate when you're going to have so much movement speed and dash on the side of SKT.
I mean, also the curtain call. It's going to make it considerably more difficult to land those shots.
I think you take Nami here, actually, if Achani is comfortable on that champion, just because it allows you to disengage effectively with the Tsunami.
Definitely the chance of that. We're looking for a mid lane pick as well. Can't go too risky because they have that Gangplank, who is expected to take so much pain in the top lane against Gnar. And wow, he's flashing the Nami at least, so heavily considering it as Monty does some gyrations in the booth. Tom Kench is also something worth considering, but what's the mid laner? Because it almost feels like you want a safe control mid laner. This would not be that.
This would not be that at all.
Oh boy.
This would be the first time we've seen New Rise picked in Korea.
Yeah, we haven't seen it since the changes came through. We saw it in, you know, in a couple different regions, EU especially.
Yeah, I would think Aurelion Sol is the more obvious pick here for Fly.
A lot more open map, semi-global presence there. Just drift on down across. You have the curtain call, open up a big zone as well as that Abyssal Voyage, the Void Rush, and the Cannon Barrage. So KT have a lot of tools that they can utilize. So will be that Aurelion Sol locked up, and now just yet again looking for a last pick support.
Could also be a mid laner.
That's very true. They could just flex the Karma down into bottom.
Yeah, Faker changing his summoner spells right there makes me think this is going to be that Cassiopeia. We talked about it last game, 6-0. Faker is undefeated champion with the most wins.
I really liked it into the Echo because it denies phase dive. The Aurelion Sol certainly doesn't have any abilities like that, so this would be purely just punishing a champion that's very short range. Still going to be a hard matchup, but we know the Aurelion Sol playstyle. He fits in more backs than any other champion because he can just fly back to lane with his E. It's an awkward thing to say, fly for fly, but it works out for Aurelion Sol and it works out for KT.
I like the choice of summoners here from KT too. They're running double exhaust into the short range Cassiopeia and Sivir damage, so they're going to be able to get off both exhausts, most likely on both of the carries from SKT if they team fight properly.
This Cassiopeia, if he ever overextends for damage after Gangplank is 6, the Gangplank ult comes in, the Rek'Sai flash on Burrows, and that is going to be a dead Cassiopeia.
Yeah, it'd be really easy to lock him down, but we know Faker, we know this pick for him. If he can get ahead and get rolling, he is not going to have any trouble outputting damage onto the enemy team here of KT Rolster. Of course, also offers up some potential for earlier Barons with the Cassiopeia. Still consistent damage, so that is going to be an imminent threat that SKTelecom can push onto KT. We'll see how they're going to deal with that. But now, do or die time for SKTelecom. Again, they win here, they close out above KT Rolster, they move on to the finals, and they confirm themselves for the World Championship. So everything on the line, KT Rolster going to be looking to find another win and keep the dream of a reverse sweep alive.
Keep your eyes on the jungle. It was all about Blank in the end of Game 1 and especially Game 2, and then Score turned it on in Game 3. He's on the Rek'Sai, and the series so far has gone with the Rek'Sai.
Yeah, we'll see if Blank can have a better game on that Gragas or if Score is still just going to run away with it. Definitely going to be looking to get someday ahead on that Gangplank. Let's go ahead, get right onto the Rift for Game 4. KT looking to crawl back in. All right, and an Infernal Drake yet again.
Wow.
Where did all the oceans go?
Hot damn. They dried up.
Global warming going on here, boys.
Yeah.
Well, that's,
the
that's definitely
oceans-
for sure. If we're in Seoul right now, it has been hotter than hell in this city.
I mean, the oceans get bigger with global warming because it melts the polar ice cap.
Okay,
But
just stop.
Good,
Stop.
Good try,
Stop,
Papa
Achilles.
Smith.
Let's
You
talk
tried.
about the play-by-play. That's right.
Oh, yes. All of the action. Just letting you know. Fly. It's just going to hover around, see
How you
KT
feeling,
Rolster.
Monty?
See, the KT fans, they have a reason to lift these again.
You weren't feeling the victory after the start of Game 3. How about Game 4, Monty?
You were pretty tilted.
KT Monty, how you feeling?
I feel like I would have rather have seen the Nami this game. Yes, the Tahm Kench is good, of course, with the Jhin and the GP, but I think that the key was really the lane dominance, right? And I think the Nami would have given them more pressure. Because they lose that, of course, the Sivir Karma combination, very good at early game poking. I don't know how I feel about this. It's definitely a change of pace for KT. They do have to win this game in a different way than they won their last one. It's not going to be win lane, win game anymore, that's for sure. They're only going to get small Krug.
But it's a bonus. No,
It's a bonus Krug.
certainly no Gromps allowed for SKT.
Nice zoning Q, though. Giving Bang a little bit more time with the minion wave, trying to cut down early caster minion.
Well, maybe Hachani just hasn't practiced up on that Nami. It's been a while since he's played it. It's been over a month since KT lost their set to a Freak of Freaks. It's the last time that he brought that champion out.
Yeah, it's actually been Wolf who's been the bigger Nami player. He's got 10 games in. Wraith also, notably.
He started off the season playing pretty much exclusively like Nami and Soraka.
He was not the only one. Nami was a really big pick for about 3.5 weeks and then fell off a cliff until recently.
Yeah. Not really sure what even happened to make that occur, but it's all right. She's working her way back in as best as she can. You can see mid laners really just roaming around looking for some vision so far. Not going to find too much of anything. Stun not going to connect on the Faker. Fly just looking to harass out as best as he can. Has that corrupting potion though, so he'll be all right. Sustain back up. One more charge. Faker opting in for the Doran's ring. So added mana sustain with that Twin Fang passive.
He missed the cannon.
Yeah, he messed up. Pressure in the bottom lane. Zero is pushed back away from the tower and away from these minions. Monster Q's from Wolf really doing some damage.
It's not a fun existence for Jhin and Tahm Kench.
Now this is why I wanted the Nami. But SKTelecom reversing the pressure from game number 3 to game number 4, seeing if they get some chip damage down early. KT, they're going to be the ones waiting for scaling.
Now, Fly doesn't have heal, so those trades that he likes to take certainly get more risky.
Trying to bait Faker in, gets the stun.
He cannot
Score's
stay
coming
there too
through.
long.
Yeah, Fly going really low, so he'll blow out the exhaust. Get the ghost away from Faker, but Score just not able to move up fast enough. Didn't want to go for the flash knock-up. Try to solidify that kill, but Fly was really playing with fire for a second there.
I mean, a lot of the best moments for Fly as Aurelion Sol have been smart heals and flashes to open space and then expanding the W. He's been really good at that, but can't play with fire as closely or will burn you without that heal.
Yeah, and Score couldn't flash in right there because if he committed to that and Blank showed up, it would have been
Disaster.
yeah, disaster. No way for Fly to fall up. So Score made the right call. Not overcommitting to that without knowledge of SKTelecom's jungler.
For now, we get this fun matchup up in the top lanes. The Doran Shield coming through for Duke.
I know, it's a pretty cool meta where like getting solo killed is pretty standard stuff, as is the way with top lane gangplank. Fly.
Yeah, Fly getting aggressed on. Score's waiting. Let's go for another bait scenario. Looks like
Fly actually put off a point-blank Star Surge, his Q to stun up Faker as he drove by. That was important there.
it's nice. They're staying safe for the time being. Score's still hovering around, got spotted out. The pings come down. They have that ward over the wall. So Will just be keeping track of that Rek'Sai. And Blank is just going to stick around in mid as long as he has to ensure that Faker is going to remain safe. Looks like he's going to go ahead back off, get that first buy coming through. We already know where Fly is going to be going. Has that Ruby Crystal in the inventory. So just going to be looking for that catalyst as quickly as he possibly can get it.
Problem is, KT's getting dominated in the mid and bottom lanes so far. When it comes to those CS advantages, that's really going to be helping them out.
Some days hurting as well. Has that wave to catch, but see the pressure from the Gnar yet again, just winning out that matchup innately.
I mean, to some degree, it's 3 losing lane matchups for KT, but certainly not to the extent that SKT kind of opted into those in the previous game. They do have some hope in this game, KT, of staying competitive, so it's about 10 CS abound across the lane.
Someday really taking a beating here. Able to pick up a good amount of those minions, but still lost out on about 3 or 4.
Gonna try and boulder and deny this back.
Yeah, he'll be able to hit it too. That's going to be a big kill threat now as Duke has hit that level 6. And you can see He didn't misclick on his ultimate, so he does in fact have that one
Superior
ready to
player.
go. Yep, I told you, it's just the better in the 1v1.
It's cannon minion wave too, so that's awkward timing for someday.
He'll burn out the teleport, gets back, but
Missed the
he's
cannon.
not going to be able to get the cannon, so it's going to be pretty detrimental for him. He'll make up for the gold with the parlay, but still could have been that much further ahead.
I mean, experience-wise also, he loses out
Yeah.
a lot there. Still is not level 6, actually just pinged it as I say that.
Duke uses his TP to rejoin the lane.
That is a really awkward lane spacing for Fly. He has no way to get to the minion wave. He needs his jungler right now to help him push.
Oh boy. Well, he's at the wolves at the moment.
Now, there's literally
So-
nothing he can do.
Yeah, Fly, this is
Faker's
sucks.
also level 6, so there's not really a way you can engage that
Wraparound's
or
coming
walk up.
through here as well.
Really smart timing from SKT. Blank was not moving to bait in potentially the Rek'Sai.
Well, that'll be the Raptors going over to Blank. He's able to take a camp away. Score now going to be struggling a little bit to stick around in the jungle. We can see Chani roaming up, maybe looking to make a play. Fly here as well. Maybe a 3v3, but they have to be scared about that Cassiopeia. And Arrow, oh man, he is really falling behind now. 48 to 64 in CS.
I mean, there's nothing he can do. It doesn't matter if he has a friendly there or not. He is at the whim of the opponent laners, which is not ideal when you're a Jhin. Now, things can change very fast. They do have Gangplank ult to give some global pressure, given both TPs are down in the top lane. But for now, it's painful for KT.
They're going to have to get rolling. So far, just has that serrated Dirk, so still a ways away from the Yomu's Ghostblade. And Bang going to be going straight for that BF sword, likely for the Essence Reaver.
We need Score to make a move somewhere if KT are going to get some lane pressure. Speaking of lane pressure,
Yeah, Sunday's pretty far forward. Blank has the flash there. They try to go in for the play. Duke sitting in the brush.
will there be greed here from Sunday?
Looks like it. He's moving up. Meanwhile, the bot Score coming down, trying to start something up. On the hunt gets popped. Bang going to take a bunch of these shots from the curtain call. Fourth one will fly straight and true, but they're not able to find the kill. Duke goes in though. Will scoop up Someday. Gets that kill coming in, but he'll be answered back with the help of the turret and that cannon barrage coming down. So all in all, not the worst case scenario for Someday.
This is actually by far the more worrying thing is the mid lane where the CS lead has gone from 5 to 6 to 25.
Yeah, this is really bad. Faker just zoning out Fly on every single wave, just making sure he can't even get in range, really. Oh, gonna dodge that ultimate there. Fly just gets slowed up as he turns his back.
Now, all Score has been able to do to help mid lane is steal blue, but he's
Oh
going for
boy,
a dive.
Bang getting rooted down, doesn't have the spell shield. He'll get popped up, and that'll be a kill coming in for Arrow and bot. 2-1 on the board. KT finally making some proactive moves.
KT really needed that kill onto Arrow, so fantastic that they were able to get it. That's going to relieve a lot of pressure off of the bottom side of the map. Score coming up big with the Rek'Sai.
Yep, yet again, gonna have to focus a little bit more onto this mid if he can. Clear out some vision, which will make it easier. Fly walking up, gets the stun in. Score coming in, gets the burrow. Exhaust on a Faker, he'll flash away. So let's just get that summoner spell out. He's gonna flash right back in. His Faker gets way too cocky. And Score says, all right, you wanna play this game? Let's go. Takes him to town, takes him out. Faker just getting way too over-aggressive.
Wow, that was a huge mistake by Faker. I can't believe he came in like that, cocky, thinking that Score wouldn't go for the all-in. But Score sees that opportunity, baits him out, and there's a death for SKT.
Score says, oh, hell yeah, I'll take that.
I mean, Fake is so used to being the alpha dog, and Score's like, I've been around longer than you. He's the one who knows his limits, and something cathartic about seeing Faker punished.
Well,
I mean,
this is what Score's fighting for.
I mean, KT's fighting back. They have that gold lead now. They've got better scaling into the late game. So KT, I think they've got some time to work here. If Someday can get big on this GP, there's a real shot we go into Game 5. And I mean, especially for Score, how sweet would it be to get revenge on the reverse sweep that he suffered as an AD carry in 2013 in the summer finals? To come back and do it this way would be glorious for Score.
That's 3 years worth of rage he's been holding on to, Monty, and that's been 3 years of disappointment. They've lost to SKT so many times. In that time, here comes
Missile Voyage, Cannon Barrage thrown down, Bang gonna get slowed up, curtain call coming through.
Bye, Bang.
Fourth and final shot, not gonna
Who wants
connect.
the
Oh,
kill?
there it is, that was the fourth shot. I miscounted. And that is
Runs.
going to be another kill onto the Sivir. Duke looking for the play, throws at the boulder, but doesn't want to dive in. And it's a good thing that I'm not being threatened by Dirty Harry, because I do not know how to count bullets, it would appear. So I definitely would lose out in that context.
I mean, what did Score famously say a year ago before the summer final? I want to get the win for Score. Duke gets the solo kill inevitably on Someday.
All right, so that's 2 times that Someday's gotten solo killed in this series.
But Score said, I want to get the win for Ryu, because some say he's still dying to Faker.
Yep.
Well,
The Ryu Revenge.
it's just Someday. He's still dying to Duke.
Ryu's Revenge kind of sounds like a ride that would be like Lotte World.
No, that's Capcom. You know, it's a Street Fighter.
They do say in Korea that Ryu dies every minute.
Nice juke back by Fly,
What about
not going to
Faker?
get caught up. Johnny's coming in. Voice of Light, use Faker going low, will get devoured up. Wolf and Blank arriving to try to stop this kill from coming through, but there's just nothing they can do. Someday going to finish channeling out the teleport just for good measure. They get the kill on Hachani, so not the best allocation, but another kill is still good here as far as KT is concerned.
Wow, well, KT continuing their role. Probably didn't need to use the teleport right there, so SKTelecom has a chance to strike back a little bit. Even things up with a teleport advantage, but Faker really losing control of this mid lane.
Yeah,
And
look at this.
This is what happens every time there's Nara versus King.
it doesn't matter who's playing. Duke has also been in this situation before in the reverse matchup, so it's not very surprising to see this go this way.
What is Someday got baited for a last hit.
He just like
Wait
jump
for
in
it.
and get the Gnar ultimate. Yep.
Someday, don't melee range a minion.
Yeah, that was really bad.
Well, that's how it goes.
Well, the worst thing is that like Mini Nara's more damage for the Gangplank to deal with, so it wasn't a safe haven for him in any way.
Yeah. Well, Someday going to be a bit further behind here, 89 to 110. As far as the CS goes, still working on building up that Trinity Force.
I think the reprieve that
almost a
Fly has
stinger.
gotten Achilles in the mid lane, you know, the gank from
Yeah.
Score into the wraparound.
He's still down by about 17 CS, so.
But he's got
he
the
is
2
hurting, but
assists.
Yeah, exactly. The 2 assists are certainly helping.
And it's a reprieve. That's the thing, is the pressure was one way. It was Faker dominating the lane. Then we saw Score take the enemy blue buff, dive bottom, and then kill Faker in the middle. That's like the triumvirate of making things happen for his team. So we wondered where Score was in the first 2
Oh
games.
boy, Blank gonna get popped up the roof, not gonna connect as Blank does flash away, but the bullets are coming down. The cannon barrage for good measure to slow him
One
up.
more.
Score gets popped even closer to him. Last shot comes through, and Arrow will get the connection. Wolf has to flash over the wall to get away from Hachani.
KT is
Rafira's
styling
getting
on
devoured.
SKT.
They are getting dunked. Blue buff gonna get taken away. You can be damn sure that is gonna be the Infernal Dragon going over to KT as well. Duke maybe looking for a play up top. Faker on the roam. Someday gets stunned in. Nice cleanse off. Will dodge out on the wall up. Turret goes over onto Duke. Still pretty low though on
It's
this
about as
Gangplank.
much vision as you can have possible there. Pink ward.
Oh boy, Abyssal Voyage. They're going to try to turn this around. They come in underneath the tower as the Infernal Drain goes down. They're not able to get in range of Duke, as he is just going to be able to hop out to safety, but KT are still just making moves and coming up with objectives.
And there was no cost to that rotation from the Abyssal Voyage because they already had the kill bottom. They're pushing up, Scores zoning the Sivir away.
Well, they get the spell shield out with a Praise Seeker. They're going to burn the teleport to hold on to this tower. Duke will cancel it out in the end.
Well, he was never going to actually take that TP. That was just to force them to back off
Voice of
right
Light.
there.
Fly on the Faker. Fly dashing forward. Stuns him
Is he going to
up.
solo kill
He
him?
looks like it. Oh, the flash. Fly not going to follow through. Would have been really risky. Blank was there waiting in the wing. So good control there by Fly to not go too ham.
You definitely don't flash there. SKT knows exactly where your jungler is. You have no idea. Do not flash in that situation. You got enough. You got 2 summoners, and you forced Faker back out of the lane in that situation. I think he is sticking around because Fly recalled, but the advantage still very heavily in KT's favor. Fly now going to pop up and cover the top lane while Someday see if they can get a gank here. Be hard without the Voice of Light.
Yeah, just wants to try to hold on to that tower by the look of it, because they're so close to losing one of their own. They want that first tower gold. Fly is floating his way up here slowly and steadily.
Duke has his
the
flash.
flash. It's going to be the barrels coming down. They'll chain it in. They'll get the slow up. Duke, he's just going to die.
All right.
What?
Okay, then. Fly gets another kill. Or a kill.
Ah, the front door approach. Running at the enemy who doesn't flash.
That wasn't like they rang the doorbell. Duke looked through the flap and saw like who was waiting and just like, oh yeah, come on in. and then they punched him in the face.
I mean, he did know that Someday and Fly both had flash up
Sure.
and could have followed him, so maybe he's just saving it for later. But I think he could have gotten both of their flashes out for one of his, even if he would have died.
Score taking a hell of a lot of damage from Faker. The Cassiopeia is still doing some relevant damage with
Voice
Cannon
Fly.
Barrage on down. Faker and get popped up nice on Burrow from Score. They take him down. Fly finds the goal and curtain call opened up. They want to give that one over to Arrow, unable to do it. As Score, good problems. He just does too much damage. So they find another 2 kills. That's 9-2 for KT Rolster.
Fly has now contributed to 3 different kills while his ultimate was down that entire time. Didn't even need it, as KT just keeps outnumbering SKTelecom on the map.
He's been a part of 2/3 of the kills.
And the kill distribution, the fact that Arrow picked up so many of those kills, snowballed that Youmu's, parts of an Essence Reaver, a building block item at best.
And now, first brick.
That's a pretty late first brick.
Yeah.
It's going to be a second brick pretty soon.
Yeah, don't really get anything
Just a
different
bit of
from that.
global gold, nothing
Just
more.
some more global gold, but nothing unique
Sure.
for the second brick. They're not going to be able to knock it down yet, though. But Ocean Drake will finally see one. So the global warming was real. So Ocean Drake will be coming out here as our second dragon. And that's just going to be a little cherry on the top for KT Rolster if they pick that up.
Well, I mean, Duke is going to at least be able to answer the turrets here. Everybody from SKTelecom on this side of the map, they're going to try and go after the Rift Herald as a consolation prize for losing that Infernal Drake. It is going to go down very quickly with Faker there.
Now this is actually pretty big for SKT, and you might think, okay, but they're going to give the buff to no, it doesn't get the full value anyway. But what they need to do is actually continue applying this pressure on top, pushing the minion wave in, and the Baron control of Cassiopeia is massive. That's the thing. If they can run the top side of the map, get a Baron.
Voice of Light used on the Faker. Nice dodge out yet again by Fly, turning around perfectly for the ultimate, and they pick up another kill.
You interrupted me. Stop getting solo killed in mid, then they can take a Baron.
All right. Fly really just doing
There's an asterisk on that point.
This is why the Aurelion Soul bans come through for KT. He is very difficult to stop on this champion.
Well, that's going to be the current call here. Bang,
maybe kill him
popping
for
on the
full.
hunt. Just have the second one. Wolf beats the third. Fourth bullet being held. He's just going to cancel that one as they run out of the zone.
It is really hard for him to hit the shots against the Sivir Karma combo. That is brutal, but they apply enough pressure. They get the kill on the Faker. Now they turn it into a mid lane tier 1 turret, and KT rolling here, looking like they may be forcing a game 5.
Looking for it. The tower taking a good amount of damage as Score goes in, but doesn't have enough threat. So Bang and Wolf will be able to stick around. They'll hold on to that tier 2. Blue buff about to spawn should be taken away by KT. And they can just get all of the deep vision they could possibly want in preparation for this dragon in a minute 20.
Let's zoom out a little bit, talk about some meta things. Now, we saw earlier this week that dynamic side select is available in LCK. So far, we've had KT on blue side 4 games in a row. I think SKT, with choice of side in Game 5, have to go blue side and have to first pick the red side.
I think it's going to be banned if they do it. Because right now, KT, they're not going to feel pressured to ban the Taric, probably, or the Trundle. They have a lot more wiggle room, I feel, than SKT does, because SKT is banning the Taliyah. They are banning the Shen. These are champions that apparently they are very uncomfortable with KT having, which makes sense considering that Fly and Someday have been excellent on both of those champions. And at a fundamental level, I think KT is a better team playing around globals, or playing with globals, than SKTelecom is. So they've been trying to hack into that.
SKT might be looking for a gank here. Johnny walks forward, throws down the ward. He's safe
Now,
enough.
if that was Hachani a couple of years ago, he certainly would have investigated that with his face.
A couple of years ago, last split, we could say, really.
Especially early last
We don't have to
split.
throw back that far. But, oh, this is going to be Arrow.
It's
going to be the
0-4.
Korean sniper. Bang pops the heal, gets it. It's not going to be enough to kill him off the 4th shot, but it's not going to land anyway someday. Meanwhile, that's going to be the 3rd time he gets solo killed in the series.
I mean, you just expect that in this matchup at this
Yeah,
point. It happens to
exactly.
everybody.
I mean, Duke getting killed 3 times by ADD was telling enough for the matchup of the Gnar and the GP.
Yeah, it just doesn't matter either. It doesn't matter if you get killed if you're Someday, because in the late game when Gnar is looking to try and get ultimates on your team, he has to wade through a field of barrels that take him down to 50% HP.
Now, if they lose 2 turrets, that would certainly be a bigger problem. They won't lose mid as Aurelion Soul is there, but he's going to get a big push onto the other turret.
Oh, Voice of Light used letting yet again. That's going to be the Abyssal Voyage coming in. Hachani with Score into flash forward, gets the pop up. Faker flashes away. That's not going to be the ultimate connecting. Throws out the miasma. Slow him up, get a little bit of damage, but yet again, Flash, Ghost, and Ultimate all burned out.
They really wanted the flash off Faker. That's why they were willing to trade it for the Rek'Sai, as we're going to see. Someday not watching.
He was literally just sitting there
He was watching his cannon.
He was
watching his cannon barrage.
No, he
actually,
just
he
threw it
didn't.
down.
Oh man.
He was literally just watching them fight for
Okay,
the
let
tier
me put it this
2.
way. He was watching
Yes.
two cannon
Yes.
barrage. Yes.
And then he,
Oh dear. Someday you've played this game for too long to do that.
I mean, every GP player has had a death like that too.
Yeah. It's alright. Just don't let it happen again. Ocean Drake started up score. It's not worth going in for this one. They'll just hand this one over. They saw the Infernal Drake and they can get another one.
I mean, you take a turret over an
the-
Ocean Drake.
I like the roll of the die that we got today with these dragons.
I mean, KT
Turned out pretty nice.
getting to swap a top turret they would have no business getting if Nara was in lane for an Ocean Drake. They're probably just fine with it. They'll be in position for the Infernal Drake in 6 minutes' time.
Yeah, and I mean, Duke hasn't been able to itemize in for the team fight. You know, wants to dominate that lane with the Frozen Mallet and the Black Cleaver. Hasn't gotten something like the Randuin's Omen so that he can really eat the damage that Arrow's going to be outputting. So with this massive armor penetration build that Arrow has, as he's now working towards his third item, he is going to be shredding that Gnar.
It is a bit hilarious that Trinity Force Youmu's and then Duskblade Youmu's being answered by no armor. Literally none at all.
Well, there hasn't been a lot of money, Papa
Yeah,
Smithy. That's
true.
the problem. And, you know, if you want to dominate, that's the other problem, is if you want to dominate the GP with the Gnar, you have to go Frozen Mallet and then into the Black Cleaver so you can solo kill him. But again, in team fights, the GP just does a lot more because he can take 3 members of your team down to 50% HP with 1 barrel.
I think when we saw ADD get the first solo kill on Duke, he actually beat him. While Duke had a Trinity Force and he only had a Phage.
I mean,
So it actually doesn't take very much to beat the crap out of that Gangplank, but you're really going all in with the Frozen Mallet and Black Cleaver.
and the thing is, offensively and team fight wise, I think a Nara where you reapply the Black Cleaver 5 times is better than a Randuin's. Nara is basically in a team fight an ult bot, and the first W, and then he kind of just runs around and auto attacks. So
Oh boy,
Bang.
looking for Bang yet
He got
again.
hit.
Flies there. Bullets coming through. Fourth one, can he get it?
Oh,
No,
no.
not going to clip him in time, but Scores moving forward,
No
looking
flash.
for the play. No flash available for the Rek'Sai. Cannon Barrage thrown down, not going to really find anybody. So Bang will make it out yet again, but he's got to be feeling pretty upset in this game because they've just been targeting him out time and time again. I've only been able to kill him twice, but they just keep trying for it.
there's the flash down as well. So Summoners at a premium, still Faker and no flash. Bang now, no flash.
Yeah, all they had to use were ults for that. Meanwhile, 2 summoners used from SKTelecom. Faker.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, the root not going to come through. And that's just going to be a little bit of a scuffle over this vision control in the upper river, which is going to be more and more important, especially for KT Rolster, because we saw SKTelecom, do this before, sneak in in game 2 over the wall with that Cogball with the Tom Kenchins, take away the Baron. Now that Cassiopeia could be looking to make a similar play, so KT needs to maintain as much vision control as they possibly can that upper side. 25 minutes just about on the clock. At this time 2 games ago, SKTelecom are wrapping things up. Looking like it was going to be a 2-0, but now KT looking like they might be able to go the distance. Square off against the Rocks Tigers in the final.
Early days on that prediction just now.
We'll see. Duke going to take a lot of damage, gets rooted down. Score, though, going to get answered. Knocks down to half. Fly coming in, has that Celestial Expansion, will force out the flash from the Gnar. The
big
TP coming in
TP.
the backside from Someday, throws out the Cannon Barrage, flashes away, trying to create some distance. Faker's coming in from behind him. Does have a lot of damage. This could be a turnaround for SKTelecom potentially. The Power coming through. Big shots onto Wolf. The Celestial Expansion not going to kill him in time. He gets a shield off cooldown. KT might be looking to continue this push in mid. So they might just peel back. Faker is still very healthy. They'll say, you know what? Let's just let that one go.
I don't really think TPing into the back line to GP is a great idea from Someday. Didn't actually get punished for it, though. Fly did not have his ultimate up for the most of that fight. It just came back up when the dust was settling, so there wasn't enough really CC there to follow up on the very aggressive, needlessly so, teleport there from Someday.
Credits for inventiveness, though. If we're going to reward mid lane echo with Protobot, we got to reward flank teleport Gangplank.
Wow, that scared me.
Flank, flank.
Flank blank, exactly.
Call
Yeah.
him the flank, flank.
Flank blank is definitely terrible, so KT...
Unless you can flank from behind a wall, when it's in the middle of the lane.
No, that
it's-
was a very conspicuous in the
Yeah.
middle of 5 people to teleport.
Yeah. Well, it's all right. KT not going to lose a whole lot for that. Faker now getting that Seraph's Embrace completed, so we'll have that big shield that's going to help him stay alive from these repeated ganks and catch-outs that he's been finding himself in.
Well, we're back to the Baron control game here.
My favorite game.
This is where they want to start making these picks if you're KT. It's still early for you to actually go after this Baron.
Oh, going on to bang yet again. Eats one bullet. He'll eat two. One more would do it. Can he bend it? Blank is doing his damnedest to try to body block, and Arrow says, fine, I'll just shoot Wolf instead. Not going to get a whole lot done. But they're able to get the on the hunt down yet again for Bang.
Yeah, but score shouldn't have flashed there. With the on the hunt still up, and especially because Blank was just sitting there with the explosive cask off cooldown, really easy to deny that engage. I think you just take what you can get. As I said, they overcommit, and they lose a tool to engage, perhaps in a more reliable time to get a kill.
But now Score goes back and finally gets some armor. So getting closer and closer to opening up with the curtain call, zoning away a threat, and actually trying to threaten the Baron. So the items haven't been there in the first 27 minutes, but we're getting closer.
All right, well, KT looking to pitch in from the side. Wolf will get rooted down. The Celestial expansion is just melting him, and Arrow will come up with the kill. Rest of SKTelecom able to back off, but now the Dragon's up. SKTelecom don't have a support, and KT, they're just going to go ahead and try to get their second Infernal Drake.
Man, Arrow with this much armor penetration and 2 Infernal Drakes is a pick machine.
What's it with the GP? I mean, the barrels, we talked about this in game, one of this series with all the Infernal Drakes going
Started
over.
it.
This is a desperation,
Yeah,
Baron.
the pings are coming out, and they just can't do it. They'll back off immediately. Bang gets knocked down below half HP from the Baron. And global warming will continue as Ocean Drake will be our 4th dragon. So, makes sense. Heat comes in, then you get an ocean.
Yeah,
More
you
heat,
get more
ocean.
Tide is rising. Well,
How very scientific.
how very scientific indeed. Well, see what KT is going to do here to close this one out. They should be pretty much on cruise control at this point forward, waiting until they can safely do that Baron. They are just going to be able to farm more of these minion waves too, with the mobility of the Aurelian Soul compared to the Cassiopeia.
Good amount of vision here for KT Rolster. Have that big horse that's been standing behind the Baron pit for a while.
Man, the barrel lasts a long time.
Yeah. That's actually pretty absurd.
Crab
It's
delivery.
not even maxed yet.
Hand delivers.
That's level 3.
Scuttle Crab over to Arrow.
There's a drag it behind your mid-tier 1, no problem. Give it to the Jin, who can get that, what, 1,500 crit on the 4th shot.
Oh, Arrow.
Oh my.
Pops the Yomus, gets a nice hit in on the Bang. Do a little bit of damage there. You missed it. That final shot onto the Scuttle Crab did.
1,500 damage.
Yeah,
And that's 29 minutes, 3 items in.
yeah.
Gets bigger.
Gets, I think, I'm sure this is the biggest crit that we've seen, that I've seen. I think it was about 1,800 one of the games at one time.
I mean, obviously you do a lot more damage critting a minion than you do a champion, given the lower armor values on the minions.
Yeah, he did like 1,800 to a champion, I think.
That's pretty impressive.
I forget who it was. They were really far ahead, though. Maybe it was 1,600. Either way, it's just gonna look at this
Efficiency.
so good.
I love watching Fly play Aurelian Soul.
Right.
It
It really
is
is a
very
treat.
special.
Yeah,
You know, my dream for the rest of this series is that KT closes out this game, SKTelecom bans the Aurelian Soul, and then Fly plays Zillion.
That would be amazing, actually. But I don't think we're going to see it happen, unfortunately.
I'm
That's
just sad that
that's
it's
just what I
not-
want to see.
I'm just sad it's not blind pick, guys.
Yeah,
Yeah,
me
that's
too.
true.
Me too.
Fly says for Ryu, and he locks in Zed.
If they had like a gentleman's agreement to have a Zed off in the mid lane, that would be something.
I think all of the blind picks.
Well,
if
it's
we still have
KT
them,
versus
should just
SKT.
be-
Like this would be
yeah.
the Zed off. Oh,
Fly just yells, for Ryu!
Faker tries to cleanse. It doesn't
boy.
do anything.
That's true.
That would not do a damn thing. Cannon barrage showed down now. Bang, gonna try to make it out of here. The bullet's still coming through. Like gonna get caught up. Arrow now has to catch up with the
Johnny
rest of the team.
over-pursued.
Yeah, Johnny going low, has the shield coming out, but it's not gonna be enough to keep him alive. Faker shows up and has a good amount of damage still on the Cassiopeia. Duke looking to hop forward, building up the Narbar, has a Guardian Angel available, and Fly is getting chunked pretty low. They're not gonna be able to pursue any further for some kills, but SKT pick one up. And Johnny just goes in way too deep.
Yeah, he tried to flash, get 2 autos and Devour under a turret. That was certainly an over-pursual. They should have just backed away.
Yeah, they don't need to be playing desperate right now. They need to allow Arrow to really set up these picks with the Deadly Flourish. That should be the goal.
And this is what cost them their series against SKTelecom in the regular split. They have to play a bit more cautiously and safely. Score going in for some vision to be able to make it back. That tunnel came up just in time. But he still takes more than 50% of his HP and damage there.
Doesn't surrender an objective, so they lose the minimum from that particular ill-advised plays they've been making. Worth noting that these 2 games they've run Rek'Sai, it's been the Rek'Sai Jhin combo that has so much synergy, makes Prey Seeker a pick target, a pick initiator, rather than just the 100 damage poke that it usually provides.
Void Rush coming out. Dragon getting ready to spawn. Will be our last one for the Elder Drake. In about 1 minute and 35. Double Ocean Drake for SKT. While not the end of the world, would certainly be annoying for KT to have to deal with. So they'll be looking to pick that one up for themselves. On top of their double Infernal. Now SKTelecom poking in, looking for some vision around Baron yet again, as most of their wards have been cleared or expired.
Arrow is getting perilously close to running out of armor pen items. Just got to finish his last Whisper.
Working his way towards it. Speaking of which, someday, Lord Dominic's regards done for him. And now going to be looking to get a little bit beefy, as that chain vest with a Hex Drinker in the inventory. So be looking for the Maul of Mount Mortius and more than likely the Guardian Angel.
It'll probably be the Lord Dominic's for Arrow, but there is the healing from specifically the Gragas and the Cassiopeia that may be Mortal Reminder. It's probably not necessary, but interesting to track where he takes that last Whisper upgrade.
Yeah. Just look how far ahead he is, though, compared to Bang. Oh, hold that thing. Speaking of Bang, going to be chipped down. Cannon Barrage to really slow him up. Voice of Light, and there it is. Fly coming up with the kill. The Missile Voyage comes through. Johnny just wanted to say hello.
He's tilted. He didn't even get an experience range.
Yeah.
Sad day.
No assist.
Well, they just want to kill Faker.
Yeah, that's going to be the bullets coming through. He's going to eat, too. Just flashes over the wall. Wolf will take the rest. Score arriving a little bit too late to try to pinch in and finalize that kill. But with Bang down, that's a lot of the wave clear on the side of SKTelecom. KT, they can look to foster up and take out one of these towers. Looks like mid might be the most likely one someday. Meanwhile, he's going to just solo out this Ocean Drake.
Yeah, why not? Just stand there. You've already got so much damage.
It's fitting that the Pirate would be the one taking out the Ocean Drake. Score comes over the wall. He's not going to find it. The root not going to connect on the Faker, but now he's zoned out by the barrels. Big pop-up comes through. Score going to get locked up by the Petrifying Gaze, and Faker's just trying to jet his way out, but a big barrel comes through from Someday. Flash forward from Fly, comes in with the Celestial Expansion, and they will take down the Cassiopeia. Duke going to get rooted despite the flash. He's still very tanky. He has a Guardian Angel. Looks like he'll be fine, but now KT Rolster can really start looking for these tier 2 towers.
They want Baron, but the wave clear is still good from Sivir. Very healthy, doesn't have flash, but still can sit back and wave clear. There's so much risk in Baron. Remember that KT almost botched Baron in game 3. Let Blank get into smite range, so gonna try for this instead.
Duke gonna get locked down. The GA gets popped immediately. It looks like they might just be able to follow up for the kill. He hops out, but it doesn't matter. A big shot comes through from Arrow. He takes him down. Bang, doing his damnedest to hold on. He's just not able to clear out or get close to that tier 2 tower. It goes down, and KT just continue pressing the advantage. Now 10 kills up and almost 10,000 gold.
But SKT has done a very good job of playing with the side minion wave pressure so that KT cannot take as much as they would like to in these situations. For getting 2 kills, the fact that they had to fight so hard for a tier 2 in the mid lane isn't a lot to hang their hat on when the dust actually settles here. So KT have a chance now to regain this Baron control, but it has been elusive this game.
This is when things get a little bit scary for SKTelecom, because KT can basically thread whichever objective they want. The Baron obviously going to be the more desirable one, but getting that Elder Dragon on top of the double Infernal Drake still going to be a nice acquisition for them.
Still haven't been able to get mid-turret at 36 minutes in. Such has been KT, smartly rotating around mid. We've talked about it in previous series, but they never give away free objectives. They're smart in denying that. Feels like Score was too pressured, so won't stick around to take down this turret, but the minions might actually do most of the work at least.
Get it pretty damn low, but another shot from Someday which finished it off. But just can't quite finish it out yet. See Duke, Guardian Angel, of course, getting popped in that last fight, just has that and the Randa wins. So he's still just taking so much damage from this Aurelion Soul. 407. Fly has just been an absolute monster.
Such a calming champion, though, the Aurelion Soul.
It is so pleasant to look at.
His ult has a great name, the Voice of Light. That sounds positive.
Except he's like a world-destroying dragon that just like
You
floats
wouldn't
around.
know it from him.
Just floats around the
cruising
cosmos.
around the rift.
He looks so
He like
serene.
floats around the cosmos and he's just like, yes, this. And he like grabs a planet, like crushes it in his fist.
I just assumed that he liked flying to get a better look at all the nature and that. Oh,
If he
very
has,
nice.
if he has
No.
that much power, what the hell is he doing? Just like
He's like sadistic.
bumming around with all these, you know, weaklings in Summoner's Rift.
Hey man,
Why doesn't he just take Root Terra and just own it all at once?
he just destroy it
Yeah.
and shatter the world. But yeah, you know, I don't know. I don't run the lore. Thankfully.
Yeah. It's not a good job. It's not a good job, Achilles.
No, there are some
No.
fun and interesting
No.
stories here and there. Does it make sense? No. But some of the backstories for the characters are somewhat interesting.
No.
That's fine. You have your opinions.
No, I have facts. It's okay.
Monster facts.
You have now subscribed to Monty Facts.
Well, KT needs to up their vision game, but they do have 4 pink wards in inventory right now. They need to really start pressing around this Baron, try and force a face check here like that.
Well, no, they can't follow up for anything. They'll get a little bit of damage on the flank, but if they could just pick him off, that would be pretty much Baron locked down for them, barring a miraculous turnaround from the rest of SKTelecom. Curtain Call's going to open up as a nice angle on all these members. Wolf going to go low. The bullets coming through. Looks like he'll clip flank for the last one. Thor gets whittled down to half. The Root not going to come through onto Duke. He's ready to transform. Gets a nice chunk of damage from the barrels. So they chains them together. And KT just gain a lot of pressure as they chunk out 3 members of SKTelecom, but still can't go for anything.
It's just never quite enough.
Oh, that might be. Faker has to flash away. Score goes forward. Can't find anything in SKT. They have to skirt back. Still good pressure from KT, but they just need to solidify a kill.
Had to use so many ults there, though, KT.
Cooldowns are pretty short on those ultimates, though. We'll have them up in about 25 seconds time.
Cannon Barrage still about 50% done. Still just can't tell with the curtain call, though. Not sure how that hasn't been fixed yet. It's really weird. Abyssal Voyage coming through.
We're going
into
deep.
the back. Yeah, they're going to come in right on top of Bang and Wolf. Score there. It's going to tunnel away. Can't get the knockoff. Blank going low. One more hit will do it. Fly finds the kill. KT, they can either keep pressing for this or they can just back off and start going for Baron.
Remember, Blank's the one down, so no smite on the side of SKT, but a lot of AoE damage. They don't want to opt into a Mega Gnar pin against a wall, so maybe they should at least wait out that Gnar bar, but after that, maybe it's Baron time.
Might just be. You can see SKTelecom, no vision whatsoever inside the pit. KT, they're going to start this one up. Duke moving forward, going to take a bit of harass here from Johnny, who's sitting in the front lines. Bang gonna spell shield off the Root. Duke having to hop away, getting out of the range of this curtain call, but Faker takes a huge burst of damage. The Voice of Light comes through. He gets a nice petrifying gaze onto somebody at Johnny, but Fly over the wall with the Celestial Expansion is able to finish him off, and he's looking for more. They're gonna be able to get Bang. They're gonna be able to get Wolf. That's gonna be the ace for KT Rolster. And with 50 seconds on the clock, they might just jump down mid and try to go for the win.
Yeah, they don't have a great minion wave right now, and they still have 2 turrets up in the outer range in the side lanes, but they're going to definitely get an inhibitor here, and we'll see how much further they can go.
Yeah, Blank coming in, going to try to clear out the best that he can, but the structures are melting, and KT will be able to break the inhibitor line. Do they keep going is the question. Looks like they say yes.
So much
25
time.
seconds on Duke. Blank, the only one here to try to defend this, and he's just not going to be able to do enough. KT Rolster coming up huge here in Game 4. We're going to Game 5, baby. KT keeping the reverse sweep game dream alive as they take down SKTelecom twice in a row.
Wow, Score especially that game, really big credit for him. He bailed them out of a situation where their side lane turrets were getting chipped. It looked like they were going to be falling very far behind in lane CS, but he made it work, found the kills. Score definitely the MVP.
And think about the last 2 games. Faker had a counter pick for mid lane both times and was left wanting, first on the Kassadin, then on the Cassiopeia. I liked the Cassiopeia in the previous game to deal with Echo's mobility. This time around he thought, I'm just gonna hold down the Aurelion Soul, and it worked till it didn't. But that's the thing about Cassiopeia. Ghost Flash, you still overextend for damage, punished again and again, first by the Rek'Sai, then the Gangplank. Oh, did nothing in the last 3 team fights. And it's crazy that after those first 2 games, we have a final game to decide who goes to the final.
Now an arrow, man. Once again on that Jhin 2. I mean, KT, this is the shot. This is the moment Score has been waiting for 3 years. Ever since that finals in 2013, of course, losing the chance to even go to the World Championship as a result of that best of 5, knocking them into the gauntlet. And man, this would be sweet for KT Rolster.
And while we have the first biggest KT fan at the caster desk, the second biggest KT fans are the Rocks Tigers waiting at home. They would love to play anyone other than SKTelecom in the final of the LCK. And KT can book a date with Destiny against Rocks if they take down SKT in the last game.
Yeah, you know they're sitting there watching that, having their fingers crossed for these guys to go to the distance and close it out. We'll see if they're able to do so. We'll see if SKTelecom is going to swap over to that blue side or stick it out on red. We're going to go to a quick break, but when we come back, we will have the explosive conclusion to this series. And we'll find out if SKT is going to be able to make it into Worlds guaranteed or if they have to play through the qualifier.
Got a feeling that I'm going under, but I know that I'll make it out alive. If I quit calling you my lover, move on. You watch me bleeding till I can't breathe, shaking body onto my knees. And now that I'm without your kisses, I'll be needing stitches, tripping over myself, aching, begging you to come out. And now that I'm without your kisses, I'll be needing stitches, just like a moth drawn to a flame. Oh, you lured me in, I couldn't sense the thing. Your bitter heart goes to the side. Now I'm gonna reap what I sow. I'm left seeing red on my own. Got a feeling that I'm going under, but I know that I'll make it out alive. If I quit calling you
Welcome back. Your MVP from Game 4 was, of course, Score out of the jungle on the rec side. 5-0, a deathless game, and just one hell of a performance.
He really bailed KT out. It looked like they were going to lose. It looked like they were going to get smashed in the early games in the laning phase. But thanks to the work from Score and this kill, Faker a little bit sloppy.
This was Faker getting way too cocky.
He needed to relieve pressure, but Faker didn't even calculate a chance of Score turning around, blowing him up. And Score, hard carrying this game from the jungle on Rek'Sai. Was great to see. Arrow, of course, another wonderful performance on the Jhin. And guys, there's another little bit of history and trivia we haven't talked about. KT Rolster have never missed a summer final ever since their inception. And maybe they'll have to go through SKT to keep that streak alive.
Well, it's looking like they might be able to do so as they come through. You mentioned Arrow having a wonderful performance on the Jhin, but Fly as well on this Aurelion Soul. Just drive by picking up kills like he didn't even mean to do so with that Celestial expansion. He had one hell of a game as well.
Right, and while Fly could have been an MVP contender, he never would have been able to be an MVP contender if Score didn't just save him.
For
He
sure.
just totally saved his ass in the mid lane in that game.
I mean, the repeated ganks into mid, putting Faker down 0-2 to start, then 0-4. The ganks in the bottom lane, getting that early kill onto Arrow was so crucial from the side of KT, and they've done one hell of a job. You can see from the screens, SKTelecom have opted into swapping over to the blue side, so KT Rolster now going to be coming in on red. They've been playing blue this entire series. How do we expect this to shake things up?
Well, I think that KT has a couple of free bans, basically, in this series. I think you continue to take out the Malzahar, although you could say we could first pick it on the first round of the draft on red side, but I don't know. I think you just save it. Now, the real question here for me is, what about that Echo? Now it's a flex pick for KT. We know that. Is the Echo going to be coming back, especially as a red side pick for KT, where they can flex it into the final pick of the draft?
One pick I don't think that they can leave up is the Rek'Sai. 4 games, 4 Rek'Sai victories. I guarantee you that SKT will first pick it if it's available.
Question is, do you ban both Rek'Sai and Gragas if you're KT and try and fall back onto an Elise?
Well, we're about to find out as we do enter the pick and ban here for Game 5. KT Rolster are going to try to close out clean here at the end of the line and earn their spot in the finals against Rocks Tigers. Aurelion Soul, first ban coming out from SKTelecom.
Well, this now means that Shen, Vladimir, or Talia is going to be available, so I don't know if that was really the necessary ban here. Remember, they already won a game against Aurelion Soul in this series.
Very true.
But it was with the Malzahar.
Yeah,
So.
which is now banned away by KT. SKTelecom acknowledging that that is going to stay forever banned. And they're going to have still heavy focus on the mid lane as Talia is off the board. So far, the Shen still up, but the Rek'Sai is the second ban from KT.
The question is the Gragas the last ban here from KT Rolster?
I mean, the more mid lane bans I see, the more likely a Zilean is going to crop up on either team. Remember, Faker was certainly in impressive form on Zilean around MSI as well. The mid lane champion pool's getting decimated, and a lot of these pocket picks gone for Fly.
SKT taking their time with this last ban, letting the clock run down. It's going to be the Vladimir yet again.
So Shen up for the first time in this series.
Wait, that last ban first, though.
So now the question is Trundle, because if they allow SKTelecom to take the Trundle, they can't really play the Shen into it. So do you ban the Trundle, or do you ban the Gragas?
I think you ban the Trundle.
I think you ban the Trundle too. I agree.
Too much versatility about it. It's a blocker pick to the top laner you want to take. Let Duke take Shen if he wants it, but the Gragas also, it's not like either of these junglers has been convincing on Gragas today in particular.
Yeah, it's going to be Gragas taken out.
All right.
So the Trundle is available. Should SKTelecom want to snatch that one up for Duke?
I think it'd be a drafting mistake not to take it.
Let's see. SKTelecom, they've been taking their time so far through this draft. Looks like they might just be doing the same.
It looks like it was going to pass out after the Gragas was banned.
Well, he's had some good Hecarim games, to be fair.
That's true. We haven't seen Hecarim prioritized really at all or even flashed in this series.
He hasn't been one in the playoffs.
Yeah, so since 615 came in, we're seeing less of him.
I mean, it does make sense. He is not the biggest effect on lanes in the early stages of the game. Doesn't have that same kind of ganking pressure pre-6. So if in a patch that is very lane reliant, Hecarim may not be the... Wow, this would be a big surprise.
Boy.
Do you have to take Cogmore as an answer if you see the Karma first pick?
That's a great question. Do you have to take GP too?
Shen, Trundle, GP, Cogmore, these are all champions that could be taken first rotation. There's no way to box SKT out of power on the red side. A Karma first pick is surprising given the texture of the series.
Yeah, very ambiguous. Not sure if that's going to be for Wolf or Faker. Now KT, they have so many options available to them, but it's hard to pinpoint what is going to be the strongest
What
pickups.
about Nah Trundle?
I think you have to take Nar Trundle here. I agree with you, Papa Smithy. I think that those are the two picks. It will almost certainly result in Duke going for GP if you take the Trundle
And
as
they
a
already
support.
showed they can beat the GP.
Jin Elise would be
Working
different.
I mean, the Elise will be a takeaway you have to think from Blank, who this is really the only other champion that he's been playing as of late. So they will snatch that one up, and the Jin for Arrow.
If you see Shen Trundle, do you have to, you're just kind of in no man's land when it comes to a pick like the Cogmore, I feel, KT Rolster, but I mean, you can't argue with Arrow on the Jin especially, and it is going to be the Sivir taken, so Sivir Hecarim have always been a pairing, the synergy of the On the Hunt and the Hecarim. You pinch Blank's champion pool, the third seems to be Hecarim, especially with the Elise, I guess, also being one of Blank's most played.
Well, I'm a little bit worried for KT again. If they go for another melee support, that they're just going to get wrecked in the laning phase, and Score is going to have to be the one to bail them out again. It's a lot of pressure on Score. He delivered in the last game, though. They're really just saving this last pick for Fly. Zillion would not be a good pick here. They need damage more than anything else if they're going to lock in the Taric and the Gnar.
But saving last pick for Fly when his champion pool has been so aggressively decimated in the bans. 4 Fly champions banned away. It's very hard to see where he's going to go next. The Victor
is still available.
It's probably Victor.
Is that a 5th pick? Red side pick, though. That's just a champion that's so flexible that why not consider taking it earlier?
The Echo's still up too, so.
That's true. The Echo is an intriguing one.
Well, we can see the Gnar locked in with the Taric, so they will be going for that melee support. It's a very swift lock-in on both the Trundle and the Echo, so we'll be seeing Trundle support in the bottom side of the map here for Wolf. And Duke just going to go right back to that and run that into some days Gnar.
Victor is the champion that screams out to us, but Fly has impressed us with his ability to have just a bigger and more polarizing champion pool than any other mid laner. What's he gonna go with?
No way. The hover over the gangplank. We have not seen a mid GP in forever. And I mean, you said that you want to see some damage from the side of KT. This would be a plethora of damage, but it would be a hell of a lot of AD damage.
It doesn't matter when you're building that much armor penetration on GP and Jin.
Very true.
Lissandra.
It's going to be the lock-in. Lissandra into Faker's Karma in mid lane.
I don't know about this. This is still a very low damage mid-game focused composition from KT. SKTelecom certainly has the advantage when it comes to scaling in nearly every category.
We kind of said the same thing about the third game, though, and they made the Jin comp work when they needed to. There's a chance. There's windows here before Blank gets Trinity Force and Tanky, where Jin and Lissandra and Gnar wreck. Remember, even Elise can build
for sure.
good mid-game damage, but you're right. 6 items. KT almost can't take a fight with SKT at any turn. Even if you get a pick, you feel like SKT have a 4-man crew that can deal with KT, but they put trust in Arrow's Jin and they put trust in Score to get them through the early game.
Well, the pressure's on. A lot of eyes going to be on Blank as he moves forward into this 5th and final game versus KT, going back to the Hecarim as his champion pool was pretty pinched out there in the draft. We're going to see if he can get rolling, because if he can start stampeding over top of KT, SKTelecom should find a very swift and simple victory here.
Fly has played a single Lissandra game this season, and it was a win against CJ Entis, so not a large sample size for his Lissandra play. He's going to have to be on point. It's do or die. Faker taking the cleanse this game.
If you're looking to stay safe, of course, you have that Elise and that Frozen Tomb that you have to evade, but let's go ahead, get right into Game 5. KT Rolster trying to complete the reverse sweep over SKTelecom. All right, it's going to be a Cloud Drake to start us off for the first time here. No Infernals or Mountains. And
Man.
Woo! I'm just really surprised. Fly this season is 8-1 on that Victor. And yeah, he got some nerfs, but be a safe mid laner would allow them to scale better.
See, the issue with Victor is that Duke has a gap closer, Hecarim has a gap closer, they have double speed boost, and Victor can be collapsed onto. Score is in trouble here.
Yeah, he's going to go ahead and flash out. I'll be happy to just get that summoner spell down. Might not need it, though, for the first 5 minutes, but still. Going to be a nice little pickup. Now, KT on the other side of the map. Moving in.
Sneaky.
They're going to find Wolf. Do they have kill pressure? Hachani's there for the dazzle.
미니언들이
but it's still a gem.
생성되었습니다.
And they're just going to chill out for the long haul.
It's unknown here for SKT.
Wolf wrapping back around the other side. See Flies here with Faker, who moves in. Oh boy.
We got boots, guys. Don't worry. They can't hear.
Yeah, you can hear the tension in the room growing, but with Faker moving back in, just going to take that cue. He'll be all right, but Hachani and Arrow moving back in, going to be looking for Wolf and Bang.
This is so aggressive.
This is how they started in game one. They're not going to get the stun on the Bang. He's going to pop the heal just for that move speed. Wolf taking a hell of a lot of damage. Looks like he may just be okay. The Ignite's there from Hachani. If they could actually get that dazzle off, probably would have resulted in a kill, but they're not able to find it.
Significant experience advantage for SKT. Now KT are very much on the back foot.
Hachani going to walk forward, takes a chop there from Wolf. Just have to be careful. We'll see if Score is able to come down to the bottom lane, get a kill in for Arrow like we saw in that last game, and get this Jhin rolling.
Yeah, but the burden is really on Score now, and he doesn't have a flash to make any early game plays with any longer after that level 1 from SKT. So Bang and Wolf should be cruising here for a little bit.
Characteristic miss there from Faker.
Just given the fact, just coming back to the Victor, just given the fact there's so much gap close and so much speed up, the Lissandra's the more reliable champion, the safer champion, but certainly late game damage. Not something Lissandra can provide, at least in comparison to the Victor.
It's just going to be slow and steady so far in this match. But they're going to be again in this matchup here. Back on the Gnar. Opted in for that Doran's Blade start, so looking for a bit of sustain and more damage early on. Tether will connect here from Faker, but he's fine.
Credit where credit's due. Blank has been quite impressive on the Hecarim. He's actually even had games where he's ganked as Hecarim 3-6 and got multiple kills. So some very impressive performances on that Hecarim as they're trying to harass SKT away from this blue buff.
Yeah, Score arrives though. Smite just now becoming available.
There's so much secure in at least. It's unlikely that it's going to be stolen.
Yeah, so he will be able to pick that one up.
But still, they split the time there, and when they do that, Arrow's going to lose a few CS as he does have to respond to the blue buff take. It's just every little bit of pressure will help SKTelecom.
Score, Flash, about 3/4 of the way done. So we'll have that one back up soon, probably right as he gets ready to hit that number 5 mark. So should be able to start creating some pressure, especially as Fly will be nearer to 6. So could very well try to make some plays on the finger here, line up those CCs, chain them together well, and come up with that first blood.
It's going to be hard, though. With the cleanse, that's less of an option, at least for them to get the kills in the mid lane. Now, KT, what this is a pick composition. They need to be able to actually use the Lissandra and the teleports with the Dazzle, with the Deadly Flourish, and with the Cocoon to get long-range picks. And KT's shown us they did it in the Samsung series. It was very impressive. But they're not designed here to be taking a win in a team fight, really.
And it's not the same long-range picks that we would have expected from the Rex side, because in terms of long-range damage, they really don't have anything to synergize off the screen with setting up the Deadly Flush. There's no Prey Seeker, there's no Gangplank Gold. In general, it's going to have to be just smart playing of phases you know, if Nara gets a big initiation, if Lysandra gets a big initiation, sure, we can see the follow-up. But it's not the same incidental pick comp that kind of a Jhin can do almost solo if you have range damage on multiple gen.
Yeah, that's why the TP is going to be extra important for KT. They've got to be able to use the flanks properly to set up the picks in the first place with this composition.
We see the TP, speaking of which, used out there by Fly, just to come back into this mid lane. He's going to go forward, lock down Faker, scores on the way, still has the cleanse, he's going to throw out the tether, Wolf now arriving. Johnny's here as well, can't get in range, Faker, he's going to be able to walk it out, make it out safely.
I believe Score's flash actually came out during the time he was entering lane. It's certainly back up now.
Cut it close, wasn't in much of a spot to go for that play. Try to flash and get the cocoon.
Faker has cleanse, so
yeah, exactly.
Does have an easy answer to the cocoon.
See, Fly is going to be starting things off with the Kindle Gem on this Lysandra. So interesting transition here for that.
Proto Belt hype.
Strong Proto Belt for sure.
He really likes the Proto Belt tonight. I mean, usually we've seen either the Rod of Ages, but probably more prevalently now just the Abyssal Scepter start. Fly gonna go back in, gets the root down with the W score coming through. Jumps in, the cocoon connects on the Faker with the Frozen Tomb. Oh,
They messed up the CC there.
Yeah,
so
they
they used
stacked it.
Cocoon and the Frozen Tomb at the same time, so Faker got a cleanse on both of those abilities at once. So they didn't communicate that well. But they still get 2 summoners out of Faker, and they don't use anything besides an ultimate from Lysandra. So still a win for KT.
yeah, still profitable, but definitely could have gotten that first blood right there. So just jumping the gun is Fly with that ultimate. Faker going to be able to stick around even and push himself to about 20 CS up over top of this Lysandra. So Fly having some struggles early on, and that gank's not going to alleviate much of the pressure that Faker's been putting down.
Just coming back to the Proto Belt itemization choice for Lysandra. Does a couple of things. First, the burst rotation does more damage than you calculate knowing the matchup, which of course Faker knows very well as he comes and interrupts the back from Fly. It also allows you to come from pretty creative angles with Flash and the Proto Belt to get that first pick. You're not as reliant on something as transparent as the glacial path when it comes to closing distance. So if Fly's practiced on it, and you have to assume he is, could be some creative picks coming through in the mid game from that Proto Belt Lysandra.
Yeah, I mean, to go to this pick when the Victor was available, something like the Zillion was available, you do have to expect that he's been putting in some work on this Lysandra. I mean, he has come back in popularity in a pretty big way as of late. Mickey, of course, one of the ones who's really been playing that in the mid lane pretty prevalently. Kuzan, of course, always a big pick for him with the Lysandra, but now Fly is showing that his champion pool still is, it's liquid, it's adaptable, you know, he can mold it as necessary.
Big difference this game, though, is that at least from the jungler's perspective, Blank has been doing a good job. He's kept up in farm, and he's got eyes and is creating the pressure to deal with Score. So Score, he needs to make some sort of play happen on this map, because right now they're falling behind in CS, in mid lane and in bottom lane, and that's going to lose them Drake pressure as well. So Fly and Score need to be doing something in the next 5 minutes to actually start to turn this game around. And just like in game number 4, turn a CS deficit into some kills to catch back up.
Yeah. I mean, as far as recent memory goes, I feel like a lot of the Elises that we've seen as of late have been failing to create as much pressure early on in the game when they really need to.
Unless you're Peanut.
Unless you're Peanut. That's true. Peanut's like the exception to the rule. But like Ambition, somebody brings that pick out from time to time, just not able to find that early success and get that first blood, get a lane rolling. It's really been on the back of champions like the Gragas and the Rek'Sai for a lot of the junglers in LCK as of late. Score though, blue buff coming through.
Stolen.
Wow, nicely done there by Blank. Takes that one away, and that's going to be pretty harmful for the Lysandra, who's going to be starved out of mana in the mid lane. Has to rely on that constant Q and E spam to clear out the waves. As Faker, he's got plenty of mana with that Chalice in the inventory.
Pressure games being won by Blank so far this game. It was 2 games of Blank, 2 games of Score. The Score was very good in the opening stages of game 1. It's not panic stations yet, but the 1-item power spike for SKT with all the shields, Trinity Force Hecarim is going to be such an initiation force that KT needs to hit their timings them as snugly as possible, and for now they've been pretty muted in the early game.
I mean, you just use that onslaught of shadows and jump straight onto Arrow as soon as he opens up the curtain call. He's going to get 2-shot.
Also the Trundle Pillar, but there's no Gragas, so when it comes to ranged initiation, it's only really the Trundle Pillar to interrupt the curtain call.
Wrapping around here. He's looking for a gank on the fly. He's got that Glacial Path ready to go, though, so he'll just juke it out. Not take any of that damage. Score narrowly missing him.
Yeah, they knew what was up when Score actually attempted to repel right there and saw that his Raptors had already been taken.
Yeah.
So he's going to have to come right back down into the lane, and they knew at that point that Blank was probably there setting up for a gank. Indeed he was. So Glacial Path thrown out prematurely, and Fly will get out without having to use anything at all.
I mean, something to touch on that we haven't really talked about is this 800 gold lead that's here for SKT. Despite no kills, no structures taken, it's all just been out of the CS. Massive lead for Bang over top of Arrow. Someday he's going to engage on the Duke. Might be looking for the kill. Going to snap back with the ultimate. Slows him up with the boomerang though. Comes back in with the phase dive. Someday going to flash away. He's playing with fire now. TP coming up from Fly. Going to try to get the chase on, but that's going to be Duke able to exit. Over the wall, flashes in, still gets the Frozen Tomb down. Does come up with the first blood. Nicely done by Fly. Didn't think he had it, but he was able to secure it at the end. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Wolf going to get rooted up by Arrow. He has to flash away, throws down the pillar for good measure. Blank and Wolf both getting junked out. A lot of summoner spells used here. Bang with the heal Wolf with both of his to try to make it out alive. Johnny answered as well, but KT responding that pressure in bot. First blood coming up for the Lysandra in the top side of the river.
Yeah, that was the key pick because Fly's 40 CS behind right now, nearly, and he really, really needed that in order to stay relevant in this game. 30, excuse me. But using both summoners leaves him in this position where he's going to continue to get poked out by Faker, and it has to be more. KT couldn't get another kill in the skirmish on the bottom side of the map, and it's only them tying up really in the gold score.
Yeah, I mean, you can see Fly still just getting junked out here, working towards completing that proto belt. Can't be too far off now as he has the Hextech revolver in the inventory.
His item build does nothing for laning phase, so it's not an Abyssal Scepter, it's not a Rod of Ages, not mana regen, it's literally just for picks later in the game, so kind of just at the whim of Faker. He's gone for a theme, so will be a good team fight item for his team, but
Not
also in
usually
lane.
a good place to be in, at the whim of Faker.
Yeah, absolutely.
Many people would definitely hate to be in that position as a mid laner in LCK.
It's going to be on Kuro's tombstone one day. Yeah. At the whim of Faker.
Yeah, true enough.
Kuro's like on his deathbed, and Faker's like, you die when I say you can.
Somewhere Ryu nods his head.
Ryu dies every second, man.
I didn't give you permission.
That's the joke about the Ryu dying, is that video has been watched so many times of the Zed versus Zed outplay that every second somewhere in the world Ryu dies.
It's kind of like Teemo, with that Watch Teemo Die stream that we I think used to be on Twitch. I don't know if it still exists.
It's going to be Trinity first Hecarim, as has been the way in LCK.
Bad surprise. Frozen Malik completed for someday. So can really hound down Duke, who's still looking for that Trinity Force as a dagger away from the Stinger. Looks like with this recall, he might have the gold to go ahead and complete it. He's going to cancel it out. Keep walking forward, but we'll see if someday is going to go for the Black Cleaver, go straight into that team fight build, maybe get something like that Randuin's Omen. Really slow up Blank as best as he can. Tether coming through from Faker, just going to keep trying to harass out Fly wherever he can and maintain that lead of 30 CS that he's just had for so long now.
It's so annoying to deal with. There's nothing you can do against with the Lysandra because he can tether you from outside your W range. He's just skirt around the edges, continue to harass Fly, and maintain that 30 CS advantage.
And normally you can just poke through your ranged minions and Q the minion wave, but then you just get a mantra Q that plops onto you, and that's massive burst damage, so just heavily outranged. There's another blue buff contested by Blank.
Blank trying to move into this one. Faker's wrapping around the backside. Looks like the blue buff will go over to Score, but now the Onslaught of Shadows comes out and Fly. He's going to take a bunch of damage. Might have to use the Frozen Tube down onto himself. Curtain Call coming through, looking for the shots, and Blank's going to be the first one in the fight to go down. Fly does drop the Frozen Tube onto him. Duke arrives, He's going low. Can't even snap back with the ultimate. He just falls as Hachani finishes him off.
How many is it going to be?
Someday on the chase here for Faker. Wolf running down as the rest of KT tries to get onto him. The boulder will connect, and someday he's going to keep going. Has the ultimate. Gets the wall up onto Faker. He's looking for the kill. Hachani coming around the side. The Dazzle's going to connect, and someday comes up with a basically solo kill, and 3 members of SKT go down off of a blue buff invade.
Well, the pressure was good. SKT, they just needed to deny the blue buff away from the Lysandra. That was the mission success right there. You don't want to fight yet. KT has too many abilities to crowd control you in the narrow corridors of that jungle, and here's where Blank makes a big mistake.
And the timing on the Cosmic Radiance, it's so early, but it's so crucial because Fly doesn't have to self-ult because he can rely on the Cosmic Radiance. They get the pick onto Blank, suicided in for the fight, and then the reset comes through and the health bars are just too damn high for KT Rolster.
And Duke just can't even snap back in time to try to save his life. He just goes down, gets popped. Johnny comes up with the kill, and someday basically with the solo kill,
it's a really
takes
short
down Faker.
cooldown on cleanse, and he decides not to use it. Would he have died anyway? Probably, but regardless, seals his fate. 4 kills to KT Rolster, and for 4 out of 5 games, KT have had this sort of kill lead.
Yeah. And now it's going to be 4-0, 2,000 gold up 16 minutes into this game. Cloud Drake still not becoming a point of contention for either of these squads. But KT, if they can break this bottom tier 1 tower, would be in a much more advantageous position to try to take that one away. Fly still just going to be dealing with the irksome Faker. Gets killed, still going to be just as annoying. But the Proto Belt is finished. Lost Chapter coming through as well.
Score's walking over a pink ward, so he's not spotted yet. But can't, yeah, there's a blue trinket ward that means that even double pink isn't enough to get score in unseen.
So can't quite squeeze him down into the bottom lane. But it's alright, he's poking into the jungle, maybe for some vision, maybe trying to find a camp that he can take.
First time this series, Someday has a 2-level lead. It's now just a single, but he has an item lead and CS lead as well. So suddenly, Someday's the one with all the gold, and that's definitely comfort for KT Rolster.
Yeah, for sure. Goon not landing on the blank. Probably would have been a pretty dead Centaur had that connected. Fly was there for the Frozen Tomb follow-up, but just can't get it yet, and this is just going to be back to tiptoeing around for both of these teams.
SKTelecom, they just need to be patient. That was too much. They hadn't hit their power spikes yet. They didn't even have a Trinity Force, only really had a Sheen on the Blank at the time. So calm down. You can win in the late game. Rely on your wave clear right now just to get you into a place where you can force KT to team fight you without KT having a very large gold lead and without them able to take down some of these early turrets. KT didn't get any turrets off that play because the pressure was coming from SKTelecom, but you just need to slow the pace down if you're SKT.
Kind of more concerningly, still haven't found a single Drake. The last 2 wins from KT was with monopolizing Drake early. And so far the Cloud Drake's gone untouched. Yeah, looking for an aggressive roam though.
Call opened up, trying to get on the Bang.
He's got summoners up.
Yeah,
so.
he's got the spell shield as well, so just zoning him away from the tower as best as they can. They'll get a bit of damage in, but they're not going to be able to take this yet.
But next visit will go down, so getting half the HP of outer bot lane turrets, not trivial for just an ult.
Now, Someday will be looking to continue this onslaught at the top lane. Duke just going to flash away. Had the ultimate up and everything, just
thing is,
didn't want to deal with it.
Because he was slowed, the ult wouldn't have actually repositioned him at all, and then he just gets ulted into a wall and dies. So it was actually a smart, it looked like an early flash, but it was definitely a smart flash from Duke.
Just being very cautious. You can see Someday still going to be opting in for the Black Cleaver. So he's got the components for that phage in the inventory.
He's been 30 CS up, he got kill involvements, you go with the snowball build here. No reason not to.
It's also just going to help deal with that Hecarim even more so, which, speaking of which, he's got a Phage and a Sheen, still no Stinger in sight for Blank, so having a considerably rougher time in this game.
Faker's a facilitator. He's going to be going Death Cap second. That's the standard build alongside the Athene's Unholy Grail. He's a facilitator for Blank to initiate, and if Blank makes a good decision, they can pick someone, but he's only tanky for the duration of that shield, and then the Black Cleaver, and just a couple of auto attacks or a Curtain Call, and he's dead. So it's going to be relying on Blank to make smart moves, and so far this game, he's probably 0 for 1, even though contesting blue buff was the initial smart call from SKT.
Johnny waiting to rush, standing on top of a scrying or board. Hear that? Score comes forward, gets the cocoon down. That should be the frozen tomb as well. There it is, and that's a dead pony. Even used the onslaught of shadows at the end for the cherry on top. So Blank expending everything, couldn't make it out. KT put the 5th kill on the board. Now finding Faker. Score going to repel away from that added little burst of damage. Gets the cocoon. That's going to be the cleanse coming out. Fly on the way. Does have flash available, but can't get into a good enough position to go for that flash W.
And flash proto belt, so if Faker had played with Fate a little bit more, that could have been an engage. Some days he's going to casually steal the blue buff.
Why not? You know the Blank's dead. You know where Faker's at, so they'll take that one away. The Cloud Drake still not contested here as we reach 20 minutes.
I feel like the Drakes would be a backup win condition for a team that seems to be outscaled in the late game.
Absolutely. I'm a bit surprised. They certainly had an opportunity there. They prioritized these jungle mobs instead, and it did
still go for it.
Now
tie up a lot of time.
That is, of course, relevant. Denying away safe farm from the Hecarim is going an expensive build. Needs to be considered. Another way is making this Hecarim Trinity Force and tanky at 35 minutes is so much less relevant.
Especially because just as a team and as a player, Blank doesn't get very much of his team's gold. It all goes to Duke, Faker, and Bang. He gets less of his team's gold after 15 minutes than any other jungler in this league. So he does have issues going for high-cost builds compared to more carry-oriented junglers like, say, Peanut, who gets a lot of his team's gold.
And to be clear, 21 minutes for no Trinity Force with no completed Cinder Hulk is very late.
Yeah. That is a bad look here for Blank, who's not been having a good time on this Hecarim. 0-2, of course, is even in CS, but Score's been making things happen for the last little while here. 2-0-1 on the Elise, having a much stronger performance.
Score has been willing his team over the line. The last game especially was a masterclass of jungling, reminiscent of Kakao at his best, so KT junglers can sometimes get it done in these big matches.
Big collapse coming into the mid lane. Tower's chunked out. Fly does have decent wave clear, but SKT going to be able to move up. Going to try to go for this one. The Vertical opened up as Arrow is just firing off shots, trying to get onto Faker. Last bullet's going to be body blocked by Wolf. Can't find the kill. Fly going really low, doesn't have the frozen tomb available for himself, is able to make it out off the glacial path. And now KT are looking to turn things around. Duke getting slowed up, getting chunked low. One more hit'll do it. Someday looking for the kills, able to find it, but he's going to go down in turn as Bang finalizes that one. Hachani going low, gets a nice little heal in to buy himself a little bit more time. It looks like he might just fall. The Dazzle connects onto Blank. And now Fly threatening a re-engage with that glacial path. That's going to send SKTelecom backing off. It's going to be a 1-for-1 as both top laners go down. They'll hold on to this tower for a little bit longer.
Yeah, that was a wonderful skirmish, and Hachani saved the day there. Again, the Cosmic Radiance at the last second to help Fly stay alive, give him enough time for that glacial path. So Fly continuing to stick around that team fight, maybe a bit too long. Probably should have recalled and set up for a TP. Let's take a look at it again.
So SKT were in a good position to take the turret. They to go for the big initiation. They don't kill Faker. If they killed Faker first, they win this fight outright. We see the Cosmic Radiance. It keeps Fly alive, and we also see Hachani getting the favor return late. So someday just those free hits, he's in being doing so much damage. Watch Hachani. So it's a 1-for-1. It's always going to happen when someday flashed over. We see the Fly. So the heal from Arrow keeps Hachani alive. Just managed to open up space. The Dazzle is clutch onto Blank. Now SKT going 1-for-1 when they started this 0-5 is a good result for them. So overall, SKT slightly ahead.
Yeah, KT not able to obviously push in, trying to take everything off the back of that pick onto Duke.
Blank.
But Blank, oh boy, walking straight into it. The Dazzle
he missed the W.
Not going to connect.
A rare deadly flourish missed there from Arrow. He's been incredibly accurate.
As well.
They missed the Dazzle and the deadly flourish, so that was actually really bad by KT.
That was a sure thing kill if one of those abilities hits.
Yeah, but they missed, and Blank says, oh, thank God.
Yeah, nearly walked into death. It was a good setup from KT.
Meanwhile, Bang takes the bottom tier 1 tower, so getting a bit of that global gold back in for SKTelecom. It'll close the gap very slightly. Still down by 3K. But 24 minutes, it's not going to be the worst spot to be in, especially compared to the last 2 games.
Again, look at the builds. Blank just has Trinity Force Smoke Trips. He is super weak, to be clear. So he is only an initiation bot. He's only tanky for the duration of the shields coming through from the now death-capped Faker. There's still windows that KT can play around, but SKT, they're going to pick up the first Drake very late. There's only going to be just one more spawn, actually.
Yeah, so not going to have
That's
a whole lot.
crazy.
It's going to be the Ocean coming in. So nothing too consequential for either side. Move speed for SKT going to be nice.
Out of position.
Yeah, the pillar coming through will repel up. The TP coming in. Going to buy some time. He comes back down, takes a big chunk of damage. Now the curtain call opened up for Arrow. And he's got a perfect spot to shoot in. Fly going to have to use the frozen tube onto himself. But Bang goes down as somebody arrives with a boomerang, takes him out. Duke goes into the back line, is able to kill Fly. But KT are just running over SKTelecom. Faker with the shield able to stay alive. Duke has to hightail it down the river. That's going to be the tier 1 going over to KT off the backside of a triple kill.
And KT is committing to these fights with this great, even though Score got caught out.
Faker gets caught, the root comes through, somebody going to jump in. He's got the cleanse still available through it all. Faker stays alive.
Fly actually TPing into the middle of that fight looked bad, but Someday was faster on the collapse from the top lane, had the flank already going, so it turned into a good engage in a pincer movement from KT.
And the insane thing to me is that Hachani's getting more value out of the Cosmic Radiance than Faker is out of the shield, even though there's a 2.5 second channel time that's clear to both teams, and Faker has big shields on a whim. So the timing here from Hachani has been super on point. As you watch this fight, the TP has to come through or Score is dead and Baron is gone.
We do see Score here. Does go down, but he's able to contribute to this fight.
And Someday can sit in mini now with Cosmic Radiance applying, he's not taking damage, just kill Bang.
Yeah, straight up into the backline. And even though they are able to whittle down Fly after he self-ults, they're just too separated at this point in time. Faker has to retreat under his turret. Duke has to zip away over the wall with the phase dive. And it's still a big, big win there for KT as they expand their gold lead to over 6,000.
Yep. It's going to be all of the tier 1 towers down. Haven't been able to try to break out onto those tier 2s yet, but KT, they are moving towards a game 5 victory and a spot yet again for the umpteenth time in the summer finals.
I mean, the story couldn't be better. A reverse sweep here from KT would be such redemption for them. They've been looking for this win against SKTelecom for years now. And are they going to get it? Is Score going to get it after he changed position from AD carry to jungle?
And it would continue that storyline of KT making it to every summer final. Of course, they famously beat.
That was a takeaway.
Yeah, there was a steal from Arrow, very nice, reminiscent of Faker and Bang on Ezreal, but they famously beat the Samsung Blue in the summer final of 2014. They don't want to remember the SKT finals in 2013 and 2015. But what a story, and who would have tipped KT Rolster versus Rocks Tigers? People that were thinking KT had it, you saw the first 2 games and you're like, okay, it's just the history that's become the norm of SKT coming out of nowhere to take it down, but KT picked themselves up. They looked pretty decimated after game 2, and they've shown remarkable character to come back in this way.
Yeah, absolutely. Still putting that pressure on right now. Someday all the way at that tier 2. And the Baron threat, KT, they've got a big lead, but it still has to be more. In the late game, the support Trundle's going to be doing so much work the tankier this Gnar gets.
And Blank still doesn't have Cinderhawk.
Yeah,
He's got the Bomby Cinder, at least. He's halfway there.
he's got the Cinder, just no Hulk.
Yeah.
Working on the Hulk part.
You gotta get those gains. It takes a while.
We never called getting Cinderhawk hulking up as, never mind.
Oh boy, Bang getting rooted down.
Nice
Johnny trying to
interrupt.
stick to him. Yeah, good interrupt with the pillar there from Wolf to buy some time. Score coming in deep though, gets exhausted out by Wolf. Blank getting locked up. The Dazzle not going to connect, but it does.
Someday!
The Trundle, and there comes Someday. Arrow getting a big pop of damage in onto Blank. A double kill coming through as he's able to finish off Bang, and SKT are just running for the hills as KT just swarms over top of them. And they come up with 2 more. Arrow putting some stuff on the board. Someday with the big flank.
Sunday's Gnar this season has
So
been
good.
so good. Just excellent. And he comes up with a huge play right there
Yeah, this
to
is
take
where I
this
start
game
getting
back.
worried.
All right, time to hold your breath, lads.
Yeah, this is where I start getting worried. Fly gonna take a little bit of damage here. Duke goes forward. They lock him down with the Frozen Tomb. He's gonna snap back with the ultimate. Looks like he might make it out alive. But that's gonna be the Baron stopped for KT. Don't want to go back over to that one as Blank is respawning. They'll just back off, spend the gold that they net for themselves.
Still the right move, start the Baron, the enemy jungler's dead, look for a pick, didn't find one, nothing ventured, nothing gained, so. Someday doesn't want to play with fire too much against Faker though.
He could actually probably kill him at this at this HP.
He has some decent vision, so I guess it wasn't too much reckless abandon there as Blank. He's got a Cinderhawk, so he's hulked up, guys.
All right, he finally did it. It took 29 minutes, and he got 2 items, one of them being
Just wait till he gets the chain vest, then he's going to hit real top.
Oh, man.
Yeah, but nobody has the armor.
Brutal.
Except for the Randuin's on the top side, so he gets the Cinder Ult, but he's still looking for that survivability. There's, with the Black Cleaver on the Gnar, and then now the 3rd armor pen item on the Jhin.
Now focus on Trundle. Trundle interrupting the curtain call saves this fight to a great degree. It could have been much worse. Once again, great timing. Because the thing is that everyone can get in melee range for a Dazzle or Link, and then someday comes in Monsters Bank, who gets the world's largest shield. Takes a while for him to go down, but Sumday's ability to show up in the right spot with a Gnar bar has been just exemplary this season. Nice engage from KT. Doesn't get them Baron, but keeps the pressure on SKT.
It's been exemplary this season. It's been especially so in this series so far in the game.
Scores out of position.
Really far forward is
After
going to flash. That's going to be the Cosmic Radiance coming through to try to keep him alive, but there's just no way in hell. Fly can actually go in deep. The Repel comes through. KT might be looking to turn this one around.
Outnumbered.
The Onslaught of Shadows coming through does fear off. Arrow the TP just now coming through from Someday on the backside. Could have a nice flank coming in. Fly blocking down many people, but Someday pops in, doesn't have an R bar, but is still able to finish.
KT turning it around.
That's going to be the turnaround as Blake goes down. Someday looking for more, slowing him up with the Frozen Mallet. And my God, KT turning a fight around off of a potential pick onto Score.
That is the 2nd time this game that Score has looked dead to rights, out of position, in the wrong place, and it's his team that commits to the TP usage, comes in and manages to save him somehow and then pick up the kills.
Well, you can't blame SKT going for releases. They're usually squishy, but look at the build. Randuin's lock-in, GA. He's literally just trying to go for a cocoon, offers nothing else. But he's been baiting SKT into over-pursuing, because literally every other release you can think of this season has gone Rylai's in at least 2 to 3 AP items.
Score is playing with fire.
You know what they say about
And
genius and madness, guys? He's playing on the razor's edge this game.
Yeah, going back and forth, but luckily he has counseling from the rest of KT. They're keeping him in onto the genius side of things. They're able to pick up that Ocean Drake for themselves, and now KT going to start pressuring out around Baron as they get this full exclusive vision of the river. Scuttlecrab for good measure.
A real power spike for KT is going to be when they get both of their GAs. They've got one right now. Score's going to be getting one, but these engagements, when they actually have the revives, are going to be excellent.
Meanwhile,
they're going to go after the Baron.
They're
2-man.
showing 3 people in the river. Someday has plenty of damage with the Frozen Mallet with that Black Lever. They're going for this
they're
one.
walking up.
And Blake in favor. Faker coming over. Baron's still not that low. Score takes a good chunk of its HP off of that hit.
Nice try.
And they're going to have to back off yet again. But KT trying to experiment with that potential sneak.
They were trying to at least pressure out the teleport from Duke. They don't get it, which is awkward. They lose health on multiple members. Score has to back. Looks like Echo and SKT will get good pressure around the inner bot lane turret, but no more.
Yeah, they also have to send Fly into the bottom side because he's the only one with a TP. So SKTelecom going to find a window to take out the mid lane tier 1. That will help them.
Curtain call opened up though
TP.
on the hunt. Being used, TP coming in straight
Behind.
in the river from Fly. Going to be looking for the big play. Roots down 2 with the W, but he goes low. Has to use the Frozen Tomb on himself, but it doesn't matter
He's
because
so
Beck
low.
is just getting blown open. It doesn't matter about the shield from Faker. He goes down. Wolf, the next target by Someday, is going to be able to limp out of here alive. Something just taking up the tower, but KT with Fly still alive. Going to be looking for a tier 2. Somebody jumps
Looking
forward,
for
gets the
Duke.
wall up on the Duke. They root him down with the Dazzle, with the W. He goes into the back line, tries to get onto Arrow. Fly threatens him out, gets the flash away off of that Ring of Frost, but Someday, he's not done yet. He's got a Guardian Angel. He's ready to go the distance, baby. He's going in on a Faker, chunks him low, but that's going to buy enough time for the tier 2. Can't get the kill in onto the Karma or the Trundle, but KT are just continuously creating advantages and picks throughout this game.
It's scary though because SKTelecom is doing a really good job of playing defense in this game off of these picks, even with the teleport coming through. They still had a bit of trouble with all the Karma shields and the speed. SKTelecom kiting very nicely. So we're waiting here. KT still can't go for the Baron because they just, again, don't get quite enough with just a kill onto Bang and a tier 2 turret.
That's what you worry about. They're getting a pick, but they're not getting the pick, so it's always the minimum of objectives every time. And when you have a Hecarim who's had no items for the whole game, get closer and closer to a Randuin, some of these item builds start to settle for SKT, there still is the question marks about the late game team fighting from KT. Not the ability, but just the tools available to them. So this one's certainly not over till it's over.
Yeah, definitely not out of the woods.
They've got to go for a Baron soon. That's the thing, is that they actually are going to have to commit to going for Baron and then trying to turn onto SKT, because they will not be able to do it fast enough, most likely. So they're going to have to turn instead and try and use their crowd control and their gold advantage to actually finish this game.
They have exclusive vision of it yet again someday. Coming around from the side, doesn't have a Narbar. Going to jump forward. They might be looking for Blank. Root not going to connect, but that's going to be the curtain call coming through. Score going up with the repel. Shots coming in. Duke going to body block that last one. KT just trying to create some pressure, maybe find a pick. But overall, just push SKTelecom back to get a little bit of damage in onto the Hecarim. But now, with this priority vision around the Baron, they can just bait this out and try to go for a pick on the Dazzle.
Team Waves are in a better spot for KT than they have been previously. SKT have to check, but they have the speed. It's very safe for Trundle to check.
So not starting this. Wolf comes around the side, is able to find
Can
it.
they kill
Someday
Wolf?
he's going to get rooted in. Someday goes forward, gets the wallop down onto the Trundle. Looks like they might just fully commit in onto him. They're going to use the Gnar
And he
ultimate
picks
and pick
Golden.
him off. And that is going to be a nice opening here for KT Rolster, because that is the Trundle pillar gone.
They also saved the Frozen Tomb, which is really good for them, and also Someday will not be able to be ulted by the Trundle any longer, so he is even harder to kill than he would be in that 5v5. They're going to have to start this Baron. There has to be some sort of commitment.
Be looking for the roots. No damage in on the Blank to really secure that one. Fly
SKT on buying
on
it.
the back. They're going to go ahead and actually start this one up. Score and Hachani are plenty tanky. Cosmic Radiance is available from the Taric Someday, building up that Narbar. They're just buying time. That's going to be the jump in here. Duke getting locked down. He's going to try to sprint out Frozen Duke down onto him. He still has the ultimate available. He's going to snap back, jumps to the other side of Arrow. Big burst of damage coming through. Looks like he might be able to make it out alive. The Duskblade wasn't enough to finish him
There's
off, but a
the
big
Gnar!
two-man stun comes through from Someday. They take out Faker. Blank having to use the Onslaught of Shadows defensively to try to get out, but Arrow is there. He lines up the shots. He's going to help find two more as Blank and Bang go down, and KT are starting to really run away with this game. They're going to move down to this bottom lane and take out this tier 2.
Look at that minion wave. It's
Yeah,
huge.
and they need the inhibitor first before they go for the Baron. This is the right call. They will always have a TP advantage in this game. So as long as they can continually threaten a naked inhibitor, they have a way to win. That's why this is bigger than getting the Baron for them right now. They've got to go for this inhib.
There's no wave clear on SKT. They have to back away.
There's no way they can hold this with just an Echo and a Trundle. The inhibitor tower falls. The inhib is going to follow suit. They still have 12 seconds before Blank and Faker come back up so they can exit safely and reward up. They're going to try to exit through mid, where Someday has been splitting down this tower, starting to get a little bit risky now.
3 seconds
but they
on
still
Faker.
should be able to get this safely. Blank comes in. No Onslaught of Shadows available for him. So SKT looking like they won't be able to answer anything. Someday gonna hop away.
The Sivir ult.
That's gonna be the speed up coming through from the Mantra Shield to get onto Score, who's low on mana. Someday trying to turn things back around, dissuade them from coming in. Fly goes in, still has the Frozen Tomb up. Duke jumping forward, gets a big stun into the Parallel Convergence. Arrow goes low. Stun onto Faker with the Frozen Tomb, and now SKTelecom, they're going to try to fight this one out. The fight's breaking out. A Score and Someday go forward, looking for the Narbar. They get on to Bang. A couple more hits will do it and finish him off.
Dead.
But they're not able to find him. The shields from Faker are just keeping him alive. Duke's going to go down to the backside, but Fly falls as well. Curtain call open up. Score still on the front lines, has the Guardian
Wolf's
Angel,
gone.
locks him down. Wolf is going to get popped. Another kill coming through from the Jin, and he's looking for Blank, who has to hightail it out yet again. KT coming up with 2 inhibitors off that push.
And SKT had to fight that. They had to go for it. KT had so much gold in their pockets unspent from that push. So that was their one chance to get back into this game. And even with this huge deficit, you can see the damage that SKTelecom is doing. And KT having a lot of trouble actually winning these team fights.
They got the double inhibitor now. They managed to weather the storm of the reinitiation. They had Sivir and Karma speed. Wasn't enough to get the picks they needed to take anyone down apart from Lissandra, whose teleport is up. So KT, it's Baron time for them, and it's going to be difficult for SKT to look for anything other than a miracle steal from the Hecarim.
Yeah. Look at this gold lead that has opened up now, 61,500 to 74.3. KT Rolster. It's been slow and steady as she goes, but the last 10 minutes, this game has blown wide open for them.
It took 5
Massively.
games, Achilles. We finally saw Someday's true form when he's the one that gets ahead, when he's the one that gets the gold. 8-1-10, battling people down, Mega Gnar, Mini Gnar. It's been all about Someday.
Back on the Thornmail too, so he's got the ability to really just stick it to Bang in the back line.
That's right, stick it to Bang.
Stick it to Bang. And still going to hover around here. They have teleport available on Duke if they want to actually contest this. So it's not a freebie here for KT. They've got to play conservatively still.
Taking out this last outer turret in the top lane should be pretty trivial though.
Yeah, there's just no way that SKT can really move up to that side with these double waves of super creeps pushing into the base. Duke dealing with the bottom one for now, but that's still just going to be a prevalent threat for the next couple of minutes or so, and the tier 2 will go down here as Someday and Fly split. Well, KT moving down, might be looking for a pick. The Cocoon not going to fly.
Nice pillar.
On to Bang, yeah. They're going to get a good amount of damage in on the score. Still has that Guardian Angel available, but Someday, he's going to start knocking down the tower.
It's going to be
Great call,
initiation
open
here.
up to try to initiate onto him. The pillar comes through to interrupt Arrow, and he has to peel back. Someday trying to build up that Gnar bar, is exhausted, so won't be able to do so for quite some time. Is taking a good amount of damage, has to hop away. And SKT, they're going to be looking for the turnaround. Onslaught of Shadows has been used. It's not available for any more engage. Fly jumping away with the Glacial Path. Somebody going to split off. The rest of KT, they're wide open. The shield's coming through. The Dazzle will clip onto Duke, but Blank is there to push in Fly. He drops the Frozen Tomb down onto himself. Will get a bit of a heal, but he's pretty much dead to rights. Has to use the Zonias.
Someday's pushing Nexus turrets.
Do they want to try to turn this one around? Yeah, KT, they could just try to buy enough time, stop the backs. Looks like the recalls might be coming through from Duke as he's trying to get that one off. Will be interrupted. It's going to use the teleport instead to arrive in time, but Someday might actually be able to at least finish off one of those turrets.
They're going to look for a reinitiate.
Yeah, he's pinching back in from the top, but he's not fast enough to get on top of that Trundle or that Hecarim. And looks like the turrets will remain standing. Someday unable to kill it.
Yeah, but KT saved the Baron right there by doing that. They actually forced the TP out. That's huge for them.
Not done either.
Johnny moving forward, gonna be looking for a dazzle. Nice pillar comes through. Wolf gonna get caught by the
Curtain
W,
call.
but it's not there for the root. Blank. A couple more shots taken would have killed him, but Arrow gonna go ahead, opt in for the CD refund and cancel that out. Have to buy time until Fly comes back up in 15 seconds.
Yeah, KT botched that a little bit. They were putting pressure on the last inhibitor turret before the super minion waves came in. It was a mistake. The Terror Gold was used too early. SKTelecom tries to capitalize, and you can see they can still turn this game around. It is definitely in the realm of possibility that SKT wins this one, especially since the Baron hasn't been taken. Inhibitors will be coming back up.
When you get 2 inhibitors down, 2 inhibitors on the opposite side of the map from Baron, it may not be academic, but you should be able to force down the Baron. KT haven't. They overstayed. They didn't break the base in the top lane either. So SKT lost the minimum from what should have been pretty straightforward League of Legends for KT.
The recovery was good, though.
Sure.
They bought time for Fly to get back up. Now they have 2 TPs, and they force Dukes. So they have pressure now with the Gnar, and it's going to be the dance between the TPs.
Well, there's no TP on Echo.
That's right.
Yeah, I had to blow that one to get back to the Nexus towers to save him in time. Someday just splitting down here, should be able to whittle this thing down slowly yet surely. Goes in for the stun. The rest of KT starting up the Baron. Parallel convergence down, so Someday can pretty safely teleport in.
Zimmeralt.
It's going to be on the hunt pop. They try to go in. Cosmic Radiance coming down from Hachani, trying to mitigate as much damage as they can. Bang gets locked up by the Frozen Tomb, has to jump away. They jump straight back onto him, though, and they blow him up, but Fly does go down. That's going to be a big part of the damage of KT, but now Wolf falling in the backside of the fight will be the kill, picked up by Score, and Someday is just duking it out with Duke. Almost pops the Guardian Angel, but so far it's a 2-for-1 in favor of KT. They're going to move right back down the mid and maybe try to win off these 2 picks. They're dead for 40 more seconds.
I've got some time to work with, and there's only going to be 1 Nexus turret left. This may be KT's ticket to the finals.
Someday trying to poke him out, keep him relegated into the fountain as best as they can. Faker pushing forward, get some damage on the Score. Will cleanse off that Cocoon immediately. Someday ready to transform.
No Gnar ultimate.
They're going to be looking for this one. It's 20 seconds now on Bang and Wolf. They're going to try to just buy enough time so they can try to turn this one around. Someday jumping forward, the wall of not going to connect. The Nexus Tower still not taking a lot of damage.
Though.
He's going to get pushed back by Blank. Meanwhile, Duke goes in deep, takes a bunch of damage, but is still very healthy and has a Guardian Angel to save him. I don't think KT can stick around. Bang is coming up in 5 seconds. They have to exit the base. They're jumping onto Someday. Duke goes forward, gets locked up. He gets the Guardian Angel pop. Score still sticking around in the front lines, playing with fire as best as he can, but now Bang arrives with Wolf. They're going to try to turn this one around. Arrow going low in the back line, but he's got so much damage that Duke just has to peel off. Now the curtain call coming through. Bang, one more hit would do it. Can they pop him? It just doesn't look like it, as Duke still is just messing with this shit as best as he can. The repel not able to connect, but Someday's there, has the slows, should be able to take out this Echo in the end, but KT, they cannot finish the game yet. Someday,
That's right.
the style points will kill him with the Gnar ultimate. They break both inhibitors yet again, but KT cannot finish it.
It's the closest 23-6 kill game I have ever seen because SKT scaling, it keeps inching closer and closer. Someday actually continued to tank because he was so close to Gnar ultimate, but he ran out of Gnar bar at the last second. It's like his Mega Gnar rage ended, so went into mini Gnar with the Gnar ultimate available. They went away, and then you're like, oh man, there's the reinitiation with the Simmerald that can take him down. Cosmic Radiance came back off cooldown at just the right time.
Absolutely it did. TP coming back in too as saw the re-entrance into this fight. So Fly,
No one
though,
wanted to die.
I mean, Bang not dying there with just like 100 HP on 2 separate occasions was the difference between a KT win, but Duke is still dead, has his TP though when he comes back up in 10 seconds.
Yeah, but KT, they can
Not gonna
burn
take 10
through this
seconds.
Baron faster than that. Blank is in the area, has the Onslaught of Shadows available as well as the Smite. KT going to be committing to this one, and Fly is still running back.
No vision. It could be a 50-50, but with no vision, I think you have to pull back.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and back off, so KT will finally be able to pick up this Baron 45.5 minutes in.
Ooh, baby. Well,
And-
KT has a new lease on life. They messed up their top lane push in the last one, but they have to wait. Patience is the name of the game here. They can push with the super minions. There's one Nexus turret remaining.
Guardian Angel down on Duke, is up on the Hecarim though.
Faker going to try to wave clear this out as best as he can with the help of Bang. The Baron empowered minions going to make that very difficult. Guardian Angel still available here for Someday. Score does not have his. It's going to be very crucial for these upcoming fights.
I mean, they need to fight right now before the super minions come to the base, otherwise SKT are going to have headaches upon headaches. Remember, they only have one Nexus turret.
Minions crashing in now in mid, top arriving as well shortly. The wave comes in as they're going to be looking to knock down this final inhibitor. Bottom is moving along steadily. Duke, of course, back up here. It's going to be the curtain call opened up, trying to zone them off. Wolf going to take a shot. Chokes him out decently. Blank taking the second. The third goes wide. Bang barely missing that fourth one. Still have the spell shield up, but it looks like the inhibitor in the end might just fall. W chunking out the Sivir.
Wetting out the Mega Gnar.
They still pushing forward. The Mega Gnar about to
missed
be
his
lost.
ult.
Duke taking a hell of a lot of damage. Still has his ultimate available. Flash almost coming back up, but now KT, they're out of things to do. They can't really get next to that Nexus tower yet. Have to just buy some time. The Cocoon not going to connect his Bang spell, shields that one off, and KT, they're just tiptoeing around looking for the end. Have to wait for that Gnar bar, which somebody is starting to build back up.
Like.
to get a hell of a lot of damage. One more hit from the Gnar actually would have finished him off. The shield comes through from Faker. He's going to go in deep with the Onslaught of Shadows. Doesn't get punished yet, actually is able to make it out.
Duke.
Now the Guardian Angel's going to get popped. Snap back from Duke as he's trying to stick into the back
Is
line.
this it?
They're on the Nexus!
They're on the Nexus, and KT Rolster! They're gonna do it! They take down SKTelecom in the reverse sweep, bringing it back 3 games in a row, and they are going to the finals on the 20th to face against the Rocks Tigers.
And this is KT's redemption. This is Score's revenge for 3 years ago. The reverse sweep coming back to take out SKTelecom here, and Ryu doesn't have to die anymore.
It might be 3 years ago, Monty, but it's also redemption for 2 years of domination by SKT. Took out KT Rolster so cleanly a year ago in the summer finals. Is this the season for KT Rolster? Because you know what the one thing it is, Monty? We're not going to have SKT as LCK champions this season.
That's right, at KT, their fate is in their own hands for this season. Their fate is in their hands for the World Championship. If they win in a week's time, they will punch their tickets to Worlds, and SKTelecom will be the ones fighting through in the gauntlet. But for now, for summer, SKTelecom's season is over.
What a way to go out. A massive turnaround in game 1, winning the second game quite handedly, and then losing 3 straight for SKTelecom. The struggles still continuing, but my God, KT leveled up in this series.
Well, let's be fair to SKT. They looked way better than we thought
So
they would.
yes.
And that last game was really one for the ages right there. That SKTelecom nearly came back is astonishing. So, impressive stuff. SKT, they may have lost, but they've still got a lot more of this year left. They're pretty much quite nearly guaranteed to hit that World Championship no matter what. And they put up a hell of a fight today.
But man, KT, yet again, in the summer finals, they just got to keep that narrative going. The script has been written, and they're living up to it.
You know how much that means to this team. They were dispatched at the same point of the tournament last season, 3-0 by SKT.
Yeah.
2 games in, I think everyone in the world was like, well, I guess it's the 3-0 SKT again. But the reverse sweep to recreate that moment that led to the Faker versus Ryu battle makes it all the sweeter for KT Rolster.
That's right, Jin. Arrow just
3 games
putting
in a
in
row.
work.
And someday, 45,000 damage on the
mean,
Nart. He was an absolute monster in that game.
And we have to talk about Hachani too, because it was those Taric ultimates that turned around the first couple of big skirmishes and allowed KT to build up that big gold lead.
The man that always dies did not die on Taric of all champions, the guy who always has to go ham to open up the Dazzles. 1-0-20 is about as immaculate as a score as you could ever ask for. And Hachani, maybe he's going to be a 2-time champion.
I mean, we saw that he was the one pioneering the Taric pick back into LCK after the rework.
He's no longer a pioneer, he's a prototype
And
right
it just goes to show that this man knows how to play Taric better than anybody else.
Not an emotion, not something you see from SKT too often, rolling up their mice, second best in an elimination match.
Yeah, Koma obviously came into the booth, consoled them as best as he could. Looked like Bang took it pretty hard, but you know what? Johnny, 1-0-20, as you said, 91% kill contribution, and just one hell of a game on the Taric. One hell of a series for this guy. Coming in on the Tom Kench in the last game. And the Bard before that, just great stuff from him, and now he's going to tie up with Score, and KT are in sole possession of the top 4 MVP playoffs.
Well, they're also the only players with a chance to get more right now.
Yeah.
As we head deeper in, and wow. Well, we'll see what the finals are going to be like. Rox and KT, both very aggressive teams, both very good at using teleports and globals. And we are fortunate enough to see this Someday Smed matchup one more time.
And that's the thing, is that we have 2 happy teams tonight. It's not just KT Rolster, it's Rox Tigers, because their kryptonite has been eliminated, and now it's anyone's final.
And I mean, not only just the Smed Someday matchup, but we also get Score versus Peanut.
Yeah.
We get Gorilla versus Hachani. Bray versus Arrow.
Let's
All of these matchups.
Let's slow down. A featured matchup of the final in 2016 is Gorilla versus Hachani.
Yeah.
Hachani,
Yeah.
the guy who a year ago was a coach.
Yeah.
He was done. He was on the scrap heap. He was replaced by Fixer and Pickaboo.
Not to mention, but he almost became Energy's coach in the offseason. He was doing trials for them. It didn't look like this guy was going to be coming back as a player ever. He could have gone to NA, and yet here he is in another final.
Well, I think he's probably pretty content with his choice on not being the coach of Energy right now. And now going into a finals, potentially going to become another champion on the 20th. He's got to be feeling pretty damn good, as does all of KT Rolster, staff included. But man, what a hard-fought series. And it all just culminated in this much-desired win by KT. The revenge story has been completed. You could not write an anime better than this right here. All right, we do have an interview with our winners tonight. We're going to throw over to Steven for the translation. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Papa, Kilo, and Monte, for a great cast for today's match. And now we're moving into interview booth with the winner of today's playoffs, KT Rolster. And it's going to be a team interview. And first of all, congratulations for all of you guys. And as a captain, Score, given any comment for today's match.
웃음밖에 안 나오네요 지금은.
And Score said, first of all, I have nothing to say but to laugh.
굉장히 행복할 것
I'm
같아요.
really happy.
그렇죠. 썸데이 선수는 약간 뭐라 그럴까? 약간 우울해 보여요. 아니죠? 기분 좋으시죠?
And Cloud Temple says, someday you look little bit sad.
민폐에 끼칠 것
And then
같아서
someday said, I had some mistakes, but
자가 살아남는 게 아니라 살아남는 자가 강한 거라고.
he had a comment that the strongest team is not winning the series. He said that the team who survived from this match will go to final, and he said he did it, and he's really happy with it.
주고받고 그리고 또 그 과정에서 뭐 킬도 주고받고 뭐 이런 장면들이 나왔는데
And Dongjun said today overall it was very close match. Very there were a lot of team fight were going on.
많이 따였고요. 그리고 근데 그 상황에서도 우리 팀원들이 너무 잘해줬고.
And then some they said that although we had a difficult in the first and second game, our teammate had a trust on each other, and we have shown like a perfect performance in the team fight.
저희가 갱플을 쓰고 저쪽이 나를 써서 게임을 이겼잖아요. 그 두
And some they mentioned about the gangplank play and NAR.
같아서 우리 뱀픽 오코치님께
And also the coach had a great comment on us, and also the using a turret play was I think the main card for today's, and we're really happy to win today's match.
중요했지만 뱀픽 과정에서나 전술적으로나 정글 쪽도 그렇죠.
Now Cloud Templar is asking about the jungler's pick for today's. Overall, all the picks and the ban were very important, but he think that Cloud Templar mainly think that asking about the jungler pick.
보다시피 그라가스 선픽 위주로 연습을 했었는데
And Score said, as you guys seen in the first and second game, we have practiced using Gragas, but after first and second game, we have talked with coach, and we think that the Gragas is not the right pick for us for today's match. That's why we turned my pick as to the Rek'Sai. So those kind of like strategic change really worked.
거의 만라인 구도가 나오는데 그때 라인 개입력이 렉사이가 궁이 있기 때문에
And Score mentioned that the reason why I picked Rek'Sai because the overall our game were not switching the lane, we fight like the original lane. That's the reason why I picked Rek'Sai to use a ultimate to help it out for each lane. I think that's the main part that what makes the winning of today's match. So that's the reason why I picked Rek'Sai.
어떻게 준비를 하셨는지 좋은 플레이의 원인이 뭐였을까요?
So now Dongjun's asking how did you guys prepare overall, and Hachani, you shown a great performance. And then how did you prepare, and how did you guys had only one day after Samsung match. So how did you guys prepare?
상성 따라가는 거기 때문에 누가 약하고 안 약하고 없는 것 같아요.
And Hachani said the overall the pick champions is there's nothing weak or strong. So we're looking for more like combination. And we're more like not aggressive, but a little bit like stand back, and we try to catch the mistake from SKT1 make, and we use some pick like Tarex to go in. So those kind of like play where it really worked out well.
시너지가 나는 걸 선택하신 건가요?
So the Cloud Templar asked about the combination and the synergy for today's match about Jin or like Tarek, Tam Kench, those kind of pick. And Hachani said the overall Tarek and Tam Kench is a pretty great pick in this meta. If you go half and half, it will be easy to save Jin, AD carry, and we can work it out in the late game. So that's the reason why I picked those kind of support. And now Dongjun's asking interview to Fly.
아무래도 SKT를 꺾었던 팀들은 대부분 페이커하고의 싸움에서 승리한 경우가 많았거든요.
So the Dongjun said overall the game that if you look at the several game before, if you win against SKT, mostly the mid lane fight was very important. So do you think you did a great job? And then the Fly said the overall it was very difficult, and he still thinks that Faker did a great job.
확실히 좀 많이 고생하시고 좀 힘드셨던
He looks very tired. That's what the Cloud Templar said. You look very tired.
아무래도 이제 3세트 때 에코가 등장하면서부터 좀 분위기가
And then now the Cloud Templar tried to make interview a little bit far going on and asking about the Echo pick from the third game. So what's the reason that you picked the Echo?
픽이라고 생각해서 코치님한테 상경이
And then Fly said he liked the Echo mostly, like these days he liked the Echo pick. So he even starting from the first game he asked the coach to let me use the Echo, and then he eventually used it in the third game. It's kind of like a very short interview we're going on, but from the Fly. And now Dongjun will try to cover up with saying that he very concentrated a lot.
그때 팀원들과 어떤 얘기를 하셨어요?
So he's asking about what kind of call were going on during the team fight, and they were like kind of a solo kill. And then Fly said overall the team call were very kind of quiet when I had a bad performance, but overall our teammate helped me out really a lot. So
저는 그냥 이분 잘하시네 하고 그냥 다른 라인 계속 움직였어요.
and then Fly said I had a very difficult time with Faker in the mid lane fight. That's the reason why I go to top lane, bottom lane, and try to make a game more smooth. So I think that really worked out.
그런
But overall, I had a really difficult time in the mid lane fight.
에러 선수 승리 축하드립니다.
So now, Dongjun said, congratulations, Arrow.
진을 집중적으로 활용하는
So overall, your main pick, we think, is that is Jin. And Dongjun said that some team is thinking that Jin is not really great pick for new meta. But did you pick Jin as a team combination or as your confidence? So what's the reason?
3경기 때부터 지냈는데
And the Arrow said, I picked Jin from the third game.
제가 자신 있고 좋아하는 게 진이라서
So I had very struggle with other AD carry champion, but I'm really confident with playing Jin. That's the reason why I asked coach to play Jin, and it really worked out from the third game. That's why I would keep picking Jin, because they didn't also ban the champion.
그렇죠. 계속 나왔어요. 정말 수십 번은 반복된 것 같은데 또 어떠셨나요? 이제는 뭐 계속 쏘다 보니까 뭐 이제
And Cloud Temple asking him, there were a lot of ultimate from Jin because there were like 3 games, and you keep shooting like sniper.
그래도 좀
So are you like tired with it?
R이나 맞추기는 하는데 그래도 궁극기를 좀 많이 피하시더라고요. 그래가지고
And then Arrow said that it was hard for me in the over the last like 4 and 5th game, because they know like how my styles are going and using ultimate. So it was hard for me to get the other opponent with the curtain call. But it was pretty good for me to use Jin. I think it would really fit to me.
좀 없어서요.
예?
공문서답을 했는지 반응이 없어가지고
아닙니다.
Now the Dongjun say any comment, and the Arrow said that maybe my interview were kind of going in the wrong way, so you guys didn't have any expression.
또 역전승을 해내서 좀 띵하신 것 같아요.
And then Dongjun saying that overall you guys are in interview, you guys were kind of confused because it was pretty big, like you guys turned the table around, like you guys winning from the third game.
스코어 선수와 오늘
So everyone looked very tired, that's what Dongjun saying.
소감에 관해서 얘기.
And Dongjun said to any comment for your fans and everyone, score you guys in the final. Now scores with the 2 mic right now.
항상 복수할 거라고 했는데
네.
성공했고
And the score said, I always mention about revenge against SKT1, and I did it.
더 재밌는 결승전으로
And in the final, there will be much more fun, much more excited than today's match.
상도 잘 안 되네요.
That's a tall order.
Damn.
And Dongjun said the next match for the final match will be Rocks Tiger versus KT Rolster. And this is end of the interview. And thank you very much. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Steven, for the translation as always. And yeah, I think we're gonna have a more exciting final than we had, semis today. Then my God, my body is ready.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope the finals delivers like this series. That was a hell of a run by KT to bring it all the way back from being down 0-2, and especially Game 2, they lost in 25 minutes. Yeah, they had the fortitude to go on, keep on chugging, and win the series.
Yeah, lost in 25, won in like 33 or something like that in the next game, something in that realm, and then just kept on trucking, playing that very cautious game, slowly progressing forward.
Monty,
and in the end, they were able to.
You need
find
to settle
victory.
an argument. Everyone calls you SKT, Monty. Can you please fly the correct flag?
That's right, I will. Right here for you guys.
Congratulations to KT Rolster.
Yeah, very good job by them. And I mean, they overcame it. You didn't, a lot of people, we all came into this saying like, yeah, KT probably win given SKTelecom.
No one was thinking that after Game 2.
Yeah, but that's exactly what I was going to say. After Game 1, you guys were like, SKT maybe 3-0.
Yeah, I thought for sure after Game 1, SKT 3-0. I am really astonished that KT managed to make the adaptations, figure out a way to get that Jin, and make it work by playing around the Gnar. Just wonderful stuff in the draft and adaptations from KT over the series. And I think that if you had asked me, what is the least likely outcome of this series, it would have been
a reverse sweep
a
by
KT reverse sweep. I would have said that is the smallest probability of happening out of any other result.
But it's also the sweetest.
It is also the most amazing.
Well, it definitely was a damn good night for us. I hope you guys had as much fun watching. We're going to have a bit of a break. We'll see you guys for the final on the 20th. Have a good night. We'll see you then.
Dialed 7 digits 5 times today just to hear you say you love or hate me. I'll take anything. I just wanna hear your voice cut through the line like a heart-shaped knife. Cut me down, baby, one more time. Good or bad, baby. Yes, no, maybe. It's driving me crazy. Won't you pick up the phone? I can pick up some wine. I can pick you up in my pickup truck, and we can pick up right where we left off. Ain't that what we both want? Pick up the pieces, good, ain't that broke? Pick up the past and just let it go. Put down and over me, never wanna see me again. Goodbye kind of stuff and pick up. Putting me through hell, one ring voicemail. Baby, I can tell that you ain't on the other line. Except on the cloud. How can I tell you if you won't listen? How can I tell you what I've been missing? If you don't, if you won't, won't you pick up the phone?